The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
Hello and welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We're in the fourth day of action in this Europe and MENA Brawl, and it's going to be an absolutely beautiful one. We get to see who comes out on top and takes those tickets to go and watch Japan DreamHack for the Masters. I once again am joined by Ark and Teddy. Ark, how are you feeling today?
Very fantastic. Thanks, Trav, for asking. Yeah, what an eventful day it was yesterday, and I'm fully expecting there to be more action to come. And yeah, finally get down to that question that everyone's been asking is, which team is it going to be? Is it going to be A&R or is it going to be Foot?
Yeah, and Teddy down the bottom, you hyped for today as well?
Oh, absolutely. It is going to be an intense battle between those two teams, and also the greats, of the likes of SK Gaming and Reply Totem joining the party as well to show their skills as well.
Yeah, well, yesterday we did have a bit of a round robin, so we'll take a little bit of a look at the leaderboard and see where teams play, see what seeds they managed to come out in, because it was an absolutely explosive day of action, bit of back and forward. But at the end of the day, the two teams that were going to Tokyo to play came out at the bottom. Foot Esports sitting up there in number 1 seed, A&R in number 2, SK Gaming in number 3, and Reply Totem in number 4. I think it's fair to say that it didn't come out as expected.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very unusual sight, isn't it, to see Reply Totem down at the bottom. But let's be honest, themselves and SK Gaming did work tirelessly throughout the entirety of 2022 to qualify for Masters. They're already there. It's A&R and Foot that are battling it out for that all-expenses-paid trip to Tokyo. And, exactly, they want it. And we saw that yesterday, especially with Foot. They've been on an absolute tear. Last week, they beat Now or Never, Kazaki, Mr. Dosar, Navi, One Trick Ponies, and they've just beaten everyone yesterday as well. So they're going from strength to strength. The question is now, can anyone stop them? Can anyone beat them?
That is the question. Well, let's take a little look at the bracket to see what games we've got going on today and see what kind of format we're going to be playing through as well, because it is double elimination. We've already got those teams in the top half of the bracket thanks to their gameplay yesterday. Foot Esports versus A&R up top, and then SK Gaming and Reply Totem in the bottom. Who do you think's got what it takes to come out on top today, Teddy? Do you have a little bit of a prediction before we even get started?
It's such a tough call and a heartbreaking one as well, right? Because both teams are so lovable, and I'm really cheering just for the best Brawl Stars between the two of them. I think Foot Esports is going to be a slight favorite in this one, just because, the players have just a little bit more experience and their form has been a little bit better in the last, couple weeks. But A&R, they're really not far behind, and I think at the end of the day, it's going to depend on who's having just the best day between the two of them.
Definitely so, and I mean, with Foot Esports' recent form, they won 4 in a row, I believe, in the lower bracket of the qualifying phase last week, and then 3 in a row last night, so they're looking absolutely on top of the world right now. Let's take a look at the schedule of the matches for today, as with the bracket out of the way, we know what the format is, we know what teams are here, but Ark, walk us through what we're going to be seeing.
Well, first up in the upper finals, we got Foot Esports up against A&R, and we saw a little glimpse of that yesterday. It was Foot that came out on top, but today is a different day. A&R looked phenomenal yesterday. I'm expecting great things from them. SK Gaming versus Reply Totem. This is the grudge match that we've seen time and time again, and every single time it's super enjoyable. But they have already qualified for Japan, so we get a bit of a glimpse, a bit of an eye out to see where they're at for the moment. Obviously, for SK Gaming, it's been a bit of a rough journey this year so far for Reply Totem, they're definitely in a much better spot. That'll be our semi-finals matchup in number 2. After that, we'll be going down to the lower bracket finals to determine who is going to be able to creep their way back up into the upper bracket. And of course, that grand final is where it all comes down to. Of course, between Foot and ANR, if someone gets eliminated early, it's the team which make it the furthest through the brackets that will gain that all expenses paid trip.
Yeah, well, I mean, with no bracket reset as well, because obviously we do already have the teams, their bonus of coming through yesterday is actually having that upper bracket and having that second life in comparison to SK Gaming and Reply Totem. So if they're not down to that low bracket, we're not going to be seeing a reset. Even if they do manage to claw the way all the way back up through, their lifeline is just having that extra life in that top bracket for Foot and ANR. In the bottom, SK Gaming and Reply Totem are not in the best of positions at all, Teddy.
No, certainly so. And at the end of the day, I think, the teams that need the 2 lives the most, they're the ones that have it. And it gives them a little bit of an extra change in case things do go wrong for them. Problem is, in that lower bracket, it's still SK, it's still Reply Totem. So, it's still very dangerous if they were to lose that first match, that they could drop down there and end up losing to either of those 2 phenomenal teams and go home. So I'm just so excited, dude. I want to see how this all unfolds and how this season 2.5 ends.
Definitely so. And I mean, this is the last Brawl Stars we're going to be seeing out of Europe before Masters as well. So you need to be Reply Totem and SK Gaming, they're going to be wanting to prove to the rest of these teams across the world, the other 6 teams who we're going to be seeing in Tokyo as well, they're going to want to prove that they've still got it with what it takes to be able to defeat them. Because the competition across the world has been looking absolutely incredible as well. Before we get into any of these games, though, we do have a quick few shout-outs that we do want to give. First of all, make sure to join the Discord, because that's where we post all updates on the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. It's where you can sign up. It's where you can get the information going forward if you want to go to these events. You can watch them by qualifying through something like this, or you can play in them by proving to Europe and the rest of the world, or anywhere you are, that you have what it takes to be able to play in an event like Masters. So make sure to go over there and do that. Next up, we do that Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They are a massive sponsor in this competition. Obviously, it's the name sponsor arc.
Absolutely so, and they've been there from the very beginning for us, and it's just a great privilege, isn't it, to be able to be backed by them and to be able to put on events like this, especially for mobile gaming. Is a hugely growing market, and across the world, we're able to just bring the best of the best together and just have them battle out for everyone's enjoyment. We couldn't do it without them.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, let's not forget about Samsung Galaxy also. Teddy, I'll throw this one down to you to have a little bit of a word about them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the reason you're throwing it to me is because I have become a little bit of a Samsung fan, and actually recently, I think the Z Fold 4 was my first Samsung device ever, and I could not be happier with it. The rest of the Galaxy S23 series is absolutely phenomenal as well. If you guys want all the cutting-edge technology, that's your way to go.
Definitely so. I mean, with that out of the way, we're now going to get down to the games. The first game we're going to be seeing is Foot Esports versus ANR. We had a little bit of a preview of this one yesterday just before, and Foot are the ones who actually came out on top. I believe they won 3-1, so a fairly convincing performance at that as well. Let's take a little bit of a look at one of their rosters now. We've got to see who's going to be playing to start things off. Ark, if you want to talk us through what Foot Esports are bringing to the table recently.
Yeah, absolutely so. Well, again, it was a bit of a rough start last week, but in day 2, they were able to start to bring things back to normality. And Semantic, OPE, and of course, Drage this year coming together. Semantic being on the former SK Gaming roster and Drage from the former Tribe Gaming roster. This is a fantastic team, but one that's taken a bit of a time to kind of see how they're forming together, how they're kind of working in terms of their synergy. But it does seem to be in a better place now. They qualified for the BSC monthly finals and the weekend just passed, and now looking to qualify to be able to attend Masters in Tokyo, Japan.
They are really an incredible team, and as you say, they've got a few of these reasons why they deserve to be there as well. Not just that they're an incredible team and we want to see them down there in Japan. Obviously they won't be playing, but we want to see them there anyway, because I feel like they have earned it. Their opposition, though, looking to tear this away from Semantic once more, is ANR. We'll take a little bit of a look at their roster now, as they are some fierce competition for Foot to be facing, regardless of their loss yesterday, regardless of not coming out in that #1 seed. They're sitting just behind them in #2, Teddy.
Yeah, certainly so. ANR, they have been looking quite phenomenal this year. It does feel like for Mebius and Cyclone, this might be their breakthrough year. They have been in, the competitive scene for quite a long time, but usually struggling to really transition from Tier 2, or what some people would even dare to call Tier 1.5, towards Tier 1. And having Rama and Alex and the experience that they bring, Rama obviously from Craze Clan and Chasmac, and Alex from Na'Vi, that might be the tools they need to reach victory.
They do have these dangerous players, and you know, also dangerous players do sometimes have to trust in those rookies to be able to bring them up to that next level. Rama and Alex, you know, they were the players who were either let go or decided to leave their teams from last year, whether or not that's from good or from bad. They've decided to pick up Mebius this year, and it really is working for them. They've been able to beat both SK Gaming and Reply Totem yesterday, and they've really proved their worth, Ark.
Yeah, I've been blown away, honestly, by A&L's performance. I think they've definitely proved themselves to everyone as well as the viewers watching at home. I think this is a team to beat, a team to watch, absolutely so. Maybe it's just been playing out of his mind, and it's just kind of interesting to me that you know, this was a roster which kind of formed as a result of a lot of their other former teammates kind of already, you know, having their rosters locked in. And I think for that same reason, many didn't necessarily expect this to be as strong a team as it is. But for me, A&R absolutely deserve this position and could very well go all the way today.
It does just seem like they've synergized together so well, and they have this raw mechanical skill as well, and Mebius has brought that extra level, that extra oomph that they needed, that aggressiveness that really is scary for any player at the moment. And we were talking about one of the breaks yesterday, I believe, as well, how good Mebius is looking. You know, Teddy brought it up, and I think we all agreed just how solid he is, if you want to touch a little bit on that, Teddy.
Yeah, it's just highly impressive as well, right? Because you are in a roster with Rama, with Alex, you know what I mean? And Cyclone as well, which is known for his incredible mechanics. So being, I would say, the newbiest of the team, and still being able to pop off and shine so much, that only works if you have the right setup around it and your teammates, you know, enable you to shine like that. And for me, he has been the star player of the roster, and I hope that he has the best performance of all today against Foot Esports, because I feel like it's kind of what A&R need to stand a chance. They are going to need to pop off and show their best Brawl stars, and Dueling Beetles in Hot Zone is where they have the chance to show that off. We'll see Barley, Sprout, and Squeak banned out by Foot, was their first pick already locked in of Meg, and Nor will have the two follow-up picks after they did ban Poco, Penny, and B.
I honestly really like the way this draft is going for Foot at the moment. And the B ban for A&R definitely screams out pick Meg. They could also come in with a Lou here to really put that idea to rest, though. But the bans definitely for Foot, at least, they're screaming out that they do not want throwers. Banning out the Barley, banning out the Sprout, as well as the Squeak, and definitely those 3R brawlers, which can cause a lot of problems over on Dueling Beetles. The bans for A&R were Poco, Penny, and B. And their pick and draft of Lola is definitely one that's with the ego is going to deter a little bit of what Meg can do to try to earn those supers. Stu going to come in as well. The speed zone obviously is a vital component to get everyone stuck firmly into the mid as quickly as possible. And obviously with those respawns, it does help to have a speed zone in your back pocket. Now the draft going back over to Foot, and we'll see what they want to combine with this Meg.
Well, with this Meg, you've kind of got a lot of options, I will say, but Lola really is one of those answers that we've been seeing to Meg. We saw it on, I believe it was Ring of Fire yesterday, where it really just shone and showed us that the worth that it brings to the table, especially against that Meg. And it's difficult to kind of play against it regardless, but it gives you a little bit of fight back once she's in that mech form. Seeing that Bell coming off the back of it, which I really do like, especially against that Lola. It gives that like combat, and obviously able to bounce off this speed zone if the Stu's not choosing to play Breakthrough as well. Crow going to be the last pick, and it gives it that bit of slow, bit of fight back against the mobility that Stu brings to the table, and gives it that chance of actually being able to hit a few more of these mobile brawlers.
Yeah, just coming back real quick to that Lola pick. We talked a lot about Mebius already, but Lola is one of the brawlers he shined with the most yesterday, and he brought it on guess what map? Dueling Beetles, and looked phenomenal whilst playing Lola over there. So I'm really hoping to see some of that again. That was really exciting. And they'll close out the comp with a Bonnie, actually, which I really don't mind either. We've seen it being played on Dueling Beetles with great success. It's a brawler that kind of got out of the meta for just a couple months, but it does feel like it's really back, not quite at the top maybe, but as a late pick, it can do some really solid work, especially when some of its biggest counters like B are banned out.
It's honestly one of those picks which, for me at the moment in the EU and MENA region, is a go-to, it seems. Everyone loves Bonnie. I don't necessarily love it, but I can understand it for sure. Ultimately, being able to jump on your opposition when they're at their weakest, especially in a mode like Hot Zone, can go a long, long way here. Let's see, though, as we go into our first game of the day, who's going to get that early advantage, that early lead, and that early sign of aggression. Semantic just trying to seek out a little bit of value towards the super from both Nova and Mebius, but it does seem like both those two players being very cautious. Frustration just happening on the right-hand side, two consecutively onto Rama. And now, finally, a little bit of action in the mid. Semantic just gets mech now, and that's going to definitely cause a big push in here for Foot.
Yeah, early on, Foot not looking bad in this one. Seems like a little bit of a struggle, at least for the early stages on the side of A&R. Just not really able to even step in the zone just yet. They'll have Rama now in the mid instead of Mebius, with a little bit of a lane swap, but maybe not the most successful one, as Rama does go down. On the other hand, they do manage to get some percentages here and there, and whilst we're looking at this team fight, it is A&R that are in the zone at the end of the day, and they're catching up quickly, so it does seem like that lane swap, even though Rama did end up going down very quickly, was quite successful because A&R now with mid control have more advanced positioning, but they do have a Meg in a mech that is trying to turn things around, and Semantic not quite able to get that kill to Rama just yet. A&R starting to slowly run away with this one, as Nob is going to be in the mid now and does have an ego, another one now available as well. And interestingly enough, he is going to be playing the Lola instead of Mebius today.
This seems like it needs to be a push here for Foot that pays off, because if they don't get this now, the team wipe needs to be there, otherwise this will be going the way of A&R, and with just Drake with 1 versus 2, I don't see what he can realistically do to change the outcome, and it is going to be A&R and take the first game. I mean, despite the fact that, for me, Foot had a much better start, it didn't take long for A&R to really gain back that 30% deficit. Nicely done for them, in all honesty, because it's not an easy comp to do so against what they're facing. So for Foot, definitely a couple of things to take on board with that one. And I think that the start was great, but they were starting to push just a little bit individually towards the end, and that's kind of, for me, where it went a bit wrong.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, I want to praise, the ability to adapt that A&R showed, and how they were able to just a simple lane swap seemed to have done the job. However, for the Esports, that kind of no response to it. This time around, it's going to be a lot more aggression on both sides, and Foot Esports will win the early fight, which does give them that control of the mid. I mean, we saw in the previous game how valuable it is and how quickly it can spawn trap your opposition.
Well, the team wipe allowed Drake to get a much deeper nest egg on that top right-hand side, which I much prefer to the previous game. Rama slowed up with the slowing toxin there from OP, but OP does go down as a result of the aggression. He's got to take care of Rama. He's dashing around the situation. Semantic needs to heal. He needs to get his mech as well, and not really much they can do with Nob suppressing this left-hand side. There is the mark, though, on the Bonnie, which is a little bit of a saving grace, and Rama finally goes down. That's going to allow Drake to now push in a little bit more. Maybe focus some attention onto Nob and get that ego taken care of, as the jumping from OP is pretty strong as well. A chance realistically here for Foot to be able to get back some positioning power, but can't really contest it too much. Semantic's too low.
Yeah, the jump in from Mebius will settle it for that fight on the left, and a nice team wipe for A&R. It's going to give them the lead again, as Drake does connect the mark onto Mebius. Not quite able to take him down just yet. Mebius trying to reset. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and honestly, that's more than anything A&R could have asked for, because the mid fight isn't exactly going their way. Semantic very passive, not really able to find all that many connections. A swipe to Rama's face will help Drake take him down, and for the Esports now in a 3v1, able to claim control of the mid. However, A&R, they're just so close to the finish line already.
It's very, very close, but Foot have a chance. They've got to start to hold things off for just a little bit longer, though. Semantic's back into the mid. They really cannot miss a trick now as Rama jumps in, as well as maybe it's very much an aggressive one here from A&R. They might just get it to pay off, and they do indeed. It's just Semantic here. Can he get the takedown onto Nob, who is marked? But with 4% left for A&R to be able to obtain here, it's really nothing that Foot can do about it. The first set now is surely going to be going the way of A&R.
Wow, what a way to do it as well. Both games, it was Foot was just a phenomenal start, but A&R was a great capability to adapt on the go and make sure that they get the right changes in time to turn around those games. And I mean, I'm impressed, because seeing how the first game was starting, I felt like Foot had every chance on their side, but A&R had just other ideas in mind. And looking at the stats, they are behind in damage, but they are way higher up in heals. And I mean, it's basically because they were winning those fights, right? They were winning those lanes, and they were able to heal back up, whereas Foot was just not really able to get going past that early stage of the game.
I think it's a really impressive feat there for me from A&R. I mean, especially against the Meg, it's not an easy thing to be able to retake control. And look at the amount of damage more. I mean, almost 100,000 there for Foot, and still they were able to survive through it and actually not drop a single game in the process. So I think it's a really, really commendable first set there for A&R. I would like to see maybe a couple of different matchups. I think Bell, that played by Drake, could have been maybe better suited towards staying more onto maybe it's with that Lola pick. And it just felt like sometimes when Foot were pushing, it just didn't seem like it was too synchronized. And I think just a couple of moments where it was very low HP, very little in it. But I think if there was a little bit more survivability in their comp, they might have been able to hold more positioning power and make it a bit more of a closer affair. But definitely when we look back to yesterday between Foot and A&R, it was very, very close, very obviously one-sided towards Foot with the win with that 3-1 set. But nonetheless, A&R today have had some good rest and some chance to replenish, and it's starting to show.
Yeah, I find it quite interesting, to be honest, on the side of Foot, that it's quite rare to see a mech be so underwhelming on dueling beetles. It usually is a really strong pick, and it doesn't mean that it always wins, but it always feels very impactful, and it was just very underwhelming in this game. And I'm not blaming that on Semantic, but I feel like Foot just kind of failed to center their power around that brawler and have it, really just at the center of its attention and of its strategy. So maybe they need to think some different ideas here. Pit Stop is going to be a very different map, very different mode, and our draft is already deep in with some very interesting bans, or namely one that is particularly interesting. That's going to be that Shelly ban arc.
Yeah, it just feels to me like A&R are definitely thinking they just want to just kind of go full on tanks. And it does speak a big story, doesn't it, when you look at how the draft started? It was A&R going with Bull, Foot going defense, we need Surge. And that does make a lot of sense to me. You do have to have a solid defense, but I just feel like if A&R are banning out Shelly, they've definitely got something in their minds to kind of just keep trying to base race this effectively. Daryl coming in for Foot, I quite like here. But with the Primo ban as well, I think quite a valid idea there from Foot to eradicate Bonnie coming in from A&R. This comp, to me, Tony, for A&R is just screaming rush, rush, rush.
Yeah, Otis is maybe an idea that slows things down just a little bit, trying to deal maybe a bit more personally with that Daryl as well, and also make sure that in case there is a second tank joining the ranks of Foot, they do have a proper tank counter to try to deal with it. Looking at what's still open to pick for Foot, I wouldn't mind necessarily an Ems. They're going to go Barley, actually, which is an interesting decision. It is going to be quite fragile and weak towards some of the jumps that maybe the Bonnie can bring in, or the super of Bull, of course. But at the end of the day, with the Unbreakable Walls now as well, it can do some good work. I do feel like it's a bit of a risky pick that sometimes will completely dominate on Pit Stop and sometimes also feel a little bit underwhelming.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the Barley is the weaker of the drafting brawlers that we're seeing in front of us, if I'm honest. It's not really for me, but sometimes it does surprise me, and I just kind of realized that it's actually still quite good at suppressing a situation. I'm not sure whether they were feeling like it was going to be able to keep Otis at bay, and that's their plan here, because ultimately it's going to struggle a little bit against some of the other things, but it's going to be Semantic on the left-hand side lane. OPE, though, has just got 3 people, exactly what I was expecting. A&R is going to be rushing the situation, so he's going to have to be really, really careful and on point in that defense. Semantic, though, already connected with a safe. A nice bit of slow there as well to Mavis, but it is not going to be enough to stay alive under the situation. Damage, though, already in favor of Foot, so that actually paid off, as OP clearly did quite a good defense there. Gained a stack in the process, I see, as well, and about to get his second. So pretty decent stuff so far from Foot, but I do worry still with this A&R comp. It is very, very scary to look at.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're all evened out for now, but Drake should be able to get that kill to Nob, or actually to Mute. We'll say otherwise, and Nob will be the one claiming that kill. A nice stack from Ope already on stage 4, and obviously feeding off that Bull, and earlier the Bonnie in defense as well. Was able to get really quickly to those later stages of his surge. Semantic getting pretty much uncontested access towards that safe. Will require a double pinch, but a lot of damage being dealt. Drake not quite gonna get the chance to heal up, as he was going quite aggressive. Mevius will push him up and take that elimination, as Ope is just such a threat towards that safe and jumping onto Rama, and they're able to get a little bit more damage on safe, but they're still very far behind Foot.
Well, it's actually working out pretty well. Semantic's going to connect to the safe just a little bit and also keep Rama low, and this should be where Foot can potentially tie this one up. And 3%, 1%, this should be done, but Semantic's moved out. He can't really throw. He's waiting for Drake to come in. A really nice game there for Foot, and I'm quite impressed with the comp. I mean, you know, it just definitely require a great deal of trust within OP to be able to defend effectively, but we couldn't quite see it off the screen at the very beginning, but he clearly did a fantastic job with that 2 versus 1 as the Surge. So I feel like they've got the best possible counter they could ask for. You know, definitely for me, Surge on defense here goes a long way. Spike as well, and you know, that's not a bad shout, but we've seen Foot being quite favorable to this idea, and obviously, as we know, with Mavis yesterday playing a fantastic Surge, it makes perfect sense to try to steal that ball away from A&R.
Yeah, the thing as well with Mebius and Rama being committed to the offense means that Ope, he's always going to be in those close range fights. They can't really poke to save, right? They have to fully commit and basically dive, feed those stages to the Surge, and it's a bit of a dangerous start, whereas Semantic, as you can see right now, can just go for some slight pokes, and it's not as detrimental if Drake feeds some of the super of Otis. Obviously, it will make him lose that fight, but he can't chain it as easily, and Semantic just using those unbreakable walls really nicely to get some nice value on safe and get it already all the way down to 20%.
If you wonder why the safe went down so incredibly quickly, it's because Drake was running the recalling rotator gadget and just getting that absolutely perfectly and synergized onto the safe, every shred of damage, laying it down, and that's why we're seeing Foot in such a dominating position now. Semantic with the throws over the top. What a convincing set for Foot there. Unbelievable stuff, and I've got to be honest, I wasn't sold on the barley. I think I really am now. It worked out wondrously well, and despite what was a really scary comp from A&R, Foot keep them at bay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I wasn't necessarily... It didn't feel like Barley was the most impactful pick when we were in the draft phase, but thinking about it in hindsight, was the Surge being able to find so much value in defense, you do have the Barley that can kind of just really roam around and get so much damage done on that save. And it worked out wonders for Foot. A lot of value all around. They'll get much more damage in this one and more kills too. Healing, it does go the way of A&R, but it wasn't quite enough to make up for the difference. And we can't quite see the damage on save, but that was absolutely going the way of Foot Esports, as both games are fairly dominant, I would say.
Yeah, Pit Stop is definitely one of those maps where aggression does pay off, but you know, that was A&R's strategy going in. Realistically, in terms of the draft, they did obviously go with the Otis for some defensive capabilities also, but it just felt like Foot's defense was absolutely on point as well, and were able to gain a better kind of balance between the two of going aggressive, but also being able to defend the onset of what A&R had up their sleeves. And despite a couple of questionable rolls there from Drake, you know, a couple of them really did land the mark, and ultimately, I just felt like, you know, in that particular set, Foot played much better as a squad, and just kind of felt like the communication was clearly better. Everyone was doing what they had to do at the right times to do it, and that's what we didn't quite see from them in the hot zone, and A&R just played that pitch perfect as well. But we kind of expected coming into this matchup that it would be an incredibly close one, so I'm not necessarily too surprised that Foot were able to even things out.
Yeah, just a much better draft, in my opinion, on Pit Stop, and they'll be looking to repeat that success in Pin or Punt, as Brawl Ball is going to be our next set, and Foot banned out Max, Penny, and Poco. A&R banning out Surge, Ems, and Spike, showing some ideas that they might want to be running some tankier or aggressive ideas getting into this one. But the Crow is going to be the first pick. I don't mind it at all, because I feel like it pairs so phenomenally with a lot of different brawlers. If you're playing something a bit more tanky or an assassin, it's going to work well when you slow someone down to just close the gap a little bit for your teammates to get up close. But it also deals well with tanks itself, just by slowing down the pace and leaving them slow down in very exposed areas of the map. It can help your teammates just line up those shots easily and secure that damage onto them, as Foot will be following up with a Janet and an Otis pick. Very versatile brawlers, again, not revealing too much over their draft early on. We did see Janet have some moderate success yesterday. I feel like it was either doing quite well or very poorly, and I'm kind of wondering how this Janet is going to be faring here for Foot.
Well, A&R must be very confident with that Ashe pick, because they're picking it into the Otis, and that's definitely already a pretty decent counter. What will Foot do to really iron this one out as their third and final pick? But the Stu was giving them problems in Dueling Beetles, and I think Roman played it fantastically well. The bans are very interesting, though, to me, because Foot would love to have got their hands on the Max. Absolutely so. We've seen OP do some incredible things with that. Going to be laying things out with the B as well to finalize things off. And that is always a very, very good brawler to have, ultimately to double down with that defensive capabilities onto the Ashe, but also to have the outrange matchup against Rama, probably likely to be Rama on that Stu pick and the Crow as well. But, you know, A&R have been dangerous with this combination before, and I do worry a little bit. On paper, to me, it looks like I've got a bit of a better comp, as long as they're able to keep this Ashe suppressed, and I do kind of feel like that is going to be a challenging thing to do. The Robotic Rats won't be great for the B matchup. The Honey Molasses gadget will be able to fend off a couple of them along the way, but over time, it's going to make it much, much harder for Dre to be able to defend against Nob.
Well, early on already a triple slow actually from Mebius, a lot of value, and that results in a double kill. Ope getting the ball away in the nick of time, but is that going to be enough as Nob has a ton of HP? They'll be respawning with low ammo, and he just walks it through. What a perfect start from A&R, and that triple slow from Mebius pretty much settled it from the get-go.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I'm surprised they're not in like a Honey Molasses slow, to be honest, so I'm not sure whether Dre's having up his sleeve a Beehive, but I mean, he did run it yesterday, to be honest. Let's see, good takedown on the right-hand side. Rama's low as well. Hope he gets the takedown, but a great clearance there from Mavis. You can't deny it. It's bought so much time for his team, and it's back to the drawing board for Foot.
Yeah, Ope still ends up burning down from this 2-fire. Mebius will fall at last, but it's still a 2v1 in the mid for now, as Ope is just fresh off his respawn. Drage is low, and don't really want to be scouting the bushes with your charged shot. Has no choice though. He's so low HP now as well. Ope takes it up into the skies. It's a 2-on-3, but Ope, as soon as he lands, should be getting shot at. Not quite actually. Maybe they just didn't want to reset their heals on the side of A&R. They'll be slowing things down, but with a 1-0 lead and a minute left on the clock, it's going to be up to Foot Esports to try to turn things around.
There's the Honey Molasses from Drage. Actually, they want to get further up the map to really make that have as much value as it's all it's worth. Nob's very low here. It's going to pop a chill pill. Maybe it's as well. Starting to heal up a little bit. This is a chance here for Foot to push things forward. 3 versus 1 now. It's maybe he has got jump, and that's a concern for Semantic, who just kind of comes back a little bit to try to heal up. Not much time left on the clock now. 35 seconds, and Foot do need to push his forwards a bit more aggressively now that Nob's back into the mix. It's going to be much tankier brawlers to have to take care of, but they are doing just that and trying to get the ball forwards through. 25 seconds now. Not much time here for Foot.
Yeah, but the offense is looking good on their side, and their defense is just holding by a thread. And with 15 seconds left, this is going to be the final chance here for Foot to try to find a goal in this game. Ope flying over, try to get some nice connections with his super. Rama wants to get the ball away. Nob is going to be muted, but is that going to be enough? Oh my god. What a ridiculous way of ending this one. I was going to say that shot somehow finding the kill, but you know, despite that connection through the Robotic Rats, it's going to be Drake falling to them instead. And he didn't really have any sort of solution to deal with them in the first place, but that was very, very close towards the end. Overtime was really not far away, and are just barely locking that first game in.
I was going to say, if that availed to a goal at the end, that would have been insane. But I feel like for me, Foot have got a better, overtime matchup here, but they're just struggling to really hold their own in these opening seconds. And you can see the aggressiveness of A&R and Semantic doing wondrous work there as well with the taps from Drake to help out, just to keep this aggressive early push at bay. Once the utility dwindles down on the side of A&R, I feel like Foot have got a much more controlling comp and a much better overtime comp, but it just feels like for me, A&R know that. They're going in so aggressive so early on, and it's going to be another goal in the opening 40 seconds.
What a way to kick things off in game 2 as well. Not quite as fast of a start as game 1, but still very similar success for the Esports. They don't want to give away a second set to A&R. Semantic, I think, missed his mute there, as we do have a bit of a messy brawl. It's only Ope left alive, and he doesn't have nearly enough damage to take down Nob. And that is going to be A&R taking this third set. It's 2-1 in their favor, and Foot Esports now a set away from dropping down to the lower bracket.
Dangerous stuff here for Foot. I mean, it just felt like a very convincing set, didn't it, for A&R? I mean, the comp was just very, very forceful in its nature, and it just felt like we're not able to really land enough shots to just keep it suppressed. I think maybe a couple more vision gears would have gone amiss, but you can see there as well in terms of the stats, more damage dealt by Foot, but then there's more HP to soak it all up on the side of ANR, who had also the heals to back it up too, and a couple of Ashe gadgets to hand would definitely have increased that even more so. It's a tough one. I mean, these are brawlers that ANR are just so good with. They've got such a great brawler pool, actually, in that respect, because a lot of the directed towards them from Foot's side of the field, they really eradicated what they were able to bring to the table, but they still make it work. I mean, maybe this is just absolutely cooking today, and I think Foot are going to be a bit cautious about going into this next set, because again, if they lose one more set, they're going to be going down to that lower bracket to play the winner of SK Gaming and Reply Totem. That's not where they want to be, not in this scenario.
Yeah, absolutely not. That extra life is ever so valuable, and it also just means one less match for them to play, even if they were to face each other again in the grand finals. It is nice to be just a little bit more rested and have the reassurement rather that you did win your previous match against them, especially if you could get a nice 3-1 scoreline. That can be quite convincing and a really nice way to get a little bit more confidence for your side. And again, I do feel like this was quite an interesting set, because comp-wise, we had 2 tank counters that are still versatile enough to deal with both a Stu and a Crow, but that should be shutting down that Ashe. And yet ANR, they were just so confident getting into this one, and I think their execution was also just so fantastic. That triple slow at the beginning of game 1, of course that's a free goal, but you have to, get that triple slow in the first place, and Mebius has been delivering so far. We've talked about him as one of the win conditions here for ANR, and he's been delivering.
Well, Foot batting out the Crow this time round, I think it's probably wise. It's been giving them a lot of problems. But I feel as well that Foot haven't been able to really secure a lot of the brawlers that they are feeling really competent with today, because ultimately ANR play very similar stuff themselves, and we haven't seen the OP really land on that max pick. Obviously in pit stop it went more their favor, but the surge ban out from ANR as well as the Ruffs and the Stu picking in that Otis pick and Gene on the side of Foot. But they do need some aggressiveness for those lanes, especially now that the Ashe has shown its face on the side of ANR. I imagine it's going to be either Drage or Semantic on the Gene. They've kind of been bouncing between the two of them on that particular brawler, but for sure they've got to have a strong answer for this Ashe. The Otis being picked up alongside it doesn't leave too much. I imagine maybe the Spike pick is an option here for Foot that they might want to consider. We've seen Semantic do wondrous things on that particular brawler, and it would be a good answer to it. But at the same time, they do have to have something strong here. They've got to take this to the 5th. There's no other choice for them. They do not want to be playing. Oh, it's going to be Semantic on the Primo, let's be honest. Which means that OP will probably be picking this 3rd and final brawler. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Max, but it's going to be tough to make work on lane.
Yeah, exactly that. The synergy, obviously, of the Max support pairs so well with the Gene pool. But at the same time, is it worth it to just have a little bit of a tough fight on your lane for that extra utility for your mid? That is going to be up for debate, but they will have the opportunity to bring that to the table if they want to, and they will do exactly that. Good shot, R, because Max is going to be the 3rd and final pick for Foot Esports, and R have 1 more left.
Well, I worry a bit. I mean, simply because ultimately of where, Foot are in the drafting stage and the sets, but I just would like to have seen maybe a harder counter to the Ashe. I mean, Primo's great answer, don't get me wrong, and it is Semantic, so there's always danger there. The Lola coming in from ANR yet again, and that's another brawler which has been a bit of a thorn in the side of Foot already today, and as we saw yesterday also, that Lola pick with ANR is dangerous, and this is not a stage to be taking too many risks. So Foot obviously going to have a lot of communication here to bring everyone together at the right times to have that Max really be able to feed the value, or maybe they're just going to keep it on the lane side and just feed it over to the mid to allow a bit more maneuverability around the gems and try to keep out some peril along the way. Either way, Foot have got to get this set. They do not want to go down to this lower bracket.
Yeah, what scares me a little bit is the 50-50 at the start, because if you look on the side of Foot Esports, the Primo is not going to do very well at all against the Otis, and luckily enough for him, he is going to be facing the Ashe for the time being. It is going to result in an early kill, but it did create some nice space for Foot in the meantime. my point was that there's a 50% chance that he ends up on the lane of the Otis, and he really doesn't want that. Whereas Ash, I mean, doesn't necessarily want to be against Supremo, but will have better chances against it. And if he's against the Max, well, then it's much better even still. So I feel like there's a little bit of a risk and randomness in that involved, and that's a conscious decision on the side of Foot Esports, a bet they're willing to take.
Well, it is going to be that strategy of OP and Drage really sticking together. Semantic is just holding W and running straight into their spawn. It's causing a lot of chaos. It's definitely not the way that A&R want to play, and it's putting them in a bit of a spot to have to make a few choices. Great pull there from Drage, and the support obviously there for that moment as well. As now Semantic with the speed just goes on a tear onto the knob and throws him over his shoulder, gets the pickup as well. Rama can't really do much at this moment in time, whilst everyone on the side of Foot is able to heal up. And if they keep rinsing this and repeating this on the side of Foot, it's going to work out really, really well. But it's these moments here when Semantic goes down, not pushes forwards, and that is going to cause a lot of pressure onto Drage and OPE.
Mebius does have his super now. If someone gets up close, Semantic doing just such a phenomenal job at following Nob around and making sure that he is the one that that faces him from his team, and always trying to be evasive. A beautiful pull there from Drade onto Mebius to jump in from Semantic as well. Rama in a lot of trouble, and Semantic will take him down. That's going to secure a countdown, but a temporary one as Semantic goes down with a couple of those gems. There's another gem that spawned, and Drage has another pull, so if anyone gets close enough, that's going to be a pull, but Rama is going to beam him down. Ope is able to find the tray. Knob should be falling to Semantic, and things do seem to be going exactly the way they wanted to on the side of Foot.
Well, it's down to OPE to keep the speed rolling in, which he does. Because Semantic going on the aggressive. They should be able to get this countdown secure, but there is 2 seconds of chance for maybe some Robert to be able to get the pinch, but it's not going to happen. That is a good start to a potential comeback here for Foot, but they've got to keep the pressure on, and they've obviously laid their cards out now. A&R have got a bit of an idea as to how they're looking to play this one, going very, very aggressive. They've got to be able to prepare themselves a bit better in this next game if they want to be able to try and secure this now and here. I didn't really feel like there was much chance for A&R to have much mid control, so they can try to turn that around this time. Might tip things a bit more into their favor. Semantic just gonna, just rush into their spawn, and look how quickly Rumble was to come back and help that time around. Semantic was able to buy a bit more time, I think, in the last game because they were a bit slow to the mark, but so far, is he gonna win this trade as well? He does!
That is quite phenomenal, to be honest. But they can't quite capitalize as much this time around, as the other lanes have not been nearly as dominant, and it does mean that gem-wise we are with a slight advantage in favor of A&R. The ego will be short-lasted as it does end up going down, and for now it does seem like Foot do just a little bit of a better job at holding down the mid. Not aggressive. Semantic is coming to kick him out of that position, and will do so successfully as Mebius is going to get pulled by Drage. A free kill there for Foot Esports, but not really one that results in a whole lot of control just yet.
Oh, great shield pull there from Nob to stay in the mix, and the robotic rats now just gonna keep pestering Drage in the pickup as well. Not the double kill as well. It's just Semantic who's taken care of in the top left, and now a great opportunity here for A&R to move on to a match point situation. Foot need the reset.
Rama using that ego wants to beam down Drage before he gets a super and potentially pull someone, and that is gonna be prevented very nicely right there as A&R lock in this game, and that means match point now in their hands. On the other hand, Foot Esports a game away from pushing things to a fifth and final set, so there's still good chances for both teams to take it, but I think the win condition here was just a couple of seconds where the Ash was not against the Primo, and that's a double kill onto Drage and Ope, and really not much they can do about it.
It has turned so quickly. Slight drop of the ball there from Foot, and A&R punished them for it. Nob going to push through this left-hand side and slightly make his advance towards OPE and Drage. Semantic coming back in. Robotic Rat's already there for Nob, and that break from Semantic might not be great there for Drage. He's going to be taking the role of the mid later on. It's going to keep him fully aware, fully visible to A&R for the entirety of this game now, so definitely going to be aware of those territorial changes. Good suppression there from OPE, gets super fist trouble as well, hands it over to Drage and starts to gain back a bit more dominance over this mid.
And Nob took a lot of damage there. The jump in does not quite connect, and Semantic will fall. Bit of misvalue there, gem-wise. For the esports side, it's just much more healthy. But A&R are building up some nice mid control. Semantic might go for super there again. Doesn't find a connection, and this is the moment where for the esports, they need to shine. Everyone has to play their A game, and so far, we're seeing some mistakes here and there that might put their chances of qualifying here for Japan just a little bit in danger. However, they do still have the gem lead. How long is that gonna last? That is the real question.
Big jumps there for Semantic, but it's these moments when he goes down which puts so much pressure onto OPE and Drage. And again, those bushes being so open there, just, you know, A&R know exactly where Foot are lying. Drage with the pull does connect it this time, as the miss pull previously to that didn't connect. Big takedown there for them. 8 gems in the pocket for 7 of A&R. They can push this one as Rama can't really do much about it, but another miss pull from Drage could prove costly here. 1 gem away from countdown, but they've got to make sure that they get this countdown into the next set. Semantic needs to get a kill here. He should get the burn down there as well, but can Nob and Rama make something happen now?
Yeah, they're in a tough 2-on-2. Nob incredibly low HP as well. He's trying to heal back up, but the countdown has started. Next gem will spawn in and on the side of A&R, so they can easily reset things from here. Still a lot of danger on both sides, but for the esports do have 2 supers at their disposal, and very valuable ones too. 3 now should be unfolding from here on, and some nice pickups here and there. Nob in a lot of trouble as well.
Wow.
Rama is gonna fall as well, and that should about settle it for Foot Esports to secure this set, unless Mabius can do something magical, but it doesn't seem like that is quite going to be the case for this set. Foot Esports bring it back, and we are going to set 5.
Incredible stuff. I mean, it makes you realize, doesn't it, that sometimes it's better just to ban Semantic on that primo than anything else. At the end of that, just going on a complete tear. Big risk, though, because ultimately he is feeding so much utility over to A&R with the playstyle. But it did pay off. Foot were able to recollect themselves and make that happen. Look at the amount of gems dropped, almost double that of Foot there from A&R, and very close though. Aside from that, let's be completely honest about it. Very tense situation there towards the end as well. Drage was doing exactly what he needed to do in that situation. Just sit in the bush, have your super to hand with the magic hand, and just try to allow A&R to make the mistake. But they didn't want to push the mid because of that very reason, and that's what allowed us Foot to have a bit more time with the healing paths to really kind of recongregate together and go back aggressively with the speed from OPE. Really, really great turnaround. It was a very, very crucial moment there that A&R forced upon Foot, but Foot were victorious enough to take this all the way.
Again, it is crazy enough to think that this is a matchup between the 2 teams that have the most to win and the most to lose today, and it is going to a 5th set. It's not going to be over for the loser of this one, as they will go down to the lower bracket, but it does mean they'll be facing either SK or Reply Totem, so that is quite a scary thought just on its own. That extra safety from locking in a spot into the grand finals would be so precious for both teams. So back and forth. First set A&R, second one Foot, third A&R, fourth Foot. 5th set, we'll have to find out who will take this one and move on to the grand finals, as Foot Esports ban out Max, Bonnie, and forgetting my brawler names for a second. Help me out, Ark.
Max, Bonnie, and Fang.
Bang,
The first pick having a
I got
tick,
it, I got it. And then Gene, Piper, and Nani on the side of A&R. Take it away.
Well, Foot are a team which have experimented a bit with Mandy, more than other teams have. I'm not sure how it has paid off for them in the past, though, to be completely honest. It might be on their cards, but I prefer the Brock personally. Gus going to come in for A&R alongside with the Bell, and that is always a pretty decent pairing. It can obviously apply the shield to whether they want to make that aggressiveness happen on the side lanes, but I'm still a bit on the fence with regards to Gus. Now, we've seen this from Foot before, and I really liked it last time around. It was a winning comp for them, the Byron and the Leon, and I was very, very on the fence about it previously when we saw it, but it did work. Pretty convincingly so. I feel like this is what Foot we're looking for. I believe last time we saw it, though, it was actually OP with the Max combined with it.
I think it was a Gene.
Yeah, actually could have been a Gene, yeah. The tick is obviously something which can apply a great deal of control, but it's probably going to be maybe on that Carl, and that's a really, really strong brawler for him as well. So I think it's a relatively even drop when you consider what both of these two teams bring to these brawlers.
Yeah, this is gonna be a super fun one as well. I mean, Leon is just such a fun brawler to watch. Byron just very recently back into the mix, and now as well like Carl on the side of A&R. There's a lot of potential on both sides, and I think it is gonna come down to who executes their plan the best, who adapts the best in this final set. So much on the line here for both teams. Let's see who's gonna make it to the grand finals. It's gonna be decided by this set, and obviously who says Carl says free blue star, and A&R will make sure to lock that blue star in already.
If memory serves, it's come last time previously, Drage got so many pulls with the Gene, so it's definitely going to be a question mark in my mind as to whether they can make this work as well without that particular Broad being banned out by A&R, of course. But the early control is there, and forcing back then Rama into the mid, back into their spawn side. Maybe this will be suppressed for a bit, but again, keep an eye on those flying hooks. They will be proving deadly. Big heals there from Semantic as well. OP needs to heal up just a little bit more as well before we can go on the aggressive here. And a tick head to Drage is definitely going to be helpful, especially if Mavis wants to go in for a deathly blow. Having that to hand is now going to be crucial for him, and if he does decide to use it, it's going to be at the right time.
A minute left on the clock, and still a kill-less game, as Drage does have that tick head, so if Mebius were to over-aggress, he would get punished rather quickly. Some good tags from Rama as well. He's been finding some nice connections, but has yet to use that super onto anyone. Doesn't want to use it max range, too risky. Snob is going in for the kill onto Ope, but can't quite get it, and Ope comes back immediately with his super, and is trying to catch them off guard with a different angle, a different position, just not quite able to find a whole lot of value just yet. But everyone is cramped up on the side of A&R. Their position is very limited. Mebius pushing forward. That is going to be a good connection there onto Mebius as well, and he does get to live for a little bit longer. Until he doesn't, he's going to fall. Drage in a tricky position, but the heals from Semantic are absolutely on point. Mebius pops super as well. Is that going to be enough? Drage falls. The lead is going to be turned around as Not finds yet another kill as well, and A&R are going to be the first team to get to match point.
What a turnaround. Huge, honestly. That blue star plays such a crucial role there, and it was Foot that stole it originally from A&R, and then A&R just managed to steal it back, and there wasn't enough bodies to be able to protect Drage in that retreat. And I just kind of wondered towards the end with the Semantic might have been able to get a couple of shots off. I'm not sure, he kind of decided that the game was already over and not able to do much about it, so we'll have to see it back. But nonetheless, what a moment for A&R, and that's going to be a bitter way to enter this next game for Foot.
Certainly so. After bringing things back to a fifth and final, there's A&R in the driver's seat again. With Esports, we're able to find off a match point earlier. They need to find off two this time around. Rama is low HP, forced to fall back all the way back to his spawn. And I think our observer should be plugging in his charger real quick, as we are back into the action now, and we missed out on a couple kills, but it is A&R leading by 5.
Big stuff there from A&R. I thought that, to be honest, Foot had a pretty convincing push coming in, but cards came crumbling down. A lot of nest eggs here as well that have got to be cautiously approached there. OPE does manage to find one of them at just the wrong time. Tickhead going to come in as well. The shield will come. At the moment, Nob is very, very low on that top left-hand side. I'm not sure whether he's going to go down, but at the moment, it's very, very close. We're going to come back to us for a minute. I think the feed may have just frozen out there. Be able to find out exactly what's going on in just a moment, but really, really close game at the moment. And we're probably going to I imagine, miss just the end of it, but we'll find out shortly as to what's going on the observer side to find out who's going to be coming out on top. Hopefully, it's going to be a tight set.
Yeah, I'm loading up my game because I can't wait. I can't wait. I need to see what's happening, as you guys do as well. Try to keep you guys up to date as we go. But yeah, this is a rough moment for things to break, because it's so much on the line for both teams. But it's not going to be affecting the way they play whatsoever. So it will still be highly competitive on their end. But yeah, it's unfortunate that we don't get to quite see it for ourselves just yet. Hopefully, they manage to fix the issue and we get straight back into the action. production, or actually there's 5 seconds left, and I'll tell you real quick what's happening. It's A&R. They close it out, I believe. Yeah, A&R closed it out. We'll see if it is confirmed by production in a little bit, but just from loading up my game on my Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4, by the way, it does seem like A&R may have just taken this one.
Wow, if that is to be the case as well, we'll check with the admin team, but that would be huge for them. They'll obviously be able to stay in that upper bracket stage, and then that will ultimately force down. Yeah, and it is A&R are the match winners. They will remain in the upper bracket, and Foot just ever so slightly now on a balancing on a knife's edge. They'll be down to that lower bracket to play the winner of SK Gaming and Reply Totem, which is where we'll be going on next today.
Wow. I mean, A&R, they've been looking really strong all around, but this was quite a phenomenal performance here against Foot as well. Foot not out, by the way. They are going to the lower bracket, so they still have an extra life to make sure that they are still eligible for the all-paid expenses trip to Tokyo for the Snapdragon Masters. However, they just have a little bit less of a safety net now, and it does mean that they will be facing the winners of Reply Totem versus SK Gaming, and I mean, whoever wins that one is going to be a tough opponent for sure. So scary prospects here for Foot Esports, close to the finish line, but they will have another battle that they need to go through if they want to have a chance at revenge in the grand finals against A&R.
Big stats, isn't it? Realistically there, but it was very close. You can't deny it. I mean, A&R were just able to hold themselves so strong, so firmly within the spawn side. It's not an easy thing to do, is it, on Shooting Star? Not at all. Just those 4-star differential between Foot there on the left with 12 and A&R with 16. Just a couple more. Got to be feeling so confident now. They are within such a small arm's reach now of getting that all expenses paid trip to Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, this is looking really good for A&R today. And I mean, you know, we talked win factors and win conditions here for A&R, and I think Mebius had a phenomenal performance, but the entire roster did as well. And surprisingly enough, it's an interesting fact, if some of you guys may have picked it up as well. We were praising about Mebius's Lola yesterday, and today I think both his teammates ended up playing it. Rama in Gem Grab and Nob played it on Dueling Beetles. So it means that all 3 players are happy to play it depending on the conditions. It's always something that I think is quite interesting to see the versatility of each player's brawler pool, because ultimately that means that, you know, there's more possibilities and more opportunities to outdraft your opponents, because every single one of your players has just a little bit of a wider brawler pool available to them.
Well, big stuff. We'll surely get in Trav to get his thoughts on that and that outcome. But what an incredible start to the day. Great stuff. A&R looking victorious. Trav, great to have you back. How did you find that one?
I mean, not to laugh at you guys, but I did manage to pull it up on my phone just in time as well, and I got a little bit of a sneak peek at the end. And it was a very, very close ending. I'm sure Teddy will back me up on that one. Foot Esports got a kill in the last 5 seconds, and then it was flipped. They couldn't retreat far enough back. So a really incredible game from A&R. And honestly, after that long fought battle, it was thoroughly deserved. But yet again, to you guys, we do apologize for not being able to get those games up for you guys in one of the crucial moments. It definitely is quite sad to see. But at the end of the day, A&R thoroughly deserved it, right, Ark?
Yeah, I felt like they were the stronger of the teams. They just seemed to have an answer, didn't they, for what we're trying to bring to the table. And again, it's a tough thing because both of those 2 teams play very much similar ideas. They love their Maxes, they love their Surges, they love a lot of the same kind of play styles as well. So it was always going to be a close one, in my opinion. I'm glad it went to the 5th and final set in that respect as well. But it does put A&R now in a commanding position, and I've got some catching up to do.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, Foot, don't forget, they only have to win another game to get back up against them once more, and it's going to be against either SK Gaming or Applied Totem, so it's going to be a tough one in that lower bracket. But before we get into any more of that, and yes, we do still have another 3 games today to see who's going to be going to DreamHack in Tokyo. Before we get into any of that, we do have to give a massive shout out to DHL for sponsoring this competition and allowing us to put this production on, allowing you guys to see these games and kind of getting forward, and also providing us with the help to be able to send one of these teams yet along with SK Gaming and Reply Totem to that DreamHack Tokyo. With all that said and done, we do still have 3 more games left. Before we get to those, we do have to throw to a quick, short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, on my sound of a beat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting calm out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
You got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't this make you wanna go and start a fight? Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor? Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. Tripping out with my crib. Me and my people get broke while we don't like following rules. Swerve crew, standing on couches and tying our shoes. Bands laced up, and when they be drumming, you know we gon' do what we do. Turn up, turn up, turn up, turn up. And we gon' keep going until we start singing the sun come up. And I'ma keep drinking whatever they keep putting up in my cup. And please tell me if I am tripping, but I think I can send my cup on the top of a butt. We don't ever do a lot of sleeping, partying all night and every weekend. Tearing up everything that we geek. The party loving, you know we the reason. 2 cups, drinking, impaired, thinking that your couch is semen. So we jump high, cause I'm beaming. I just wanna see you put your hands up to the ceiling. If you see a hater, tell them get up out they feelings. Tonight I wanna party, put my feet all in the couch. Please don't make me come and snap the taste up out your mouth. If you got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't this make you wanna go and start a fight? Don't it make you wanna dance and hit the floor? Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. Came in the club looking for a good time and a drink.
travel out for the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving my road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to laugh you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy, cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking a crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better beef up that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I
I don't need you to delay my shine. You know you can't rush no greatness. Sit back and watch while I take my time. Whole arena go crazy, look like I'm Hercules in my prime. You follow me, dog, and I make it. I pump too much iron in my grind. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime. I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy. You make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience. I think it's time. The man of the year, I showed it right. I waited all my life and now it's showtime.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah, I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Few will rise and many shall fall, but a real conqueror will stand tall amongst them all. Put your lighters up, represent it where you're from. If you're a child of Zion, marching forward till thy kingdom come. Two are the old and the youngster. If nobody can put you under, stand up then if he's a fighter. Show them you're ready to conquer. Make them know that you're a conqueror.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, yeah, we can dance too. Yeah, we be tick-tocking, body rocking. Check my clock, we ain't stopping till the sun comes up, till the sun comes up. Hey, 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 hey. High class, up in stacks. We be changing systems, we be Gen Z flash. High class, face with masks. We be changing systems, we got Gen Z cash. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Taking my time, up in them clouds, rocking them shades, we rollin'. Look at them moves, look at us too. Hey, 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 hey.
raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 work. Put in work. Work, okay. Work, work today. Work, work today. Work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Ha, I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do.
bang, bang, bang. 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 Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang. Bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. 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 Bang, bang.
I'm a different berry on the plate. They've been slipping on me in the late. Got a juice to communicate. Small in size, heavy in weight. I'm not a bitch, I'm a daughter of king. No compromise, cause I know what I bring. I stand for love like a sun on a ring. Shining bright when I rap, when I sing. Black gem, high refractive index. Reflecting light, that's a princess business. My fate is strong, standards are high. My crown so big, I'ma blast a lot. They don't know, no, no. What I do. They don't know. You a crew. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, you a 100%. Match 100%, for sure 100%. Proud 100%, I do 100%. Мы из Украины, братьям привет. Мы из Украины, сестрам привет. Воля, сила, це наш спірит. Ми без обмежень, sky is the limit. Були білі, мили, жовто-сині кольоро. Ми це рили, хвиля, сила, наше слово, то є флоу. А над нами тільки Бог, лише з ним ми до перемог. Інший світ то є фрод. Богу слава, лише аплоз. Благословіння, мій word. Наші люди, наш support. Squad game with the Lord, most high word. Match 100.
say sugar daddy, no that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens. Cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 wild. And put in work. Work, 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 put in work, work, okay, work, work, today, work, work, today, work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
Ha, I'm a punk chick, and I make you wanna ride around town with my own clique. I'm a bad girl, and I make you wanna see you in the club when I'm getting lit. What's your number? I'ma call you. Brand new whip, I'm a baller. Got my own money, I don't need you. I'm out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do. I run this, and I'm gonna do it harder. You ain't my sugar daddy, I don't need no father. Figure it out, that's what we do. Riding around town with my whole crew. Yeah, see me in the club, getting tipsy. Never gonna kiss me. Hell no, a drink will convince me. Got my own money, I don't need you. Out here with my girls, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we do. That's how we do. Yeah, with my new clip. That's how we do. 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 How do you do? You can't do it like us, 'cause that's how we do.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. bang, bang, bang. 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 Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one that bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang. Bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. And thank you for bearing with us, guys. In the chat, I know you've been vibing out to a lot of the music whilst we've been down. Hopefully, we've now ironed out some of those technical hitches for you guys as we get back into some of the matches for today. Back, of course, with Trav and Teddy, ready to go in, see how SK versus Reply Totem is going to go down. Teddy, going to pick your brain straight off the bat. This is a matchup that we saw a great deal last year. Where's your mind at this year?
Well, we saw it yesterday as well, but it did that role sub in for Joker, which is not quite the ideal conditions for Reply Totem to compete, as they did end up losing that match quite convincingly as well. So I'm hoping for Joker, to be back in the field and to deliver the performances that we expect from him and the rest of the squad. So I'm really excited to see how this match actually unfolds.
Well, we're going to revise ourselves in the bracket in just a moment, but first, a few shout-outs, of course. First and foremost for Monster Energy, because, again, it's going to be a long day today, and we got to keep ourselves replenished. I've actually got mine here. It's one that I think we all know and love from the studio down in Katowice, the mango. I mean, it's definitely keeping me revitalized, and especially because, yeah, we had a bit of downtime today, of course. And as well to Snapdragon Elite Gaming. It has been, again, a wonderful season of 2.5 times over now. Trav, and without them, we would not be able to put on a production like this.
Definitely not. I mean, it's always great to have them backing us up and supporting not only Brawl Stars, but mobile esports in general at a time where we do need to kind of make this push for mobile esports. They're always here supporting us.
Absolutely so. Well, let's take a quick look at the bracket to revitalize again as to how today has gone down and where we are currently at. Because if you were here previously, we just witnessed A&R versus Foot Esports in that upper bracket stage, and it was a very, very close affair. But A&R were just able to suffice long enough to secure themselves in to today's grand final. So let's move our eyes down to the lower bracket region then. Well, next up, we have SK Gaming versus Reply Totem. In that lower bracket, of course, based upon yesterday's turnout, and SK was struggling, and also Reply Totem to really land the mark when it came to gaining those games. So the winner of that matchup will go on to face now Foot Esports in the lower bracket finals. So Foot have got themselves just that last remaining life, and if they lose that match, then obviously it'll be A&R who will be locking themselves in. That's all expenses paid trip to Tokyo, Japan. Let's move along and take a look at some of the rosters for our next matchup, just to remind ourselves at home as to anyone that you might be missing out there. Teddy, take it away for SK Gaming.
Well, SK Gaming, that's big and familiar names. VGX, iKills, both remaining from last year, and so successful was an SK team last year as well, as Yoshi will be joining in now since Semantic recently departed to leave for Foot Esports. It is an all-Spanish roster at last for SK Gaming, bringing the top talent from that country all together, and they've had some struggles for this early part of the year, not qualifying for either monthly finals, and so far not doing fantastically either in the season 2.5, but they're hoping to change that today.
Yeah, definitely so. And let's take a look now at the Reply Totem roster as well. And it'd be great to see as well this matchup. We saw it a bit briefly yesterday with role playing, of course. Today, Joker is surely going to be back in the work. So Joker Mari and Maru, of course, role their coach for this year. Reply Totem and Trav are a really, really fierce force to contend with.
Yeah, and now with the full power of the roster back and not obviously having Roland, it should be a little bit more of a fight back from them, Joker, Moru, and Mari. Going to be really, really solid team overall. And I mean, we've seen some great stuff from them this year. Their yesterday performance, even with role playing at the end, the couple before were a little bit underwhelming in my eyes as well. They lost to both FUT Esports and ANR, who we did just see play slightly beforehand, and obviously both of them capable rosters. But you've got to question if Reply to them have maybe just fallen off that a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a question mark, for sure. There's definitely less, it's fair to say, for them to be fighting for. They've already locked themselves in for Japan and Tokyo for DreamHack as well as SK Gaming. So there is that to bear in mind. It's down to really FUT and ANR to land the mark today to be able to gain that trip access for themselves. So in that respect, I think it's fair to say they'll still be looking to make a mark. Of course, many other teams across the regions have been looking to see how they're going to fare and what kind of competition they will bring at Masters, but the bans are in. Super Beach for Brawl Ball is our first match and map. Then moving on to Ring of Fire for Hot Zone. Knockout Bells Rock will be our third sets. Fourth and fifth will be Crystal Arcade for Gem Grab. Safe Zone for Heist. And the bans are Barley, Carl, and Janet on the side of Reply Totem, Janet, Penny, and Pogo, with the first draft coming in for SK Gaming of Stu Trap.
Yeah, I mean, the Stu coming in early on, you've got to have that mobility, and obviously it has the possibility of breaking some walls, and, along these side, it can be quite valuable, especially when throwers are brought in, and they showed us yesterday themselves, SK Gaming, the Dynamite can be quite a fearsome opponent on this map. Ruff's going to be coming in as a return pick. Obviously, it's going to be quite good when those sandbags are still available, if nothing else is kind of brought in to counter them. B to go alongside that, and Reply Totem, they've kind of set themselves up for quite a lot of success here. I think B in that mid, very, very solid, if not the best mid kind of left in the works, and then Ruff's obviously to the side of that as well. And as I said, with those sandbags, it can do well against Stu, but now SK have kind of got to take a bit of a pick down one of the sides that's solid against that. With Penny out of the way, it does kind of lessen their options, Teddy.
Yeah, I think that part of the reason we see the Ruffs as well is the fact that Janet is banned, because it is one of those maps where you do see Janet a decent amount, and obviously the AoE damage is a problem for those sandbags. Just having a brawler that has a good amount of AoE damage might be enough to just not rock that gadget in the first place and go for the other one instead. We'll see Otis as the follow-up pick now from SK Gaming. They have one more now to add up to their roster before Totem go for their final pick. And I do think that maybe they'll go for some zone damage to easily dispatch of the sandbags, and even the Honey Molasses not giving that ability to tank for it. But there aren't as many options available because Cole is also banned out by their own liking, and they'll go max instead to bring that max energy and that max speed to their ranks.
Third and final here for Reply Totem to join the Ruffs and the B, which I already think is a pretty good pairing. Definitely got the eyes in the long game, and the overtime will be, I imagine, one that will favor them a little bit. The max speed, though, will be something to consider. Now Spike, the final brawler, to add to the arsenal, and I do really love this pick, and I always kind of remember it. I always vouch for it. I think it's very much a safe pair of hands in any given situation, but definitely is now in Brawl Ball, especially a very, very high contender. Often forgotten just simply because it's not one that really shines or stands out massively so in terms of the meta, but it's always been in a good spot in terms of the meta here, Trav. And I feel like SK have got a much more aggressive comp, but Reply Totem, as we saw yesterday, really have got a lot of team synergy and combinations that we've just kind of seen more often than not being able to out-comp even some of these very strong aggressive ideas.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen SK say that they're going to try and pivot to a more aggressive style this year, and it seems like they're actually doing just that, other than the kind of previous defensive, which it seems that Totem have kind of pivoted to now, as Spike down this left-hand side getting hit pretty hard. Fat Splatter plays down onto him as well, and as always, Maru just holding his lane. He should be able to with this Ruffs against the Stu, and Joker just waiting for this perfect 3k opportunity.
Yeah, not the most possibilities for bounces here for Maru, so he does push a bit more aggressively to connect some shots into that chaos, and follow-ups are going to be quite nice. Walls opened up, which is an interesting decision. It makes sense because you have a B on your team, but it's not the most often that you open up your own walls on your side of the map in Brawl Ball. Let's see how that will pan out in the later stages of this game. There's another Honey Molasses is going to be placed down and forces anyone away from that position, as they simply do not have a whole lot of utility to deal with it in the first place. Akios maybe might have a break, but actually I even missed it myself. Joker somehow finding a bit of an awkward timing there to get that early cheeky goal.
I mean, that was just painful to watch. He kind of just dashed away and didn't even see it at all. And I know you didn't as well, but it's the mistakes like that that players can't be making. Mute comes down on the left-hand side. Mori not going to be able to shoot for a while, but does survive it out just a little bit longer. Slow coming down as well, and Chaos trying to aggress, but Maru just staying still and not really having to move too much with the assistance of Joker. They haven't got control of the ball, but they've got control of the map at the moment. Pushing up now, the ball's going to be in hands. Super available for Mori as well, and that's going to be dangerous in this goal mouth, especially with this Honey Molasses down as well. The amount of slowing possibility is just ridiculous for Totem right now.
Yeah, he's going to be using that onto Yashi, which is able to phase shift away, but some nice connections from Maru to follow up. Will still claim the kill. Maru does fall. It's a 2-on-2, and Maru, IKEOS rather, yeah, he has an angle as well. It seems like Reply Totem get a taste of their own medicine as SK scores back. Yeah,
well, Chaos made the mistake to start with, and now he's kind of made that reparation after it. Super coming down from Mori, and still phase shift is left in the hands for Yoshi. Still got a breakthrough as well for IKEOS in hand as well, and really not going to be too useful at the moment, unless someone comes a little bit close to him and he can get some good value out of it. Yoshi, you have to use that phase shifter now to move out the way of this Mori shot. No curveball on him either, so it's not going to be as useful in overtime, but dashes from IKEOS puts him in a position where he's going to be pinched down. Mario now finding some bounces, but no connections. Mute going to be hit, and Mori's down. It's just Chaos trying to maneuver around this map, and the ball's passed backwards. How does that even happen? Mistakes galore happening in this game, and it might cost SK.
Yeah, this is actually not looking all bad for SK to charge shot. Maru still catches it just in the nick of time. Supply drop to deny Yashi from picking the ball immediately and getting the timing right again. And that is going to be just about enough to deflate that push, as Reply Totem are looking for mid control now. And it's the Beast time to shine in this open map. Still fairly close, but Yashi in a 1v3 shouldn't be able to stop this one. And somehow Maru just ever so barely managed to slip it in the net. And that was a very narrow timing, but one that Totem were able to seize and therefore also pick up the first game with it.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes there, though. Let's see if both of these teams are able to iron them out in the second, and whether or not SK will be able to make these reparations and take the win, as it did seem like that little mistake in overtime there, passing the ball backwards, did cost them quite heavily. Mori's going to get the early pickup and push forward towards Yoshi now, where some big hits come down, fertilize on top of him as well, and it's a team wipe. Surely got to be a goal here. The walk-in should be a possibility, but he shoots it anyway. That confident, and it's key. Yeah, you're not going to be able to stop the ball in an early lead for Reply Totem.
So far, the first set is a rough one for SK Gaming, as Reply Totem taking the lead early in both games. Not incredibly early, but still basically forcing SK to come towards them after that. And their defense has been solid on the side of Reply Totem. Let's see if they can do something with this position. Beautiful tap from Joker. Huge one as well. That max speed could have been quite problematic. It's going to be Palp. Anyway, then IKEOS was a lovely pickup on the right side. Trying to find some more value, but not able to do that just yet, as the slow from Joker will connect. But IKEOS does have his super, so he could just dash away in case there was that supercharged shot. It did not connect either way, so it doesn't matter too much ultimately. And SK Gaming was 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. Are going to be looking to slowly but surely get a push going and try to even things out.
Yeah, well, we've still got a couple of gadgets left on the side of Reply Totem. Nona on the side of Guille over there on the left-hand side. Mori going to be able to use these life plants to his advantage, but Chaos coming up this left-hand side now, looking for the pinch onto Maru. That super going to be straight onto a life plant from Mori there. Nice, but he had this breakthrough. He's going to break down this right-hand side wall. Joker looking for the save, finds it, but there's nobody else there to help him out. SK even up once again, making it 1-1.
SK Gaming in both games, able to bring it back, but in game one they weren't quite able to seal the deal, as Maru was a beautiful slow there onto Guille. He's not quite able to get the pick up, but eventually his super will, and Joker should be able to slot this one in as he goes for the shot. A little bit of an awkward interaction. Even himself seems to have expected him to go down, but he didn't quite on that first shot. Reply Totem will be taking this opening set with a 2-0 scoreline. A 6-goal set here in only 2 games is quite interesting, but Reply Totem able to bring it all the way anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that is honestly some great plays from Joker at the end, but it did seem like SK definitely should have had that first game in the pocket early on. and even in overtime as well. But damage on the side of Reply Totem, heals go towards SK. And honestly, I think Reply Totem did seem to have more control of the map for the majority of it, and the B and mid was making some really solid plays. And definitely towards the end there, Joker really making that push through the mid with that B, passing the ball off the wall, just feeling so composed, and you could see it whilst he was playing as well. And yeah, even with that composure, there was a little bit of a stumble passing back and forward with him and Yoshi, but in the end, Reply Totem managed to take that win and the set along with it.
Yeah, it was a bit of a messy set, and as you pointed out earlier, a lot of mistakes on both sides, which result in a great deal of the goals we actually got to see, especially in that first game. I feel like game 2 did improve on it on both sides just a little bit, but still a lot of mistakes to iron out, especially if they want to stay in this competition. This is the lower bracket, so whoever loses this match is going to be out for the season 2.5, and so far Reply Totem just slightly out-edging them in this opening set.
Yeah, I mean, it was really incredible. And also that shot as well that we saw from Mori, where he didn't know if he had the opening, but it was just, yeah, he was expecting a walk in and didn't see that right-hand side little bit open up, and it was a 50-50, and he couldn't quite grab the ball. Ring of Fire going to be a map up next on Hot Zone. SK Gaming going to be banning out the Lu. I like it. I never like to see Lu in these kind of maps. Bell and Penny going to be the bans from SK Gaming. Reply Totem going to get rid of the Stu. Obviously didn't really like playing against it in the previous one and don't like it on Ring of Fire either. Penny going to be double banned and Ruff's going to be their last ban as well. And although it worked pretty well from that first, clearly don't want to see him reaching for it again.
Yeah, with the bans coming in here, we'll see a Lola as a first pick for SK. I still wouldn't be too surprised to maybe see a Meg show up. It is countered quite nicely by Lola, especially when you don't have your mech just yet. It can struggle quite dramatically against Lola. But I feel like Reply Totem, they do have the confidence to perhaps still bring it into the mix despite that. There's no Bell available either, as it is banned out to potentially try to deal with that Lola pick. Penny also an obvious counter that is out of the mix, and they'll go Max for the first pick, which is a different way of approaching things for sure. Sometimes will be paired with something along the lines of a Poco or a Pam to try to quickly reset and get back into the action. Or perhaps they'll have other ideas in mind. We've seen quite a large brawler pool come up on Ring of Fire in the latest times, and it is going to be the Meg indeed that will be brought anyways. Despite it not having the most fantastic matchup against Lola, it's still, you can still make it work if you play it right.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, I think it's something that Reply Totem usually reach towards as well. And if you pair that with a Max and get the positioning right, the speed forward, the swing that Meg has is really solid. Able to pierce through, obviously, as well, that ego and the freeze frame along with it. So I think it's a solid pick, especially along with the Max, but it's definitely going to be a very mid-centric composition by the looks of things from Reply Totem so far. Max doesn't really want to be playing those lanes too much unless they've got full-on control, and obviously it wants to provide speed to its teammates as well, which is why that Meg's kind of going to be there. See that Otis in return also from SK Gaming. Going to be great for muting out these players, and kind of the fat splatter down the mid instantly as well gives some nice control early on.
Yeah, I do like it. It does struggle just a little bit in range, and it doesn't quite have the same amount of utility, in my opinion, to close that down, whereas the Lola Ego can tank, and obviously the ton of HP that Meg brings in enables it to, you know, make up for that. And they'll be actually the ones picking the Poco instead. So, interesting combination for sure. You don't all very often see this come from SK being brought into Ring of Fire. Poco is in a bit of an interesting place too. It did feel like he might be really strong, but with some nerfs here and there, it has been struggling to really find its place in the meta, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how SK will play that one out, as the final pick from Reply Totem is going to be the Carl. Again, a brawler that we do see quite often on Ring of Fire, not necessarily as much of a staple of this map as it once was, but it can bring in some great value. We'll be able to quickly dispatch of a Lola Ego and make sure she can't just sit behind and tank from it. And obviously the spinning can be quite scary as well. The mute doesn't shut it down, so once you started spinning, you are going to be a huge threat for pretty much every single brawler on the board. So I do like this draft from Reply Totem just a little bit more personally, but I really want to see how this Poco is going to be playing out.
Yeah, well, Chaos now just pushing down this mid, and Totem already with the control. Yoshi trying to make the push forward zone. Mech already there, especially with Mori pinching around this side. It's going to be a difficult position for SK to be, and he's got such good control of that side now as well. Joker looking for this last stand swing, and he finds it onto Yoshi as well, bringing him down there. Back to square one, but he's already healthy in terms of the amount of as healthy as a Mech can be, bear in mind. Spin comes in, Guille chooses not to use the super. Very confident in himself to stay alive there, and it shouldn't be too far from another Mech, and does actually get it now. With Maru pinching this side, shouldn't be too long before they regain control again.
Is SK Gaming in the mid. The flank from Maru doesn't quite pay off as he ends up going down. Final gadget popped by Guille now as well, and Joker leaving his mech in a bit of an awkward position there, which means that he easily gets eliminated. Only the Max left alive for Reply Totem, and max speed will be pumped onto Joker. How much value can they find though, as the ego is there now to tank, but Murray is making sure that that doesn't quite go as planned for SK. SK was a narrow lead. Murray's gonna be spinning to his demise, it seems like, and Reply Totem are back in the zone. There is 2 supers available for SK Gaming to try to turn the situation around, and so far they're finding some good value with it.
Yeah, we did see that mark being missed there, or should I say the mute. Maru with this nice little pinch here. Doesn't want to overextend as much as he did last time. Just get these pinching shots in and it'll work. There you go. Reply Totem, they have the control, they have the mech as well now, and Maru got some phenomenal position, got the speed, and honestly, might even be worth just using it alone considering how well his teammates are doing without him. Gonna come back to his team and assist Joker a little bit there, providing the speed and allowing him to stay up that little bit longer. Getting up to that 90% mark now. This might be too far for SK to bring back. They've been looking very good throughout, but they just can't have the control when they don't have the damage, and Maru pinching there. Really, really nice. Reply Totem go yet another game up.
Yeah, the game was incredibly close, and SK looking better, to be honest, for the majority of that, the first half. I mean, it was very narrow, but it did feel like they might be the ones to take it all the way. However, Reply Totem had other plans in mind, and I think between the positioning of Maru on that right side and Joker on the Meg in the mid, they were just overwhelmed and couldn't quite deal with them. Even when the Lola ego would be placed down, the Carl would make sure to quickly take care of that. So very well done by Reply Totem for this first game of Hot Zone, and SK better have a strong answer prepared.
Doesn't seem like the answer's that strong as Mori picks up that left-hand side already. Doesn't get followed up on either by Gator. Should be healing pretty soon. Joker just looking for the super. Does find it, but falls low a long way. And he might go down to this ego here. It does find the kill. Speed available as well. Might be better off for Maru to just save this one out and wait for this mech to come back up, which he is doing nicely. Mori not finding the desired shots around that left-hand side pinching, but it's a good position to be in, especially when we've got the speed, we've got the mech, and Maru's going to pinch the right-hand side now. Mori going to get muted, and the heal comes in as well. Great stuff from SK Gaming to answer back against Reply Totem, but a few follow-up shots should have Joker not too far off another.
Yeah, Joker will end up going down, and this means that SK can overextend in the mid, make sure that they get as many percentages as they can, capitalize more than last time. The mute is perfect there from Yashi as well, making sure that Murray can't quite use his super in that position as he popped it just about in time. Joker very low as well, and Yashi will be the one winning that lane. Still very close, but SK, there's a very small lead. Let's see if they can keep it up like that, as it's only 4% now separating both teams, and Reply Totem were able to catch up by staying in the mid just a little bit longer in the last couple seconds. Maru was a big kill there onto Gia. That's going to be less heals available now for SK Gaming, and even though they have a little bit of a lead, Akils is very low HP, so if Reply Totem play this well, they could try to turn things around. So far, it just doesn't quite seem to be going their way.
Yeah, it looked like Joker got taken down whilst trying to get into that mech form, and now might be too late for him to get it and make an impact. It is 100% secured by SK Gaming, and they take this second game, and now it's pretty much the decisive moment in the match. Reply Totem are going to go 2 up, or SK Gaming are going to strike back once again and bring this back to a 1-1, and we know how much they want to make a mark in this competition because they need to prove themselves at this point, and this is the game to do it.
Absolutely so. It's been a tough season for SK Gaming so far in 2023, and they have yet to really get the ball rolling. They did beat Reply Totem yesterday, but again, playing with their coach doesn't quite seem like the most fair setting. This is their chance to even things out in a more proper match, as Mari is there for a deep flank. Yoshi did survive his encounter on the left lane with 76 HP, and he's able to get the healing quite nicely. Mari was a big pickup, might even find a follow-up, and he'll do just that. Yoshi does connect the mute, but Joker will be there to shut him down, and at last Reply Totem are back in the mid.
Yeah, I mean, that is really flawless from Mori, but after all that, SK just still walks straight back on and claim this mid once more. Joker just doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have the HP to get him off at the moment. Mori gonna have to spin away at the moment, just try to avoid this fast splatter, but actually goes back onto it a little bit more and takes a little bit more damage. Maru trying to get the pinch now, as his pinches actually managed to get them in the positions to win the other games. Chaos actually not gonna be able to take down the mech before it comes out. Yoshi gonna find the mute though, and Mori can't get the kill. Then just not able to connect these finishing blows, and SK are walking away with it.
Yeah, the Otis pick providing a lot of value. The Lola as well, just so much more impactful than in the previous game. And Mari hasn't let himself heal up, which means that his super has been just stayed in his pocket for the entirety of the second half of this game. SK Gaming striking back and evening things out one set each.
Well, I mean, that's good for SK Gaming, because that would have pretty much been match over. They'd have had to reverse sweep Reply Totem, and we know that's a tough feat, so it's a good job they did manage to secure this set. And the first one, it looked a little bit sketchy. It was a good fight between the two teams, and probably actually the closest of them all, whereas SK Gaming in the second dude seemed to knuckle down that little bit more, have the grasp of the mid, and know when to target certain brawlers, when not to. And they also kind of just left the Carl in the back of the spawn, and only really made one play. And that's good, considering they really didn't do too much to defend it. Kills go inside of SK Gaming. Damage just a little bit, around about 8,000 damage in the hands of Reply Totem, but SK Gaming going to get a lot more heals thanks to that Poco.
Yeah, the Poco heals being very impactful. And for me, the difference maker between the first and the second and third games were really the value that they were able to seize from the Lola on the side of SK Gaming, just finding so much more value, able to tank much better with the ego and getting way more consistent beams. But all across, the team effort was really felt on the side of SK Gaming. I think Yoshi had quite a good Otis game as well in games 2 and 3, and particularly in game 3, just able to consistently shut down any aggressive ideas from Reply Totem, prevent the Meg from swiping or the Carl from spinning, and just overall providing so much for his team.
Yeah, it was just really, really nice. A few highlights on your screen now, and I mean, Guille was such a good support, and you know, they always had this kind of thorn in their side. It was either Maru or Mori going aggressive down this lane, and a lot of the time they just ignored it. You see here, they just ignore it, focus down that mid. Joker doesn't have the damage when he's not in this mech form, and when he does, it seemed like the Lola was handling really well, and there was a few moments as well where he did go down whilst trying to get into the mech form from the normal form, and he just wasted his super incomplete certainty, and then just went down as well, and it just did not play out well for Reply Totem at all in those second two games. Bell's Rock on Knockout is going to be the next map and mode up. SK Gaming getting rid of the Bonnie, the Brock, and the Piper. Don't want to know that was sharpshooters in there, but Reply Totem, they're going to cover the speed and those sharpshooters, getting rid of the Mandy and the Piper and the Max. Bell going to be the first pick, and pretty much one of the only remaining long-range brawls left.
Well, B, I guess, is still in the equation, but it's not what SK will be going for just yet, as their first pick is going to be Tick. Which, I mean, I don't mind. It's pretty good on Bell's Rock, and there are other alternatives throw-wise that Totem could go for as a respawn later on, thinking Grom and Sprout in particular. But on the side of SK Gaming, we'll have to see what they actually want for Brawler to potentially face that Bell in particular. As you mentioned, there's not a whole ton of options available at this point. They will go for the B indeed, but I do prefer the Bell over it, just because, you know, it's a little bit easier, in my opinion, to connect those shots and find some value, especially when it comes to a one-on-one sharpshooter duel. But B does have the extra advantage of having the team covered just a little bit more when it comes to over-aggression, whether it's with the gadget or if you decide to go against some tanks. It can be quite nice to just have that extra pure raw damage to shut those ideas down.
Yeah, well, to be honest, you know, I like the Sam, but the B's surely just going to deal with it quite nicely. Going to have that aggression, obviously, though, and can go towards the Tick. And as always, if you pick your matchups right, you're going to be doing pretty well. But this last pick from SK Gaming definitely needs to be something that can deal with that Sam pretty well. They've gone with the Otis as well, obviously, because you expect the last pick to be a tank or something along those lines to try and deal with the Sam. We've seen Semantic pulling out Primo on quite a few maps recently, but I'm not sure how that would fare against the rest of them. So Mute pretty much going to be getting rid of those kind of options, but they just need a big damage dealer. And honestly, I'm not really sure who's left. We'll get that pick in just a moment and you'll be able to find out, but it's going to be Gale. It's going to be Gale, and it's been gone for a while. I'm not sure how it's going to really play out, regardless of how well it used to counter tanks, those twisters, those knockbacks and stuff. It's becoming increasingly hard to actually get those knockbacks now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he just doesn't charge his super as quickly, can't cycle as quickly either. And I feel like Sam is going to be difficult still to apply for Reply Totem because it is facing both the Gale and the Bee, which are pretty strong counters to it. But as you mentioned, Gale is not a brawler we've been seeing a whole lot recently. However, I feel like just looking at the comp, I'd be siding with SK. I feel like their ideas counter Reply Totems better. But we've seen in the past that the execution is so valuable as well, and Joker is going to be the one on the Sam. He does take a lot of damage, but he's able to heal back up really nicely with his star power.
Yeah, and Guy has already got that super as well, so has that defensive measure against Joker, but at the moment, he's just making these moves and pretty much pushing them back into spawn indirectly on the other lanes as well as his. Yoshi gets that knockback now as well, and this is a dangerous position for Totem to be in now. We see this head coming in, a few shots coming back, the stun comes in nicely, actually not even the stun, just a knockback against the wall, as he is using that slowing star power instead. Now we are pretty much back to a bottom to top matchup instead of being that side to side.
Yeah, it's the advantage of a Sam. Even though you're not necessarily getting damage on your opponents, you can really funnel them and control where you want them to go. However, that opening kill for SK Gaming will pretty much break everything apart on the side of Reply Totem, and they will choose to go for the gas as their remaining player Mari goes down, and SK Gaming win the first round.
Yeah, nice stuff from SK there. Played it slow, played it composed, just waited to get those supers and then took the Sam head on. Chaos going to have that 3k shot early on and actually missed both of them. Mori trying to make a bit more of an aggressive push, but missed that fat splatter straight into that unbreakable wall there and couldn't make too many moves. Mori's very low, needs to retreat. Can he get away? Just about does. And it's nice stuff from Maru on the left-hand side, the only one from Totem actually making some good plays.
And Joker trying to push up and create some space for his team, but Tick pretty much gets him out of position every time. A missed mark as well from the Bell as Joker, I don't even know if he's hit anyone yet. I'm not entirely sure, but he's certainly not been able to find the value he was hoping for from that Sam pick.
Yeah, definitely not so far, and the Gale does seem to be paying off quite heavily. Doesn't really need those quick cycles of super. He just seems to be playing this late game, playing for this one super and then getting some value off the back of it. Oh, thrown out in that mid there from Joker, and actually throwing it to himself the whole game took them by surprise, clearly. Mori going to try the flank on Yoshi here, gets the mute onto him as well. Twister not going to do a lot, and a massive turnaround here, as now it's going to be Totem who walk away with this one, surely. Just Gear left alive, and the gas takes him down, and a big, big turnaround.
Yeah, a round rather that Reply Totem will be picking up, and to find 2 in a row now to secure the opening game of Knockout. It is challenging for them to pierce through this incredibly defensive comp of SK, with Guy just constantly chipping at them. He does have a ticket as well, so someone gets over aggressive, he can just shut down those ideas even before they really started.
Yeah, not going to find the mark there, and that could be quite a nice little gadget coming in from Sam if he managed to find it, but having to back off now and getting slowed along the way. Good job he's got these heals and this vast amount of HP. As he would be going down multiple times in this game. The slow comes in from B, almost taking down Mori here. The knockback's going to take down Mori itself. Gets that damage through, and Maru's trying to find the pinch. Shots coming through from Maru now, but the gadget not going to connect from Joker, and he does not look like he's in a good position to go and retrieve those knucklebusters.
Well, actually, with the space that Maru created, he'll just about be able to do that, but Maru is very low and eventually will fall. Not a chance here for Joker either. And yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Reply Totem even won a round in this one, because comp-wise, SK have just such strong counters and Sam is just somewhat rendered obsolete.
Yeah, I mean, the Sam really just didn't do too much at all in that game, was just throwing out the knucklebusters over and over and over again, and couldn't find anything off the back of it. Found maybe one gadget that assisted in one kill to get them that second round, but other than that, just doing what he's doing now, just playing this slow. But Mori is going to get taken down instantly, and even the reverse polarity being used to try and take down this Honey Molasses there, and it does get it. And Joker gets a kill off the back of it as well.
Great start here for Reply Totem. The 2-on-2 is welcome if that means removing a tank counter. Let's see if they're actually able to convert and turn this into a round. This Joker just is kind of locked in there. Yoshi defending very nicely, and Maru gonna be caught in a bit of a pinch there. Well played by SK Gaming. The last hurrah was flawless. And now in a 2-on-1, Joker is not out of his misery just yet. Well, I guess he is now.
I mean, just gonna be feeding supers at that point though, so I'm not sure that SK Gaming will really cry about him coming in aggressive, as now Yoshi has that super off the back of it, and Gear shouldn't be too far off. Joker's throwing it over and over again, and there's not really much they can do here. SK just playing it so patiently, and even when they have a few casualties, it still seems to work out in the end.
Joker just gonna be staying in the mid. He does get slowed. That is problematic, but he's able to get out of there anyways and get back to healing. So far, everything does point in the direction of SK. It's gonna be a bit more of a slow-paced game until the gas pushes them together, or if we see a big opening created by someone. So far, not really looking likely.
Yeah, it's Gadget versus Gadget there as Mori plays the fast splatter onto that Honey Molasses. See the tick head, and is running thick head on top of that as well, so has a bit more HP and should take a couple of ammo of its Otis, 3 of its Bell. So definitely gonna give him a bit of an advantage, but Chaos finds himself out of position again, but nice knockback, and it all falls apart for Totem here. The gas brings the last one down, and Gia and Chaos survive on. They're gonna take that set, making it 2-1 now, as SK showing their worth.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent, I'll be honest with you, I feel like Reply Totem just completely whiffed this draft. I hate the idea of Sam here. I just don't like it when you're already facing a B and there's still a pick available, even against the tick itself. It's not exactly easy to play out because the tick head is still a huge problem, and as you mentioned, thick head makes it even quite a bit more dangerous damage-wise. I mean, it's a night and day difference, and yes, the healing is high, yes, a lot of supers, but that's basically just Sam that just kind of missed the mark, in my opinion, and failed to really deliver the value you'd expect from such a high-impact brawler.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, look at all the heals from Reply Totem. Probably a lot of them coming out from Sam, and 126 supers definitely came out of Sam, I'll tell you that, as it seemed like SK were the ones getting more other than that, and they had only 16. But 87,000 damage is a little bit more than 50,000 heals, so you can see why they did manage to take a loss there. Only 31,000 damage done by Reply Totem, and pretty much the only damage they were doing is guaranteeing those kills when they did manage to get them, and I think we saw maybe 3 or 4 throughout the entire set, so they were just waiting and wasting time really rather than doing anything else, and it's just not what you want to see from Reply Totem. And as you said, it does feel like the draft was just so heavily against them, and they can only blame themselves.
Yeah, agreed. I think they just couldn't really do much in this one from the get-go. Seeing the Gil here brought in did warm my heart just a little bit, because it's been a minute since we've seen Gil played at all, really. It used to be quite a dominant force at dealing with stanky ideas. Not quite as much anymore. They're just much more viable options, and they did manage to make it work really nicely, as Joker just couldn't really do all that much on that Sam pick. And when you have a comp that's basically based around Sam, it's really complicated to make it work in those sort of conditions. But we are going to be moving on to set 4. That's Crystal Arcade and Gem Grab, and already banned out. SK Gaming will be banning Gene, Penny, and Max, as Reply Totem go for Stu, Ruffs, and Crow. And the first pick of Spike, a bit of a plain first pick. Not the most common one at the moment, but it is a brawler that has been really shifting up the meta and used to counter very nicely those tankier ideas. Plus, it still does quite all right against other ideas too, so that level of versatility that other brawlers like B obviously bring as well is going to be much appreciated. SK, well, they are bringing that B and the Otis as well to join it up. It's the versatile tank counters across the board so far.
Yeah, no, I agree with the fact that they're kind of just bringing the tank counters in, and obviously, as you said, versatile as well, because they can deal with a lot of other things as well. So I think that's probably the right direction there, and Bell going to be coming in from Totem now, and I don't think that's correct me wrong, I don't think that's a very common Crystal Arcade pick, regardless of it being that long range mid that they need. And I think like this SK draft just seems like that little bit stronger so far.
Yeah, I'm with you here. I mean, typically for me, I think Jean is probably going to be my go-to, and since it is banned out and you're facing a B, you're kind of forced into that range, and you could try to go for a different approach, either Crow or Stu or Max, which are all banned out here as well, so they were kind of just left out of options in this situation, as we will see the Sandy to close out the comp here for Reply Totem. A brawler that, again, has been coming back in the meta and has had some, I would say, 50-50 results. Sometimes really, really impressive, and sometimes a little bit underwhelming still. So we'll see how Reply Totem play that one out. And facing Sam again, but this time around in the hands of SK Gaming, is a bit of a dangerous prospect, because yes, they do have a spike to deal with it. The mark is also going to be a problem for that Sam. But besides that, up close in a one-on-one matchup, he'll take anyone down.
Yeah, it is just a little bit worrying here, I feel, for Reply Totem, as if they can get the lanes right, they might feed a lot of Sandy Supers, but regardless of having the Sandy Supers, if Sam can keep control of one of those lanes, then it's going to be very, very dominant, especially if you can get this kind of breakaway with one of the Supers, throw it out, get some damage, get the gadget, and then put the gem carrier in a really tough position to get out alive, then I think SK might be able to close this one out. But Reply Totem's comp definitely has some legs, and if they don't manage to get this early bit of control, then it could be an issue.
Well, SK Gaming kicking things off with phenomenal start. 3 gems in their hands, and they have the more control. Akios, considering if he should overextend for that gem, and placement from Joker now allows that. 5 already in the hands of SK Gaming, as Reply Totem at last do end up winning a lane, but Akios is tapping, and he's finding value left and right. That's going to be 2 kills again in favor of SK, and make it a team wipe as Maru falls on the left-hand side, and SK Gaming are already on 7 gems.
I mean, this is the chaos we've been missing. That was such a nice play. Knew exactly where his opponents were. And I'm not sure it's a round win just yet, and especially not for Totem, as SK Gaming are looking on top of the world, but the Sandstorm's going to free up a little bit of room and force Chaos to back out without getting those last 2 remaining gems off the floor. A bit of aggression coming in from Gie now, surely going to find Mori, but the Sweet Dreams is there, and he doesn't manage to get out alive. A little bit of a lead, but Totem with the control.
Totem are catching up, and positioning is looking much better now. A lot of nest eggs already placed down in the mid as well. There's one more left for him to add to the list, as Maru has been doing a good job at keeping Gie at bay. The curveball finding consistent connections across the board, and now the mark as well should help Maru get that one shot, and he'll do exactly that. Akios wants to go for the gem, but he gets caught by that Maru super, and that means that Joker is now running away with pretty much every single gem that Reply Totem once had, and it's going to be a countdown locked in for Reply Totem and SK Gaming. It's not going to be easy for them to interrupt it.
Yeah, Gie needed to reach for that super there, but couldn't quite find it. Yoshi just going to be, shots are going to be tanked out by Mori and can't get anywhere near Joker. Reply Totem fighting back once more. They don't want to be out of this competition just yet, and a little bit of foreshadowing as you saw Reply Totem win the round in the middle of the game. They actually have now.
Well, Reply Totem able to strike back after losing both games of knockout. Let's see if they can make it a set, or if SK Gaming will bring it to match point. As we get back into the second game, and Mari off the bat gets tagged left and right. A nice pinch with Akios and Yoshi doing phenomenal work early on. They did start this game off, or the previous game off rather, in a phenomenal way. We're just not really able to hold up after that.
Super's there on the right side. Needs to try and use it here on Mori, but throws it quite far and might not be able to reach it now with these shots following up. And actually, Chaos is going to help out once again. And he's been playing this game so flawlessly, and only really saw him go down last time because both of his lanes folded. This time, he's definitely holding it down a little bit better. Mark going to be missed as well, and he's just juking for his life, and it's beautiful to watch. Hitting shots left and right, but the Sandstorm's there, and this is what turned the game around last time.
9 gems, though, in the hands of SK, so they don't need to contest the mid too heavily for now, as Akios is being a bit careless. Mari got a really good position, and that should not be allowed, as SK Gaming completely throw this game away and give all 9 gems that they picked up straight into the pockets of Reply Totem.
I mean, that's difficult for SK. Just as I was saying, how well he was playing and how well he was avoiding these shots, he does go down. But Yoshi's up there. He might be able to find the kill here. He gets a mute onto him, and that even brings one down. That gets the reset. Chaos in the middle of the sandstorm, not going to be healing up, though. The countdown starts once again as Mori picks up that 10th. SK got some positioning, and the chances of them turning around have kind of been uplifted a little bit.
10 seconds left, and Maro has a super as well. It's going to be a nightmare to shut down Mari, just sitting in the top right bush, and so far not scouted. He does get scouted, but a little too late, as Reply Totem will be taking the set, and that means that set 5 is on the menu for this lower bracket match as well.
Yeah, well, Reply Totem bringing this one back, and honestly, it felt like SK should have won this one, should have won Brawl Ball as well, and the mistakes are just too bad for them to be able to contest against Reply Totem in this one. Saw those gems being dropped in pretty tough positions over and over. But those sandstorms were really the decisive moment. As soon as that sandstorm came down in game 1, they lost control. In game 2, they lost control. The sandstorm is always so influential when a Sandy's there. And Reply Totem, they might have not picked up many gems until the gems were dropped, but when they did, they didn't drop down.
No, they certainly didn't. And I mean, looking at the gems picked up, it is more on the side of SK because they played better until they kind of, you know, gave all that hard work away to Reply Totem. And 27 gems picked up, 27 gems dropped is just an absolute disaster on the side of SK Gaming. That should have been 2 games that went their way, and therefore the match with Reply Totem able to contest that and push things to a 5th and final set. It's going to be that 5th set that will settle things between both teams and decide who is out of this season 2.5 and who proceeds to be facing FUT Esports in the lower bracket finals.
Yeah, well, this is just how close this competition is. The second set 5 of the day, and there's the first one falling down. Reply Totem took that, and in the second game, it was very similar. Both of the lanes kind of went, and then Chaos found himself in a very bad position and went down because of it. There you go. And actually, Gio was still alive in that one. And it was just as Yoshi fell, Mori found the kill. So had that exit route pretty much mapped out for him by his team as well. And Reply Totem fighting back. It's going to be safe zone with these unbreakable walls. It has become, unless the comps are pretty much, bang on and just aggressive, it's very slow.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Well, bans-wise, on the side of SK, it's going to be Bonnie, Max, and Bell banned out, so tending to go towards that slower side of things, as Max is going to be out of the mix there already from SK's side, and Reply Totem banning out Eve, Grom, and the double Bonnie ban, as a matter of fact. I don't mind the bans too much. Brock is a pretty straightforward pick. I mean, Sharpshooter, which long elongated lanes makes sense to have a Sharpshooter in, and it is the Sharpshooter with the highest DPS on safe as well. The Incendiary, what used to be a star power, not quite anymore, is able to find so much damage on those non-moving targets and provide a lot of value. If you are able to win your lane and get a couple shots off, that can be a great way to just slowly chip away on that save, or super as well is a great way to get a big amount of burst damage done on that save as well if the timing is a bit smaller. And talking about supers to get damage on save, well, a Colette super is quite an iconic way to do exactly that. Will be paired up with a B as well on the side of Reply Totem, so they are tank aware while still having some really meta picks for this map. So I do like this approach on their side, but now a double pick on the side of SK could sway my mind if they manage to find just the right picks.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of prevented the tanks indirectly here, or pretty much directly, I will say, with Colette and B. And I like what they've gone with there, but also, if some of those shots from Brock hit, and, you know, as you said at the start, when they hit on safe, they hit and they last a while, thanks to that Incendiary, and Otis going to come down on top of that as well. Fat splatter down the mid, all the lanes pretty much opens up quite a lot. And also big DPS when left on safe as well, but just finding that right circumstance to make the aggressive push is the tough bit, and especially on a map like Safe Zone in comparison to the rest of heist maps, it's very tough to get and find that opening. But one last pick from SK Gaming should be coming out shortly, and it's got to be a mid, I would imagine. But then again, Brock can play through that mid now that those unbreakable walls are, as it says in the name, unbreakable, but it's going to be Sprout. And I mean, with Grom out of the way, it kind of makes sense, but I still think Reply Totem have a pretty good comp.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about the Sprout, to be honest, because we did see some Garm action there yesterday too, and we did see Sprout. I believe it was last week for Sprout on Safe Zone, and I did like it. It worked out really nicely, but it is quite matchup dependent. I don't know if it's gonna be as valuable here. We'll have to find out, as Buzz is gonna be the final pick from Reply Totem, one of their most iconic brawler picks. But I'm not entirely sure how that's going to be faring against the likes of an Otis, which can mute him down before he even lands that stun, and you'll still be stunned, but you won't be able to deal any damage onto your opponent, so that's a bit of a scary prospect. Potentially as well, the Brock going to be playing the jump instead of the wall break to try to dodge those pools, and you don't really want to break the map too open when you have a Sprout in your team anyway, so I feel like that would make quite a bit of sense, and personally I do prefer the draft on the side of SK just a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of still yet to be proved that Sprout is a really incredible safe zone brawler. Obviously, with the walls pretty much always staying there on the right-hand side, it should be decent. But with Joker flying in so aggressively, it might also be the complete opposite. However, off the start, that aggressiveness definitely not proving very good for Totem.
Yeah, so far, SK was a terrific start, but if the last set showed us anything, it was that start doesn't matter nearly as much as the finish, and Reply Totem were able to excel in that aspect just way more, because it has another wall and it's going to place it down a bit more aggressively in the mid. Should be in range of safe if he wished to, but Joker does have an angle to be quite an annoyance if Akios doesn't consider his angles well enough.
Regardless of all this control, 20% is all they've got to show for it. Little bounce off the wall there from Chaos and finding that opening once more. The wall goes down in the mid, but should see a rotation around the right-hand side. Joker looking for the stun, but not really healthy enough to go for anything without being pretty much shut down instantly by the Brock or by this Otis when they come in. Chaos finds the wall and stops Maro in his tracks, stops that super, makes him waste it, and obviously has some gadgets in hand as well, so going to be able to reuse this and throw it a little bit further up, and doesn't even need the gadget to do it.
Yeah, he just changed supers quick enough. Obviously, the gear helps out with that as well, as Joker does get a stun. Thought it could be a double for a second, but a mute is going to shut down any value that provided, and a nice rocket rain from Gia will extend the lead to 20% in favor of SK Gaming now. With 50 seconds left, it can still be turned around, but we need to see some more plays, and Joker has been quite absent with that buzz pick so far, just not able to find much of any value off that brawler just yet, and he's not even going to find chaos in this one as he gets muted again by Yoshi, and it's again a lot of value here for SK Gaming and extending that lead just very slowly, but making sure that Reply Totem so far don't have the slightest opportunity to push in the first place.
Yeah, well, no gadgets left now for Chaos and no supers either. This could be Totem's chance. Gadget forward, gadget again. Chaos is going to throw down the wall and stop Maru coming through, but Joker might still be able to make the move. Giy's got aggressive though. Right decision to make, especially with this flawless wall coming in from Chaos. Super on safe as well now, but 25% still needed, and even more as Giy continues his dominance over the map and getting the damage down up top. SK Gaming are going to be going to match point.
I think it's a tough draft here for Reply Totem to coming into this fifth set. SK showing that here in game one. Let's see if perhaps we can have a different result for game two and maybe even a double match point. Reply Totem, they will need to turn some things around because that first game just wasn't it on their end. I don't think they spent any time on the bottom side of the map whatsoever.
Yeah, well, this time it seems a little bit different. Joker goes quite aggressive and Totem tried to establish themselves a little bit more early on. Right decision to make, and almost pretty much the same amount of damage as they got in the last one coming out already after that 3k shot connects. Mori going to be fat splattered and pushed back now on the wall. Wonderful from Chaos as they kind of allow Gear to push up, jump away instead of over the water. Maybe would have been a little bit better, but Joker survives, and Totem, they're looking for some damage now.
Yeah, defensive wall from Chaos. The super does connect from Joker, but a follow-up trade is there as well. Maru will get to the save, and a bit of an oopsie there from Yoshi as he does get hit by Maru's super coming back, which may have just given him enough damage to pick up that kill. Gear forced to use his super to open up those walls, make sure that they don't get into that tricky position on the left side, and Joker is able to get a bit more damage down on that save. It's a 35% lead in favor of SK. Nothing that in favor of Reply Totem. Nothing that SK can't come back from. However, we saw in the previous game, they don't exactly have the most damage on safe either.
Yeah, it's pretty much all down to Guille to get this damage now, as Yoshi really can't move from this right side, as he's the one holding them back along Chaos. Getting the damage down, Mori's going to fall, and Joker has the super, so if the wall comes down now, no gadgets left available from Chaos, so he can get this stun connecting, but Yoshi's got the mute as well. Mario going to try and find the kill on the right side, but doesn't just yet on Guille. Slow comes through, super from Joker, gets the kill, and they're just stalling. They've got the damage, they just need to stall this one out now and not allow SK to bring any more to the table.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest. Guille gets the super down onto the safe as well. He's going to gadget away, but straight into a 3K shot from Mari. Joker does get muted out. The slow won't find any connections, but the 3K shot will. And across the board, it's low HP for SK, and they'll lose another player, another super from Maro as well to connect onto that save. Brings the lead to 40% in their favor, and with 20 seconds left, this is looking so much better for Reply Totem.
Yeah, Mario avoiding shots as well. Yoshi eventually picks him up, but 40% in it and 15 seconds left. It's going to have to be constant shots on the safe from now, and Guille not finding the route through. Joker just stopping them in their tracks. Yoshi's accepted it. He knows they've gone to defeat, and it's going to be a double match point between SK Gaming and Reply Totem coming up next.
One game to decide who stays in this season 2.5 and who goes home. And so far, it's really hard to call, as I do still slightly prefer the draft from SK, but I do think there's not the most room for mistakes because they don't have that much damage on save, and even in this game, they still had the most control, in my opinion, especially past that early start from Reply Totem, where they were able to get a lot of value on that save. It's 35% that SK Gaming just wasn't able to match.
Well, Joker now getting that aggressive push early on again, and Maori trying to find the shot through mid. Stun comes in. Actually, no stun. It was a gadget coming in from Joker from the right-hand side there, and that's actually going to cost them more than it's going to help them, as no kills were there and not a lot of damage either. This time, it's SK Gaming back to their old ways.
Good start for SK. This Joker does have his super now, but he's going to miss it as well, and it's taken a minute for him to find it. It's going to be a shame that he doesn't find a connection with it. So far, another wall is going to be placed down. Isolated Joker from the rest of the pack. He does have his super now. I don't know if he can do a whole lot with it, considering how low HP he is. And SK Gaming do a very good job at keeping him low. A minute and 30 seconds left here, and a 22% lead in favor of SK.
Well, just trying to keep this control. Mario not able to make too many moves, but Joker, first signs of a bit of movement around the right-hand side. Chaos gonna have to decide where to place this wall now, stopping Mori in his tracks and then allowing him to pinch over onto Joker. The super's still here and it's still looming. If he can make it one side to the other and not get muted out, then this could be the move that they need. But he's actually just feeding. He's feeding supers. No gadget needed again from Chaos, and the wall is blocking them off yet again. 22% is still the differentiation between these two teams, and it's double match points. This means everything.
Yeah, this is looking good for SK so far. Joker, again, up close, but just not going for his super, and it makes sense. He can't do anything against immune. He needs his teammates to try to bait some sort of attention, and Guille is not quite going to jump out of the mix, which does mean that the kill is going to be picked up nicely by Joker. A little bit of a mistake maybe on his end, although to be fair, there's not a ton of places he could have jumped towards, and it's 25 seconds left. 12% now in favor of SK Gaming and Reply Totem. They were trying to match that, and that super from Joker might just do that, but the mute hits even harder, and this is going to be, well, I was going to say a final push perhaps for Reply Totem, but that Sprite Rules is pretty much going to be settling it. SK Gaming will take down Reply Totem 3-2 in sets and move on to the finals of the lower bracket. Reply Totem, the champions of the previous seasons, they're out.
It's really, really difficult stuff from Reply Totem. As you said, they are two-time champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series, Season 1 in Gamescom Cologne, Season 2 at DreamHack Valencia, and now they're out of this competition against SK Gaming. SK Gaming, they've just shown their worth. This is what they need. This might be the push, the showing they need to be able to bring themselves back to their old ways. And although these matches aren't going to get them anything in the end, they've got to have this warm-up. They've got to have this kind of scary presence going on into Masters and prove their actual worth and prove that they deserve to be going there.
Yeah, that was a strong showing from SK in this match, and kill-wise, it is a night and day difference. They still managed to make it close on the side of Reply Totem, even in that final set, but just not quite able to close it out. And SK Gaming, they'll still be competing in their next match, as Reply Totem sadly will be parting ways for the season 2.5. Of course, they'll still be going to Japan, as they did qualify for Masters. They just won't be competing anymore today.
Disappointing stuff then for Reply Totem, and SK will live to fight another day. As you said though, even though they've lost this, they're still going to be playing in that Masters in Tokyo, so definitely got that to look forward to. But before that, it's not the best showing in the Snapdragon Pro Series, regardless of their results in previous seasons. They're not going to be bringing the same kind of energy or scary presence as they would have been beforehand, and it's very, very difficult for Reply Totem to go out this competition to SK Gaming, who yesterday had defeated them with Coach Roll, and now they've defeated them without him as well. So, I mean, they've defeated him with Joker being there as well, should I say. Bringing back Ark as well, get his thoughts on that game.
Yeah, really exciting stuff, isn't it? I mean, this, like you said, Trev, could be that moment for SK Gaming. They've toppled the champions. That is absolutely huge for them, and it's been a long time coming as well. I feel like they earned it. I feel like the drafts were better. I think the Reply System's drafts were just a little bit more edgy, but it actually kind of backfired more for the note with the sound picks, with the Bells picks, but very close in that final set. And very, very exciting. Before we move on to our next matches for the day, guys, got to give a huge, massive shout out to DHL first and foremost for being a fantastic partner of these streams. Again, you know, it takes so much and so many people to come together to make these opportunities happen for the viewers, for the players, and they are a vital component, along, of course, with Samsung Galaxy 2 for powering all our devices and the lands as well. Especially, we want to have the best competition we can possibly ask for. Having all that competitive integrity behind us in full force, it means so much to all of us. But with that being said, Trav, Teddy, we're swiftly moving on to our next match of the day, and that, of course, means going to a short commercial break, guys. But do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by Samsung Galaxy. Guys, we've had already some really exciting matches. The two first matches of the day, both going all the way to a set 5. We have said goodbye now as well to Reply Totem, but this does mean that we have our lower bracket finals ready up. That's going to be SK Gaming versus Foot Esports. Trav, what is your take on this one? Because yesterday, it got quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, both of those games yesterday for Foot Esports were so close. You know, they had 3 very close games. So for them to be able to come in today and face SK Gaming once again, it's definitely a bit of a tough ask for them, especially when SK have just taken down a fierce opponent like Reply Totem. They're going to be feeling on top of the world in comparison to they have been in the past few weeks. So it's going to be a very close one. Honestly, it could go either way.
Well, before we do get to our lower bracket finals, well, let's give a big shout out to Monster Energy for supporting us in this event and making sure that we are energized through in and throughout the broadcast, keeping our players fresh as well to compete at the highest level. We appreciate them for making all of this possible. But with that being said, yeah, this is going to be quite a match, especially if you think about, you know, a little bit of the heat that there might be as well, or considering, you know, Semantic, he in a way got his dream of attending the Masters event in Tokyo snatched away by leaving SK Gaming, and now they might just steal it from him once again.
Well, this is what it comes down to, isn't it? I mean, we saw yesterday this very matchup, and you did get a feeling, or at least I did for sure, that it really brought out some emotional qualities from both sides, actually. They definitely seem to want it based upon that team history. We see that quite a lot in Brawl Esports. It definitely makes a difference when you're going up against an opposition that you've been on the same team with. So I definitely feel like that's going to bring an extra dynamic to the game. I think that the players themselves are going to have to be keeping even more of a cool head under pressure, which is never an easy thing to do, regardless as to having that kind of history. But you're absolutely right. You know, it's definitely a consideration here. And I think that, you know, for Semantic, I hope all the best for him to be able to give his best in this performance. And again, we've had every single match today go to the 5th and final set. I see this one as being no different to that same idea.
Yeah, on paper, it really lines up to be just like that. And as you said, emotionally, it's going to be very heated. But I think intellectually as well, there might be a bit of an edge, perhaps, for Semantic, having that knowledge of his old team and knowing a little bit, to be honest, I'm saying a little bit, probably the entire strategy book of SK Gaming last year. Do you think, Trav, that might make the difference here in this matchup?
I mean, I think so, and anything he doesn't know about SK Gaming, Drage knows about Yoshi, because they played together each other last year as well. So it pretty much means that everything SK Gaming they're going to be able to bring to the table, Foot probably know what it's going to be unless they massively alter their tactics. And as I said, you know, I saw in one of the SK videos recently that they are trying to alter them from being so defensive last year, and it was their main dynamic, to so aggressive this year. It's definitely going to be something different. I'm not sure if Foot Esports will kind of know it, or whether they'll have to kind of adapt to it mid-game.
Well, before we check out our rosters for this matchup, I'm going to run you guys through some predictions real quick. Ark, if you had to go for prediction, maybe give us some odds. What's your take?
To be predictive what we think is going to happen, or what we feel should be the outcome that we're hoping for, I would hope to see a grand finals between Foot and ANR, if I'm being completely honest. I think that would be a great way to really get to the bottom of who is going to be getting that all expenses paid trip to Japan, Tokyo. I think that would be what I would like to see. But SK have just knocked out Reply Totem. They took things down to the wire with Foot yesterday. I think regardless, though, I'm going to go with Foot on this one.
All right. Well, Trav, same exact question. What's your take for this match?
I think pretty similar to what Art says as well. You know, I'd love to see Foot go on towards that next stage. And, you know, as you said a little bit before as well, I think Semantic definitely deserves it, if anybody deserves to go to Tokyo. So I'd like to see them at least go to the finals and have that battle yet again against ANR. But I do also, as much as I desire them to go, I do also think they'll probably win this one as well.
Yeah, I'm with you guys here. I think that both, you know, what I kind of want is the same storyline, right? Foot making it all the way back to the grand finals and facing ANR again. That's what I want to see. But SK Gaming, they might have some other plans lined up, as our map pool is going to be kicking us off in Canal Grande for Bounty, followed up by Double Swoosh in Gem Grab, Pinhole Punt in Brawl. And if we go all the way to a 4th or 5th set, that's going to be Bridge to 4 in Heist and Open Zone in Hot Zone. Canal Grande to kick things off. Well, the Unbreakable Walls did switch things up quite a bit. It was already a map where sometimes you would see some tankier ideas, but wall breaks would quite heavily counter those sort of opportunities. It's not quite as much the case anymore, so you have more opportunities to just kind of sit around in that mid and play it defensively as a tank. That was kind of the problem before. We'll see the bans of Poco, Penny, and Tick for Foot Esports. SK Gaming banning out Max, Surge, and Janet, and a first pick of Eve already for SK, and it's one that I do like here quite a bit. Obviously, with a huge canal in the middle, as the name of the map kind of lets us know. I feel like it brings a lot of value and basically adds a whole other lane to the game. But with Sandy and Barley following up, those are some brawlers that honestly, Ark, you really would not be expecting to see here, especially if you look a month back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind at all the first pick. I'm actually surprised it wasn't banned, but it's very interesting that how the indestructible walls have changed so much. I think that definitely Surge now is very much high up there in terms of the bans. Max is often banned. I'm kind of surprised though to see it, but it does take away something from the equation, which I think is definitely a good thing to be able to be a bit more defensive around. Otis coming out for SK. I mean, they've shown already today that they really value that particular brawler and it can shut down a lot of the tankier ideas. It's a good tank counter. So it does mean that if they were, experimenting with the idea of the Sam or the Ash, they're now having to reconsider that same idea. But the Sandy, sure, I can understand the Sandstorm coming in, does provide a lot of pushback potential. Barley, I'm still a bit on the fence with. I'll be honest, in terms of the throwers, I think it's coming back into the meta a little bit, and we've seen it have some good results with it today. But it's not my go-to here, Trav.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be mine either. It's definitely a little bit of an odd one, but I think you've kind of got to have a little bit of a fight back against the composition that kind of Foot have brought to the table. Obviously, with this last pick as well, they're going to have the opportunity to try and counteract this a little bit more. And yeah, they beat me to it by a few seconds. I was about to sound so smart. But they've gone with the Carl as their last pick. And honestly, you get that first start, you're going to be able to have good control of the map and go aggressive on both Eve and Grom as well. And I think it's a pretty smart thing to do.
I think for all our sakes, Trav, we can put to rest the idea of you being smart. But I do prefer Grom here, I'll be honest. I feel that would be where my mind was at. To bring in a thrower of choice on this particular map, it does feel like Grom is the better choice between the ideas that they bring to the table. But nonetheless, I mentioned my kind of questionable ideas on Barley earlier in pit stop, and it worked out really well for Foot. Completely proved me wrong. I hope they do so yet again as we go in, flying hook in already for OPE. And it's actually going to be him that wins the blue star, despite the Eve trying to go for that same rush. Drake's going to have to be very careful on his left-hand side now because it's double stacked, but those shots from Semantic will help out quite considerably.
Yeah, Ope needs to try and pinch across here as well. Got this super to top things off, but fast splatter going to be placed onto him. Drake finds the stun, should find up the follow-up shots, and if he doesn't, his teammates need to. Does get that last shot and extends this lead to 3 now. Shot going to be connected from Semantic, and that actually guarantees a kill onto Grom as well. Wonderful start for Foot, and pretty much all based off that Drage being able to stay alive on that 3v1 side.
Yeah, it just feels like their knowledge of the draft is just in another place right now, because instantly you can kind of see this whole thing is working really well, but where Foot have sometimes struggled is when they lose control and they get overran. So it's going to be a testament to them as to whether they can keep up the pressure, and they are doing just that. That is the team wipe right there. 4 stars above the heads of OPE and Drage. Semantic just falling slightly behind in that respect, but 11 stars to 0. And that blue star, SK, have got so much catching up to do.
Yeah, they really do. Sandstorm not really getting much use at the moment. Heal's going to come through, the stun onto him as well, and he can't even get that mute off before. And another kill as well, 15-0. And SK Gaming have no say in this match whatsoever. Drake just trying to find another few shots for a Sandstorm, but I mean, SK are pretty much out of this one unless they get a team wipe and a bit.
They have to do so much here. Let's see though, they have got the mute available for Yoshi, but there it just goes and gets wasted as well. Drake is in a very compromised position here. He will go down. 20 seconds remaining to get 10 stars. It's 5 above OPE, 3 above Semantic. They're going to have to get a whole entire team wipe here yet again, and that's already 17-8. And I'm sure SK know it as well as we do that it's just going to be too much too early. And I think this first game is going to go the way of first, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. They're going to salvage this first set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. It kind of seemed like as well as that, Foot got a bit restless, you know. They went a little bit more aggressive than they should have done, gave a few stars away, and it was still a 7-star gap at the end of the game, and it just seemed like they were in control of literally everything there. Even a few sandstorms not really going to be getting the most value thanks to those gadgets from Grom, but it was just all Foot. And yet again, we're seeing Ope go for this blue star down the other side this time, and SK still triple stacking regardless of it not working in the previous one.
Well, Drake's incredibly low here. Surely going to go down. He will. OP thought better of it and flying hooked out the situation. So it is a bit of a different dynamic now as SK have a little lead. One singular kill, which might sound like not sound like much, but if they can hold the control, it will count for something for sure. Semantic just trying to close in a little bit. Healing tonic going out and will allow OP to push themselves forward, but Yoshi's very low here. Dredge couldn't quite connect the sweet dreams there, but there's a great shot. And Semantic will get the pickup. 4 stars to now 5, and OP goes in and continues the aggression here. He might get the pickup for it as well. Oh, the pickup comes back, does not secure Chaos, and that keeps SK in the lead.
Yeah, Yoshi got this super as well, and it is a 5-star lead, but Chaos is going to be the one they're going to be searching for with 4 over his head at the moment. Dre's trying to make this flank happen, but he's so low, he's going to get pinned down on and taken away from the map, and another gadget coming in from Chaos, so there's nowhere to hide for the side of Foot Esports at the moment, and this is the fight back that SK really did need. Not much chance of Drage getting pushed up here, and if he does, he's going to really need to use this stun to the best of his advantage because that mute's going to be ruthless.
He's going in. Chaos should fall. He does. But Kie there with the pickup as well. Keeps a big bounty above his head, and Yoshi doing his bit on that right-hand side also. 8 stars to 16. Foot are in a world of hurt now. They've got to start to pick themselves up here. It's doable for sure, but as time continues to whittle down, it does decrease the odds as to what they can really do under the situation. Semantic falls as well on the left, and that's going to keep SK fully afloat here. Surely now they're going to be tying up this set and just returning the favor. It didn't look like we're going to be able to do it, in all honesty, in these early outings of the game, and it seems like they won't regardless, but nonetheless a good attempt. SK is starting to learn from this strategy.
Yeah, I think it just goes to show how influential that start is for both of these teams. The first one we saw dominance from Foot Esports, and now SK Gaming showing the dominance in the second one there. It really was something special from SK in this one. Just kind of altered their strategy, as you said. You know, they lost that first one, just changed something up, and it all goes their way. That triple stack definitely paid off a lot more this time, and it was kind of Ope pretty much leaving Drage to die, but even if he didn't go out, it'd have been 2 kills instead of 1, so probably the right decision to make. Got the blue star again, but now it's a 3v1 and it's Semantic fighting it.
Yeah, OP was very low there. It's not a joke about it. Very good to come back and good taps into Yoshi. We do need this utility here from Semantic in these early moments, and that's one already. Yoshi incredibly low. Drage can't quite close the gap though. The slow and steady will start to gain a bit more momentum here. IKS going so aggressive, out of position, double stacked here on the side of first, and an easy takedown there to make it 3 stars to 0. This is a much better position for first, and they do prefer to be ahead early on. Let's see now if they can start to keep this confidence, and they will be able to bring back this set. IKS very, very in a tricky spot here. Everyone on the side of SK is so low, and Foot now are feeling surely very good about this position.
I mean, that's a gorgeous super from Semantic, I will say. Took down that Grom gadget, got pretty much all of them out of position. Another gadget coming in now from Semantic over this side. Stun gonna begin then from Drage, but he might be like overextending just a little bit. But now comes Ope. What a play there. Gets 2 of them down. One of them trade down. This mute might actually finish him off. 7-7, and they've got the lead now. Regardless of such a good play, he still falls.
Oh, I feel Foot got really short-changed there, let's be honest. There was a fantastic motion there from OPE, but that mute just so aggressively turning things around in such an unusual kind of way, really. But it's SK now with the lead, and it's up to Foot to push the situation. No flying hooks there for OP either. No utility for Semantic, no healing. So it's just 1 Sweet Dreams left, I imagine, there for Drage, and a pinch and a dream for Foot.
I mean, the dream's definitely alive. Look at this pinch coming in now. Semantic shoot around the side. Ope's got this super as well, but a Grom bomb could pretty much sight all of it off. Semantic's going to be able to avoid it. The super comes in. 1 follow-up shot as well. Ope's going to go in the double stun. The Sweet Dreams is there. Wow. Drage is going to be able to get away. Ope can't be found in this sandstorm. And Foot Esports with the big turnaround at the end. And it does feel like they deserve that game. As you said, massively shortchanged in the earlier interaction. So lovely to see them being able to take this one away.
Oh Oh my word, that is like the definition of let them cook. What an amazing moment for Foot to really gain the advantage, and it took everyone to do their bit. It just goes to show like just how one singular gadget can really turn the tide. And got to give Semantics some praise as well on that left-hand side. He really was able to stand his own, and if it had gone down at any moment, then that's surely where SK were going to be going to next. And see some stats there as well on the board, and it was definitely more stars dropped on the side of Foot, and that would, you know, in all sense of purpose, feel like SK should have taken the win there. But look at the amount of damage as well. You know, 15,000 more on the side of SK, but it just goes to show in Bounty just how those moments can just change and the tides will swap around. You've got to stand your ground until the very final second.
Yeah, you really do. And I mean, they tried to, they really did, but just pinned so heavily in spawn. Semantic narrowly avoiding that Grom Bomb and then staying alive on 65 HP was so instrumental in being able to pinch them in, whereas they could have just rotated back over towards that mid. So really nice stuff there from Foot. First game, flawless from them. Second game, flawless from SK. And then SK almost took this last one as well. As you said, it definitely seemed a bit shortchanged to when we saw that mute take him out after making such a beautiful play. It was beyond the grave from Yoshi that kind of evened things out.
What an eventful start, though, and what we were expecting and hoping for as well, as it's always going to be a battle of the mechanics when you're placing up against a team like SK. And again, you know, despite them having a bit of a slow start to the year, having watched them over the past couple of weeks, I do feel like they are going in the right direction now. They are starting to stand the heat against, you know, the might of the EU and MENA region, and that's that moment there, like that tick down. Oh, it really was something. But then again, this play was the icing on the cake for me, and I think Foot, despite a bit of a shaky middle part of that game and some unfortunate circumstances, did bring it back in a nice way, which I feel like they deserved. We're going in now to double swoosh then for Gem Grab, as the bans being in for Foot, Penny, Crow, and Gene are their bans, and for SK, Carl, Squeak, and Stu. Let's see who won the coin toss and what they're thinking. But without Gene, gem carrier wise, definitely SK might be considering the bow. I mean, the Stu is banned, so no mid. Could be a max as well, but Otis is going to be their first draft, as it is quite a safe pair of hands. It just deter a little bit of the idea of tanks on the cards for Foot as well. So I think it's quite a good first pick of a brawler for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Otis is always a very, very solid first pick, no matter what map, no matter what mode, and when it's picked as well. But as in terms of first pick, you know, it's got fat splatter, good against tanks, good against that mid-range. Struggles a bit at long range, but there's not really many long-range brawlers that are going to be played out here on Double Swoosh. And especially with that Crow band, I think it's a very solid first pick. Max in return from Foot Esports, though. And we've seen in recent days, last week, this week as well, what they can pull out with this brawler. Janet as another return one as well. And I think that's pretty good against the Otis in terms of that kind of long-range poke damage that it does, that it is able to bring out. And does do quite nicely with speed as well. Not going to be the best synergy, but it's not anything bad either.
I just kind of wonder whether SK might have been able to leave the Squeak ban and ban the Max instead, because we just know that it's a go-to brawler for Foot. If it's not Stu, it's going to be Max. More often than not, it's kind of the priority based upon Max over the Stu, but they clearly have a strategy in mind. They just want to eradicate what maybe they don't like to play up against. Pam going to come in for SK now. It's obviously a very strong pair of hands in those lane sides, and the healing station as well can also scout out a little bit in terms of the bush, but having it there placed and able to heal off the back of it will advance your position power over your opposition. So I do feel like it is a good brawler to have. It's kind of fallen off a little bit on this particular map, but we'll see what they've got in mind. I would like to see maybe an Amber coming in for either one of these two teams now, as it is not banned. Does take away a lot of the mystery as to what might be lying in wait. M's going to come in for SK, but if Foot do want to go with Amber now and they do decide to burn down some of that bush, it will be quite a troublesome thing if they do find themselves completely exposed. Let's see what they go for.
Yeah, I mean, as sad as it might sound, I really do like seeing Pam. It's one of my favorite brawlers. I will say, as boring as it is, I do like seeing it here and on open zone when we do get to see it come in. It's exciting for me. But that M's, I mean, it kind of forces the Otis to be playing in that mid, and I'm not sure how well it really does there, as I haven't seen it played there too many times in comparison to down one of the lanes. But we still do have this last pick. They're going with the B. And honestly, you know, it was kind of the Amber for me as well, especially with that max speed. But B, I think it's, you know, in terms of where it's going to be played, probably down one of these lanes. If it can make connections on a Pam or Ems, it's going to be able to outrange them so well and get that big damage in as well.
Yeah, I do like the B option here for Foot. It's a bit risky, just in the simple fact that looking at the board, there's definitely a lot of options for both teams to be hidden. You lose control now, it's going to come back to potentially bite you. So let's see. I mean, I feel like Foot have got, in my opinion, the more favored comp, the more aggressive ideas, but SK have got a very safe pair of hands, and if they get themselves locked in, they can really just kind of sit back and allow Foot to make the mistakes. So I think in that respect, got to be a little bit careful and not be overly aggressive here. Semantic going to be taking the left-hand side lane up against the Ham, and it's not a bad lane to have in the early outlets, but when that healing station comes down, he might find himself in a bit of a troublesome scenario, but having really nice on the gear, a bit of help from OPE as well. He should be able to win this side lane, and he does, so that's going to put some pressure, but in the meanwhile, iChaos is coming on Drage and OPE, and he is also winning that right-hand side.
Almost winning the mid there as well, as Ope does fall low. Little 2-2 in between Ope and Yoshi over there, and now they do take a little bit of a lead, but 3-3 as we do see another one go the side of SK Gaming. Drop the base can be placed again, and looking for that fat splatter once more, but honestly, it might be worth just letting it trickle down, but does use it again. And Drage, although he has this range advantage, doesn't seem to be able to scout out this right lane too successfully until around about now.
He's going to be very cautious here and just about keeping his distance there. Got tapped up, but iChaos to 6 HP as well, and that drop the base we'll see to him, but Yoshi's going to be able to finish him off until he takes to the skies, and that could be his demise. Dodging and juking and weaving his way around it. OPE does finally get the blow, but iChaos comes in just the nick of time, prevents those gems from going into the hands of Foot, and I don't know whether he'll be able to hold on long enough. Speed coming in from OPE, they might be able to get a snatch here, and Drage should be able to go for them. I don't know why Eski didn't go down the right-hand side lane.
I mean, I don't know if they expected Drage to come that fast with speed. Little scraps looking from Gear, and the lifeline's still there for SK Gaming, but the slow from the Honey Molasses to the 3K connects onto Chaos, and I don't think Yoshi's anywhere to be seen. Just coming up now, Gear's too slow to do anything, and Semantic is defending beautifully in a little 3v1 situation there. Lovely stuff from him, great stuff from Foot. Maybe some blunders from SK in there as well, but that's another game that goes the way of Foot Esports.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, to be completely honest. It would make a lot of sense. You know, SK just not anticipating the speed, but I think you kind of have to play it safe in that scenario because, I mean, you know, you're up against that kind of comp. You got to imagine that if the timing is just right and it's there, like, you've got to try and contest what's yours, and they could have been able to hang on just a little bit longer if they'd been able to prioritize that side. But as it stands, Foot now in a fantastic position here. One more game, go 2 sets up. With that mid being one there, so important now as like Chaos. A bit of trying to protect the middle, go for the right side lane. She just keeps the right hand side and heals up accordingly. But as soon as Yoshi comes back in, a huge tap from Semantic keeps him so low, and OPE is almost finishing him off there.
Yeah, Drage getting pinched down. Ope actually got hit by Ems on that side as well, playing this pretty well over the side now by Chaos, and those drop the bases really aren't scouting out too much thanks to Yoshi being able to pinch them down quite successfully. Honey Molasses placed, and Gear's getting dominated by Semantic, and honestly it's what you'd expect without being able to get much of a scrap sucker value with only one ammo slot of Semantic anyway. So really, really nice stuff from Semantic, but it is what you'd expect in this matchup. Drage not being as successful over the right hand side, but still, the gems keep on going the way of OPE.
Fully agree, by the way. Semantic has been such a safe pair of hands, and until Guille is able to be fed, he can't even get the healing station. That would give him a bit of an advantage, but he's just not able to make it work, and now he's got it taken down, but maybe placing it there was not the right call. He just goes down instantly, and just, yeah, that utility is now wasted. Yoshi's gonna get pinched here. Drage coming from behind, just get the takedown. Like Chaos has got to protect this again. I think picking them up there is the wise call. Retreating back and just trying to save what you've got there for a rainy day. And it might be coming. What a tap from Semantic. OP is going to keep the pressure onto Yoshi, but SK are not looking good, Trav. Not looking good at all.
No, although they've retrieved all those gems from their side. Semantic got one from their side as well, and 8 in the hands of Ope now, and this is disappointing stuff from SK, but a bit of fight back here as the fat splatter comes down, but we shouldn't be seeing Gear anywhere near another one of these turrets because he basically died when he placed it down. There's no gadget away from Ope, though, when he does get away just about. Drage picks up 1, he picks up 2 when the gems are on the floor. Gear in a 1v3 situation, there's surely nothing he can do here.
I mean, it's going to have to take on the entire world. Semantic is low, though, but that's not going to be enough. The healing station can't even keep him from being able to contest this situation, and there's just not enough time for Yoshi or Chaos to come in from that right-hand side, and it means that Foots will take another set, and they are looking like they're going from strength to strength here, Trav. Their confidence is clearly growing, and they're making less mistakes. It's just clear as day.
I mean, it's really nice stuff from Foot Esports, I will say. We saw a little bit of a hiccup here and there, but at the end of the day, I'm not even sure if Ope went down once. He was holding those gems so successfully. Semantic was holding the lane so successfully on the left-hand side, and over the right-hand side, although we didn't see too much from Drage, there you go, no gems were dropped by Foot Esports, and pretty every single one but one was dropped by SK Gaming. This is the consistency we talk about. But, you know, 35,000 more damage from Foot as well, and although Drage wasn't holding the right-hand side the best, he got the kills when he needed to, and won the games because of it.
Very convincing stats. You know, they really are. I mean, almost double the entirety of the damage as well for Foot over SK. But I think the gems being collected tell quite a balanced story, and it just takes a couple of mistakes to drop them. But definitely the fact that Foot didn't drop a single one is very convincing stuff. I mean, that does just go to show how much of a well-oiled machine Foot Esports is starting to appear. And I think that the draft was just very, very strong. You know, Semantic looked absolutely at home on that left-hand side. Yeah, he just couldn't get a touch on him, and it just came back full circle just to show what we saw very, very clearly there. Foot going into a much more confident place. Because you've got to remember, yesterday we saw a much closer matchup between these two teams, and it looked like they were struggling a little bit against SK. Today doesn't seem to be the same story.
I mean, can't draw the line too early, though. We still do have another set that Foot need to guarantee to be able to take this one. And on the other hand, SK Gaming are not going to give up just yet. We got one game left for Foot to take it. 3 in a row. It's a long, hard road for SK, but it's a possibility. Crow, Penny, and Poco going to be banned out from Foot Esports. SK Gaming going to ban out the Squeak, the Crow, and the Otis. We see a bit of a double Crow ban, which doesn't surprise me on a map like this. And also doesn't surprise me, we saw it banned in the previous ones as well. Carl going to be the first pick of SK Gaming. And I like it, especially with these walls not really going down. You're able to peak so well.
Well, if there's any team that can reverse sweep this situation, it is SK. At least speaking from 2022. 2023, it remains to be seen, but this could be the start of it. But kind of coming now with a counter to this idea, and there's definitely a lot of susceptibility running a Carl so early on, and the Surge is still available here. Stu going to come in, surely going to be OPE on that particular brawl, unless they want to have Max combined with it. Would they be daring enough to do so? We'll see as they follow up. It might be a bit too early to go in with that kind of comp. Feel like as well here, Semantic just probably holding back on that premium pick until the third and final brawl is able to be revealed and going with the counter in the meanwhile. M's going to come in for Foot, and I don't mind that. I don't mind it at all. It just kind of keeps SK considering the prospect of, do we dare going with a tanky idea, or do we just kind of sit back and try to play the range game here? B still available here. Big pick for SK. Might want to go for here. Bonnie as well, potentially. I mean, that was a big brawler for them. Whether or not it still is, it remains to be seen. But now, draft swinging back over to SK, and it's going to be Janet as the pickup, and third and final brawler to add to that in just a moment.
I mean, SK, they've got a pretty solid draft, very similar to what we saw in the previous one from Foot Esports, but it's kind of flipped script as we see M's here on the other side of things as well. But no Max on the side of SK Gaming, obviously a bit of a different kind of thing, and they're not going to have that kind of burst of speed. But the B, very solid here, and it does struggle a little bit more in overtime in comparison to how it used to because of how many unbreakable walls there are on this map. But on the other side of things, they've got the Janet, they've got the Carl to be able to make up for that little bit, being that little bit weaker. And for Esports, it seems so far their composition is going to need to get it done in the normal regulation, but they had a Max to it. And now that sudden burst of speed that I was talking about just before that SK may be missing, for Esports have.
I did wonder whether they were going to do it, but it made a lot of sense to do it in the order in which they did, draft-wise, because you just don't know what SK might have responded with for a spanner in the works. Made a lot of sense to go with the M's and then just kind of wait things out. They have two counters on each side of the coin, really. One with SK and one with Foot, but no tanks to be seen. I feel like Foot have got a comp here. If I'm honest, if that M's gets into position as well, very hard to get out the spawn side when you've got an M so close up. But that B will pack a big sting if Yoshi lands some of these shots. That's why the speed on the side of Foot is a consideration here. Russell's Hive coming in as well. It does take down Semantic, so good start there for SK. OP uses the phase shift, speaks better of it. Some good damage though being sprayed out from Drage on both sides of things, or of the lanes, but AKS can drop the base there, and that will be a quick thing for Samantha to take care of on that left-hand side.
Yeah, great shots from Drage, I will say, considering he's pretty outranged. He's been able to get into Gie's vicinity quite well, and he finds the slow as well, forces the super out of Gie and forces him to lose positioning instantly. With Chaos just so well on the other side. Rattled Hive making 2 connections on Drage once more. Drop the base pop to reset these heals. Semantic needs to bring it down, but we see kills over the rest of it. Semantic finds the grab, but doesn't get the super out. Was trying to get another gassy heal off to bring some HP back to his meter, but can't quite get it. And SK Gaming start things off strong.
It would have been an amazing clearance if we'd been able just to kind of juggle his tasks and just find that angle, wouldn't it? But wasn't to be. SK with a swift and early goals. Very aggressive push coming in here. Past Semantic is good, and the speed won't be quite enough until they take it down a few bodies, and that's one. Gie falters, and Yoshi's still staying firm in the goal mouth, but does not manage to get the ball out. OP will score it, and that is a very quick response from Foot to tie things up.
Yeah, a little bit sketchy, but a few shots from OP came in at the end there, so shouldn't be too far of another speed. Slowed out now, though, still just has that last remaining phase shift to Chaos, looking for OP. Has the speed. Semantic needs to try and bring this down, but the flight away could be too much. Drage going to get traded out as well. 2v2, but Yoshi straight down the side. But Semantic finds the kill. Out of nowhere, gets the dashes across and gets Chaos as well, showing his old team what he's made of.
I'll be honest, I felt like OP not connecting that speed to Semantic was going to come back to bite, but there, what an amazing defense there from Semantic. Had to land every single shot there, and the dashes were on point as well. Beautiful stuff. It allows Foot to take more of an aggressive stance and Semantic keeping the pressure onto IKOUT's. Gear will falter as a result of that great swing from Drage and a helping hand from OP. The pass here is going to be good here, but also Yoshi will be able to defend it. He will be able to. Ball in the pocket, and now SK can reset.
Well, still got a bit of control, but that shot did hit very hard, I will say, on OP, having to back off and stay in control. But Semantic making these moves alone. He's so confident in his ability with this brawl. He's just playing it so well. These unbreakable walls are going to be a big thing for Esports if they can establish control behind them. But OP's low, Semantic's low, and he's going to go down. Drage trying to find the kill onto Chaos and actually forcing the super out of him is going to be a big thing in this overtime. Drage still has his as well, though, but a max speed is going to be the deciding factor, I feel.
Drage can hold out any longer, but I think he did pretty well to buy his time. In the meanwhile, Yoshi and IKOUT are healing up. EA goes in aggressively, just choose to consider carrying on with it. Got Semantic to just creep on this right-hand side. Beautiful stuff from him. He's gonna get slowed down by the Beehive, but will OP be able to find an angle here? He's got no phase shift. That would have been a great thing to have at this moment in time. I think Foot wants to really tie up before overtime, but Drage has got super here as well. A quick swift pass at the right time from OP could be exactly what they need to be able to get a landing shot on goal, but it's going to actually pop it there on low HP. I'm not too sure about that, but for the moment are still in a good position, but if he goes down, well, surely he will now. It's just down to Semantic here. We have to do something with this. He's got one, he gets two, but with no super, he's not really going to be able to get a goal here.
Yeah, might be able to grasp it off Gear, though. The little shot the wall and bounce back might be what they need, but they can't find anything there. Regardless of all the control Foot had in that overtime, they just didn't have the max speeds at the right time. They couldn't provide them, and it seemed like it just never came. He was waiting so long. I'm not sure if he used it in the wrong circumstance, but all he needed was a max speed and an M super, and it's game over, surely.
I just felt even just a pass to Drage and just a glory moment to try to get a shot off would have been a great thing to try to do, but clearly not able to get it done. Going to be heading back into the game in just a swift moment as Teddy's just clearly getting a monster energy to keep himself going for the next games. That was the draw, of course. The match will have to continue on, and we shall find out who will be able to get the first game on the board. 15 seconds of play, but it seems like we're able to get a takedown there as now IKOUT's coming back in. Should be able to regroup enough now. Semantic's been doing such wondrous things in this lane. But the pinch between OP and Drage is great, and now it's a 3 versus 2. Will Semantic be able to get a takedown as well on IKOUT, trying to find Yoshi there. And Yoshi's holding on to the amplified shot as well as the shield there, so he's in a pretty good defensive position there as I feel like he should win this match. A great knockback there from Drage. Stays alive just a little bit longer. It's now 2 versus 1. Yoshi with the Beehive tries his best. Not going to be enough. OPE will score.
I mean, that was really nice from Semantic. It seems like he's never not in the right position at this point. Just so good from him all day long. OP's going to have to dash away, though, there as he gets slowed down. But Semantic making this left-hand side flank and actually finds the drop the base. So going to be very low and actually going to go down. Rattled high, going to be there as well. OP falls just down to Drage to try and get the defense, and the shot through is there. Gales does use a super on the way, though. Didn't want to risk having to take that any further and getting taken down by Drage, and another unfortunate miss.
That's 10 there from Drage, but not quite enough. He'll win the lane this time. Connection from Yoshi's not going to be good, and OP will survive on. Like Chaos comes through and actually just takes so much controlling this right-hand side. Should be okay for now to be able to defend this, and OP should get a couple of shots off, but he doesn't get like Chaos taken care of soon. He's just going to start to heal up, and this is a terrible spot now. Foot are struggling to get out of this position now. Everyone from SK going to be healing up in such a strong position. They need to get out of this position. Going into overtime, they need to push this ball forwards, and they're starting to do that. That was good from SK, just couldn't quite finish it off though.
Yeah, that's controls quickly wavering though, and now the push-up coming from Foot. OP's still got a dash as well, should be able to get away from this 3K and actually misses it anyway. Super available for Semantic, and he's making the push, but Gear's going to take the right-hand side, flip the scripts, both the left-hand side in terms of point of view with winning it. Semantic needs to return now as they're just taking this down the right-hand side and trying to make the aggressive push, but OP cleans up the defense, and Yoshi going to find the killing blow onto Semantic once again, and it's just a 2v2 in mid. But we do have Chaos in the back lines of Foot here.
Yeah, they're going to find him. Semantic can't quite get the reach, but the speed will help close the gap, and now a chance to go on the aggressive. Drage tries to spray down Gear on this right-hand side. If he comes trying to give a helping hand, the ball still casts to that top right-hand side. And now, but it's not going to take much. If OP gets super here, and a couple of takedowns along the way, then it is going to be very, very swift to score, especially with Semantic having such easy access to supers as well. So far, SK know that they've got to hold on here. They've got to play defensive, play passive, as we know that they are very capable of doing so. This is really what they need to do. It's not an overtime that really caters towards them, but that tap from Yoshi is good. Like Chaos gets on the aggressive now, it could go a long way, but I feel like SK is just going to play it safe.
Yeah, I mean, max speed is what they need, and they need to provide it to pretty much everybody on that team as well. But Samantha going to go over to the right side now and see if he can find this matchup versus Gear a little bit easier than the one on the right. We know Drage is pretty much losing every single one that he takes in this overtime. There's no knockbacks left for anything either. And Semantic, SK just seemed to want the draw. They didn't try anything. They didn't bring it out. They aren't making any moves, and they're okay with just accepting it. The second draw is going to be coming out of this match between FUT Esports and SK Gaming. Slow. When we just need one team to take a quick 2-0 win. I don't mind which one it is, but we're seeing so many draws at the moment, and they don't even seem like they want to try and push it out.
It was always my concern with Indestructible Walls. I always felt like that should be a bit of a moment where they're allowed to be destructible, right? I mean, we are sticking very firmly to the definition, but in Brawl, it kind of defeats the purpose a little bit, in my opinion. But nonetheless, we're going to be going back into the thick of it. A quick pass there to Semantic, but he can't realistically get this ball whilst there's two bodies in the way. But OP is just going to shred down like Chaos a little bit more. Yoshi as well, not healing, choosing to go on the aggressive. And that might be costly if these taps start to land from OPE. Speed available now, but he has done a fantastic job of working his way forwards. Semantic's got to make a call here. Yeah, he's going to do, super forwards. That was perfect from him. Buying so much time, but not an easy play to make work at all. You really had to land the shots and make that methodical motion to get that ball and get it cleared.
Yeah, drop the base is going to go down here as well, just in time for Samantha to come back up and try reclaim this control. But Drage, he only really has a say in this matchup when he still has these knockbacks, so as Gia can just come towards him, that flying hook, and finish him off quite quickly. 3K still available as well. Samantha's got to be a little bit cautious down this left-hand side, and it just seems like FUT, they're just trying to cling on to something that just isn't there. They need to make these pushes with the max speeds and try force it out, because they're just getting so strong-armed at the moment.
Chaos pushing up so heavily there, and he gets the takedown as well. Top of the base will finally go down there from Drage, but he's now a 3 versus 1, and this has got to be a goal here for SK, surely, and a great time for it. OP's left alone. The body block was on point as well, and SK will bring themselves forwards with 1 minute 10 on the clock, and the FUT have got to respond now.
Here's the max speed, and with it should be a response. Semantic looking for a super, but kind of be frightened. 3K on the way. Drage needs to take this matchup, and he needs to take it well. Dash away from OP now, though, that the follow-up Ralph Hive going to get the kills, and we're seeing a 3v0 now. I was about to say 3v1. Chaos going to slot this ball in and take the first game after 3 of Brawl Ball.
It took a while for us to get there, but when it happened, it was very explosive on the side of SK. But just didn't seem to have an answer in regards to their aggression, despite having a very aggressive comp themselves. And doesn't take much. They just seemed as well on the side of SK to be very prepared for that induction of the max speed coming in of the result of their goal. So that defense was on point. And Gia, I've got to hand it to him. He is really winning this lane, and I think it's the right call now. Allows Samantha to try to take that side over, because Drake is really struggling, but it doesn't seem to be enough. SK now pushing the ball forwards. OP's got a heal as well. This could be another goal, and it is already. And that was a 16-second goal.
I mean, maybe the rotation wasn't the best thing. Semantic looking for the kill once again, but he's actually got this spin onto him as well, so that could be dangerous. And they're just getting wiped off the map now. The slow's there, the shot from Gia, the pinch, everything that SK's doing is right in these late seconds of Brawl Ball. It seems like FUT, they've taken a loss and they're just rushing everything. This is a goal. It's a walk in from Gia. Oh, he doesn't... Am I wrong in saying that was a goal?
I felt it was, but I mean, you've got to hand it to FUT. They're able to hold it on, but by how much? And realistically, can they bring this back even? Because they've been faltering so much. It's just gone from pretty good to bad to worse. And now they've got 1 minute 30 to try to rekindle this game and this whole entire set in the process. They do, it'd be a tremendous feat, but now Drage wins that lane, and Semantic can get hit by Yoshi, and that actually will give him a bit more of an opportunity with the honeycomb as well, and the amplified shot to hand to defend the situation now, because FUT have got a great opportunity.
Yeah, Drage still got some of these knockbacks as well, and they've got Chaos when no drop the bases down the left-hand side. It always seems to be Yoshi pinching that decides who wins these lanes, but both supers available on the right side. Drage, I swear he had an... Oh, OP is going to be taking the right side. I was going to say, I'm losing my mind here, but Guy picks up another one and gets 2 as well. Lovely stuff from him, and it just doesn't seem like FUT can push anything through.
Well, Guy goes down, and he has been someone who's been very good at staying on his feet. Chaos is low, but takes the skies. Does get singular bomb off onto Samantha, but now the speed comes in. This is where Foot have got to make this moment count. Good taps onto Guille. He should fall to low. Chaos as well, left-hand side incredibly low. It's a 3 versus 1. Great pass through, and Foot somehow are starting to rekindle this game.
I mean, after what should have been finished, they're lucky to be able to do so. Drage over this right-hand side. No knockbacks left now, and that can be difficult. Samantha's going to be able to avoid a few of these shots, but provide another 3k along the way. Super comes in from Guille. It's just OP alive, and he needs to find this clear here. Speed available, and he's not even going to get Guille. He needed to get the ball. That's going to be a team wipe, and I'm going to say this one actually is a goal as SK take this set.
Guille, all day long. Man of the match for me in that set. Just an absolutely phenomenal performance from him. He was unshakable on that right-hand side lane, and the protective pirouette, it was a very hard thing to shake. Just not enough DPS on the side of Foot to really do much about it. And when he went straight down the map aggressively, he was just there for so long and just able to allow his teammates from above to be able to pinch down. And look at the stats as well. A great deal more damage, wasn't it, for SK Gaming? Over 20,000 more in their court, and much more healing on the side of Foot. Just goes to show how much damage output there really was going on. But that side of things as well, look at the bottom stats as well. But realistically, you know, had a lot going against them. I felt like in the first 2 games that we saw that availed to a draw were their best opportunities to really kind of make their mark and actually try to wrap this up there and then. But SK kind of went back to a few of their older ways and just had some delay strategies, get that early goal and just tried to delay the onset, and it worked. It made Foot almost get a bit tired in their processes, and now it could be the start of a potential turnaround trap.
I mean, it was very disappointing performance from Foot, I will say. It seemed like certain moments it was only really Semantic who was fighting against them, playing on that stew, and the rest of it was kind of just falling apart. And I mean, yes, Gear was played incredibly down that right-hand side, and Drage did use these gadgets quite quickly and was unable to fight against him for the majority of those games. It's really, really difficult stuff for Esports, but at the end of the day, the draft is what's in your control, and you got to be a bit smart. A little bit unfortunate for Semantic there not to be able to get the clear to the right-hand side, or pretty much anywhere else would have been fine, but that's just not the way it plays out. For Esports managed to get one in return, but just not enough, and we saw those 2 draws as well. Very, very long set of Brawl Ball, and SK were the ones who were a bit more ready for it.
Wow, we've seen some resolve, and I've got to say, SK are starting to really impress me, actually. And I mean, not to say that they haven't before. They've just had so much high standards for themselves. We just kind of come to expect so much from them, and that's going to be something that's definitely going to be frustrating for them as well, because they're not playing badly at all. Just haven't had luck on their side necessarily, and very, very small errors of judgment that have just kind of led to a few losses. But now they've started to really today impress me, taking down Reply Totem, and now Foot could be in a bit of a reverse sweep situation if they don't start to bring things back together and gain some order on the scenario. But bridge too far is the map up next. SK going to be banning out the Max, the Sam, and the Bonnie. I think that Max ban is definitely a good one to be banning out, because OPE on this map would love to have got his hands on it. The Eve, the Piper, and the Bell ban from Foot. They're going to be drafting in the Nanny and the Brock for Foot, and the Grom for SK.
I like the Grom. I'm not sure how I like it as a first pick. I do much prefer what Foot are kind of reaching towards here. I don't have enough proof of this Grom really showing me that much. I know it's very good on these safe zone heist maps, but at the end of the day, I just not convinced in comparison to that sharpshooter long range kind of strategy that Foot Esports are kind of bringing to the table. It's going to take a penny, and that's just another thing that's going to be outranged by both of the opposition here. But it seems like they're heavily relying on these walls, and yes, one side of them is unbreakable now, but the other side very much breakable.
I think if I had to choose a combo, I kind of slightly prefer what Foot are running with. Now the Lola comes in. We know that can also help out with just juggling the lanes. Ultimately, the Ego can really be quite a good body blocker as well, so we'll have to take that into consideration. But I think they got the range advantage. Grom, though, here is definitely a troublesome thing. I mean, personally, I cannot stand dodging against the Grom, but this is why these are the best players in the world. They can do just that. Far, far better than I. Colt coming in for Foot. I mean, at this stage in the sets, is that wise? I mean, that's, if nothing else, displaying a great deal of confidence for sure. I mean, I imagine they want to silver bullet their way through this entire map and just open things out very, very quickly to allow them space to maneuver. But I don't know. It's very, very risky when they've just conceded a set to SK, and now this might be an opening door for the SK to walk through. If they're not careful of landing these shots and keeping control, I mean, I hope it works. I love for nothing more than for Colt to absolutely pop off. but it is a risky play here, Trev. Risky strats from Foot.
It really is, and you can't even open up the whole map. That's the thing. One of these lanes is always going to be closed off. So I'm not sure how I feel about this for Foot, but at the end of the day, they're going to have a lot of damage. And that mid lane being open, obviously Grom can take it. But at the moment, just getting pinched down. But they're going to find this left-hand side early on. And if Drake can juke his way up here, that's going to be some damage.
Just as I'm talking about dodging Grom shots, and Drage does that very, very swiftly on. Tapping and blazing up by Chaos there, but does eventually go down. Rocket Rain will connect from OPE. Didn't quite get the takedown of Chaos along the way, but it would have been nice. But Yoshi now does keep the pressure onto OPE and actually working his way forwards, and he can just close the gap even more and just land a gadget onto the safe. It would be huge. Drake though does get a bit short-changed, manages to pick it up now, but the X Factor did connect there onto the safe, and it does bring SK very close to getting that lead.
Yeah, super available from Semantic as well, and still no freeze frame from the other side. Guille just looking for some kills, but also surely going to get TP'd up on here, looking for that now, and some follow-up shots into the safe from Semantic. Ope getting some nice connections down the right-hand side too. Incendiary hits, and only one shot needed to bring him down. Rocket Lace is needed to get away, and honestly, with the control that the Grom's had in the mid, they're getting some big damage, and only 10% in it now.
That's why I just love Grom in Heist in general, because it's one of those brawlers that doesn't always spring to mind, but you can just see it is starting to turn the tides in favor of SK. Now the Penny Turret as well is looking to lock onto the safe, and Drake incredibly low. If he goes down, it could well just do that, and it's going to be so much pressure on the side of Foot as SK now take the lead. Peep coming in there for Semantic. Has got to do something here. TP's in, does get the takedown to free up that middle lane, and that is huge for Foot.
Yeah, that should really open some stuff up, but the Penny Mortar's still doing so much work. Soup from Ope, but actually might open up for the pinch on Semantic here, having to avoid some Grom shots, but does avoid those, but can't quite get away from from Chaos's pinch on the left-hand side. Now just following up once more, over and over again, and they're going to need to finish this one off, and they just can't get him away. The TP's there, but the Penny shots aren't going to be stopped by that. One game in the hands of SK Gaming now, and just one game away from being 2-2.
It just felt to me, as soon as the Grom got its foot stuck in the door, Foot didn't have an answer for it. They were just struggling in spawn, and that's the risk of bringing in a cult. I mean, again, it can absolutely work, and it is, I believe, Magnum Special being ran, so there's more range on the side of Drake, less speed, those slick boots, so it does make a difference a little bit to help with the matchup, but it also means that you're slower in the, the event of being able to juke a lot of what SK brings to the table. But Semantic with a very quick left-hand side lane clear up. Right now the Peep going to open up very early on. Interesting choice. But he does win the trade into the mid, and that will then allow Drake to move further forwards. A much better start from Foot, but they're going to hold this time, and that's what they failed to do in the last game.
Yeah, Chaos, I'm not even sure if he knows Semantic's there, and he gets wiped off the map instantly. Yoshi just trying to keep Drake back now, as he knows he's got a little bit more DPS than what Semantic can bring to the table. Some good jukes keeping himself alive, but Guille's going to pinch in now, and it's just Ope versus Guille holding that right side. Freeze Frame's going to be doing a world of work there, and Semantic's TP to the mid is not going to be lasting long.
Yeah, I just felt like OP didn't really contribute much in that moment there, and just didn't really get the pressure onto Guille, and as soon as that then came back full circle to punish him in his event of going in overly aggressive, SK have now got so much positioning power. Drake's just going to be going down here, shorting to either the Penny Turret or Chaos. He does. Guille's staying alive on the right-hand side. Penny Turret still putting a lot of pressure there onto Semantic, and now 2% is all SK needs to bring back the lead into their favor.
Well, it's looking good for them now, since they've got this control, and Grom shots falling up as well. X Factor down in the mid, and still gonna have some ammo left as well. Ope just trying to find these shots into the turret now. Can't really be letting it survive, but TP is not going to be there, and the shot does connect. But they're just taking this damage lead further and further away from them. Eventually, the turret's going to go down, and Josh should go down in the mid, but this might be a little bit too much for Esports to kind of claw back.
It's just very punishing when you lose control with this kind of comp, and SK know that. Peep going to come in now for Semantic, gets the kill on Chaos. That's a good start. Turret needs to go down on the left-hand side, but will he have the time to do so? Just to go for damage, which does mean that that turret will remain, and Drake is one tap away from going down here. But still, Guille on this right-hand side is the problem. A big rocket rain there from OPE, but Guille's still standing. Drake with the pickup now. Oh, great jukes there from Chaos. Beautifully done. Evades the entirety of that super Grom bomb goes out. It does as well, get a pickup along the way. It's very close, but I feel like if SK gain back control, and it looks like that could be the kill to do it, then Foot are going to struggle here, and there's so little time, and Foot are going to get damage.
They really do. Shots raining down and 10 seconds on the clock. They need something, anything. Ope finds this right side. Can he find the jukes to get away? 3 seconds on the clock and more damage is added and he can't get any himself. SK Gaming take it and they might be reverse sweeping for Esports like they got done to them yesterday by the same team.
It's a bit of torn in my mind as to whether the Colt was just a bad run to draft or whether the Grom was actually left open and it shouldn't have been, because it's just very difficult. Very hard for even the best players in the world to handle that kind of brawler. And it just feels like to me the Foot might be kicking themselves a little bit off the back of that. But they had the damage, but the healing was far more on the side of SK. But the control, I would say, which is a stat that you can never really see, it was massively in SK's favor. The right-hand side lane as well, especially, EA just was winning it consistently. OP wasn't really making much of a dent, and it definitely caused a lot of problems. It allowed SK to regain positioning power, but just found themselves in a world of hurt and were unable to escape the spawn. And when you've got a Colt, I just feel like that's a really tough thing to be able to escape from.
Yeah, I mean, I think a rotation might have been needed. I believe we actually saw Semantic against Lola early in the first game, and that's what kind of made them succeed. Got quite quick early lane. OP was able to do more against the Penny, but then after that they just didn't really swap much, and it was all kind of downhill from there. And I underestimated Grom at the start. I said, you know, it kind of hasn't fully proven itself to me just yet, but seeing this, it definitely did. And you know, I'm not sure if that's the Grom being really, really good or just Colt being very, very questionable as a pick by Drage. Seemed like it was just something they didn't really need and something that didn't get a lot of value, and so high skill cap. And obviously I'm not saying Drage isn't a high skill cap player, but you're playing against high skill cap players, which makes it even harder.
Well, a fresh draft inbound as the final set approaches. We've been to the 5th and final every single game today, and this one's no different. Open zone, a hot zone. It's for me, this does feel like it could be an SK Gaming kind of map, but it will be down to the bans because Foot are very competent in open spaces. These bans are going to be on point. Megs, Maxes, Stews, Pams, Bees. It's really all up for anyone to be able to take off the table here, and be curious to see who wins that coin toss. It will play a vital role in this kind of moment because, again, if Foot do not win this set, they will be going home, and A&R will secure themselves that all expenses paid trip to Tokyo, Japan. It'll be huge for them, and they might be able to do it just by the downfall here of Foot if they do not claim this set. It's a very important one that Foot do have to claim here. And SK at the moment, I feel, have got the momentum to do that 2 consecutive sets. When it was looking so convincing in the favor of Foot, they really did look like they were just going to sweep, as we've seen them do time and time again last week. But now, pressure really is on, and they've got to come together as a team. The bans are in. It's B, Crow, and Poker banned by Foot. Meg, Bell, and Max banned by SK.
Well, I do like the bans, I must say. You know, getting Meg out the way is always going to be a solid one, and Max, obviously, OP special. So going to see Stu as that first pick, and first pick worthy in my eyes. It's definitely a solid, and we've definitely seen Semantic play it very, very well in that previous sets, and also through last week and yesterday as well, but I'm just not sure of its first pick material for me.
The way Foot have been playing it, when it comes down to those tense moments, it can be the deal breaker for the situation, and I do feel like a lot of the jukes that they can bring to the table will buy some time. The speed zone as well will save for some time coming back with the respawn. I know what you mean. The Lola, it's one of those brawlers which is very impenetrable, and we saw already in that last set just how well Gear was playing it. It does cause a problem, but it's range that now Foot are lacking, and that's going to be surely what's on their mind here. And a lot of the big ideas are already gone, the Crow, the Bee, and the Bell, so it's going to be a tough thing for them to have to make work now. And you can't really go with a Piper now that Lola's there, so that's another long-range brawler that's completely out of the mix. Could be Spike potentially here coming in, or Pam. It would be a good shout. Bonnie going to come in for SK. And that is also, yeah, it's a really very common SK kind of brawler to pick here. Brings a lot of range to the table as well. I do like the way that things are shaping up here for SK. I'm not going to lie. Foot needs to respond now very, very carefully.
I must say, you know, I kind of agree with you. I think that SK comp's just looking that a little bit better, and you obviously have questions due off the start. And I'm still kind of questioning it now, especially with that Lola being able to tank quite a lot with the ego, the freeze frame, Bonnie being pretty, not pretty tanky, very tanky in that tanky form. But as a return pick, we see the PAM, and I always love to see a PAM. You know, I said this earlier, open zone pretty much being one of 2 maps where it's played nowadays, and then the Colette on top of it as well to be able to deal with that Bonnie. I think it's a very, very solid pick. And even if PAM's on Bonnie, the amount of shots it takes to bring her down, it can be difficult to deal with, and I feel like maybe we've flipped back towards Foot here.
Yeah, no, yeah, genuinely have, yeah. And we watched as well Drage really rise to the occasion with Colette. It wasn't necessarily an open zone in the BSC qualifiers. I think it was on Ring of Fire, if I'm not mistaken, but he really did land the mark when it came down to it. Despite the pressure of the situation there, he really did land. Penny, though, for SK. You know, this is as much of an SK comp as there ever is one. Realistically here, it's got so much ability to allow for the turret to really lock itself on. The body for this assassinations and the Lola for the longevity of the set. Let's see as we go in. You know, again, it's such an important set here for Foot. They do need to land the mark or they will be going home, and A&R will be going to Tokyo, Japan.
Yeah, this is the decisive set. As you say, this could be A&R not even having to play for that spot towards Tokyo. This could be the decider right here, and indirectly taking out the competition. As we get into it now, we'll see who does come out on top, and Foot still fighting for their lives. 2 sets in a row have been lost now, and the chances of SK reverse sweeping are pretty high.
If they went high enough with last year's results and statistics, it could be another one of those reverse sweep moments that I'm sure Drage will be dreading. Happened more frequently with Tribe Gaming last year than others, but 18% lead so far, and now with that pickup from Chaos, as OP falls, got your gadget pop from Drage, it doesn't avail too much, so that's a terrible start, but they need to start to gain some positioning power, some takedowns, and securing things forwards. Bit of a questionable healing station for me there from Semantic, but nonetheless, it does help a little bit. Just be able to continue pushing this left-hand side. For how long? He's so low now, and Yoshi with the pickup. Not a single % of time has been spent on the zone for Foot.
I mean, that is very disappointing for the side of Foot Esports. Already 60% down, and Ope can't do anything. Still got salty barrels in hand as well. Another mortar to tank to go along with it. Drage in a world of hurt right now, not able to do too much whatsoever. We see him playing this mid. The super's going to be missed. This is game here, pretty much. Yoshi's going to get back in that tank form, be able to eat even more. The ego's there. We've got a turret, still got a salty barrel, and this has surely got to be it here. We see Drage go down as well. Just Ope and SK Gaming come out swinging in the last.
I mean, that is about as convincing a match point as there ever will be. Just, was it 3% for Foot on the zone? And I mean, what is it going to take? You know, I mean, is it just a clear out draft, or is there a world where Foot can start to really rekindle this? They've got so much against them now, and I don't know how they're feeling about this comp. In that instance, it's not looking good.
Now we see Semantic coming back through this mid once more, and didn't really work for Drage playing in the mid last time, so he's swapping over and he's going to be playing against the Penny here. Needs to try and get this lane a little bit more under wraps, and Ope just over this left-hand side needs to be able to push up on this Bonnie. Doing a good job avoiding the shots so far and pushing them back, and already 10% more than what they got in the last one.
I mean, this is looking better. I do feel like this comp can work, but it just was so convincing as SK just really dominated the entirety of that last game, but it is a fresh new one. There's definitely a lot more at stake now, and a lot more potential for mistakes to be made by Foot, but so far, so good. It's actually 50% now for them. The 4% of SK is a night and day difference, but they've got to stay firm. They cannot lose control now. They know that they're onto a bit of a winner here. It's about as good as it's going to get, Trav.
Yeah, that Penny more placed defensively as well, which means Drage has got less stuff to shoot through if he did tank it, but he's eating shots for Semantic, and he's taking the damage now, up to about 70%, but Drage falls, Semantic's low as well, and this splash value is going to be huge from Chaos. Ope needs to make the moves and start to get these aggressive plays going, otherwise they're getting it locked in spawn, like they did in the last.
It's going to be a quick retake that's needed here. Look how aggressive OP is going. He's really fighting his battle there, that top side of the map. Semantic is trying to get everyone as low as possible, but that healing station might not be enough. In fact, it's terribly placed as Chaos gets a tremendous amount of splash. 19% needed by Foot, but they've got to retake this. They've got to push as a team and make sure that everyone's in the right place, HP-wise, to do so. They can't go in like lone wolves. They've got to work together now to retake this, and so much is on the line.
Drage gets no gotcha value, and Semantic gets another 8% on zone. Ope needs a Gasse heal right now, needs to make the connecting shot, but can't find it. Ego's there as well, tanking for Guille, and Drage can't get out of spawn. We see still salty barrels in hand. We're seeing Pennymortar to be able to tank as well. They've got so much to throw on the zone. Super comes in from Drage and gets the connecting damage. Semantic's got a super as well. This is the push they need. Jump comes in from Yoshi, but Ego's off the map straight away. 5% needed, and I believe FUT Esports are going to do it. They bring it to double match point, and then Lifeline stays alive.
Oh my word! How tense was that? I mean, my heart is is hurting actually watching it. Oh my goodness! I don't know whether it fills me with confidence for FUT, because they did lose control and it took a long time to regain it. But considering how the first game went, that is about as good a round as they can hope for. And will it be enough for them to just confirm this comp has legs, and then their skill as well has it to match point. But my goodness me, does this mean more for FUT to lose?
Definitely means so much to them. Ope's coming aggressive now, but Yoshi still there. Doesn't get the dash off, and I'm sure Gassiel would have kept him alive there. Gotcha Gadget's not really getting a lot of value this time either, but Semantic going aggressive onto Yoshi. Needs his scraps up to connect well. Got the Pam turret down as well. Yoshi going to be brought down to 186, and he needs to go down. Ope secures that one. Gassiel still going as well. Needs to try to stay up here. But Semantic, they're just eating penny shots. They're splashing onto their own teammates, and there's no help whatsoever for it.
Yeah, they've got to be far more cautious. The amount of value the Chaos is getting is insane, and it's able to keep recycling turrets for that same reason. It's causing a massive issue, and I think they're going to be much more careful about their positioning power, not just for themselves, but for their teammates as well. Going to get popped there from Guille. The jump in front of Yoshi was absolutely on point, and a huge clear up, 60% now for SK and all the high ground in the world.
Need to get this zone back. Speed zone's there. Drage trying to get the gotcha value, but there's an Ego tanking it. Semantic pushing up on the Penny now, and he's not going to have the best matchup over there. He gets brought very low by the Mortar and all the rest of the assistants from SK Gaming. Some aggression coming in. Drage taking heavy fire, and this might be it for them now. Two of them go down. Semantic the only one remaining. 20% needed, and I think they're saying goodbye to FUT.
I don't see any way when it's not, with 10% remaining, and everyone on the zone for SK. All the HP is there, and FUT will sadly be exiting now. They will not be going to Tokyo, Japan, and ANR invertedly have done so. Congratulations, ANR, fully deserved, and they will be attending DreamHack in Japan.
Well, ANR secure it with SK Gaming's help. They did already take them down, so we can't say they don't deserve it. But FUT Esports drop out of the competition. They drop down from the lower bracket, down to the depths, because that is so disappointing. After all these game days, the qualifiers, the stage 2, and now stage 3 here today and yesterday, they don't make it. A hard-fought battle, and ANR come out on top.
What an outcome. What an outcome today. Huge, such a monumental achievement for ANR, but for FUT, it's gotta feel absolutely heartbreaking. They were so close to taking it to an entirely new series, and it just wasn't to be. It came down to one singular game, but maybe prior to that, some questionable moments. That reverse sweep to even take its toll. I mean, gotta remember going back to that second set that FUT secured, it was looking like a clear sweep, an absolute sweep. And then that third set, which didn't go their way, but then that fourth set with that draft in a bridge too far, that I just felt was just such a daring thing to go in with, when, despite you being only one set ahead, just definitely some big question marks there, and FUT will be having to think about that tonight, and I don't envy them. I don't envy them at all.
Neither do I. That's going to be so disappointing for them. That is devastating, and sadly we won't be able to see this hard-fought matchup between ANR and FUT for this position to go to Tokyo, Japan to spectate it, as ANR have taken this one. And FUT Esports, as you said, some questionable drafts along this way. I must say I liked this last one. I really did, but it just wasn't enough for them to be able to take it back. And we saw Drage pretty much being forced onto one of his really unfavorable matchups for that Penny there. He's got Mortars to tank. He's got Salty Barrels to tank so much. And just at the end of the day, it was not enough. And we didn't see enough from FUT Esports to be able to convince us that they even deserve to be going to watch this event in Tokyo DreamHack.
Man, I can still hear and feel my heart beating. That was so incredibly intense, and I believed all the way until the end. But sadly, it just wasn't quite meant to be for FUT Esports in this season 2.5. Man, I'm upset for them, almost. It's really a tough loss for them to swallow, I think. And I mean, praise to SK for, giving it their all and completing a reverse sweep. They played phenomenally here as well, but it does feel like Foot was just so close to making it happen, or at least, locking in their spot in the grand finals. Fortunately for them, they're not quite gonna be there, which does mean that ANR effectively is gonna be qualifying. We'll get more about that later on. We have a quick break and then we will have our grand finals between ANR and SK Gaming.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rules. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. After all that, with 3 games down, we know who's going to have those tickets to DreamHack Japan for the Snapdragon Pro Series Masters, but we still got 1 game left for you. It's a bit of a show match, but it's going to be ANR versus SK Gaming. SK Gaming really proved themselves today, Art.
Absolutely so. I mean, this is really their chance for redemption, isn't it? I mean, we've all been questioning their performance until now, and they've started to really demonstrate and prove their worth. And I think it does speak volumes. They're starting to look a lot better. But will ANR be able to put that idea to rest in this grand final?
Yeah, I definitely. Ted, now to you, because I'm going to throw it straight to a prediction. Who have you got? Because genuinely, it's going to be really, really close, as Ark says.
Man, it's a really tough goal because, you know, if you look at the situation right now as well, ANR, as much as, you know, they're going to be on top of the moon, right? After this, first of all, the fact that they qualified for Japan, that's huge. But does that mean that they might, you know, relax a little bit and chill down? Or does that mean that they're going to play phenomenally because of how excited they are? I'm not quite sure, but, you know, for the sake of it, I'm going to go ANR.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure enough SK pins no matter what. Thank in the game because they've just done them a lot of work and taken a lot of that work off their hands. Ark, what about you? Who do you think?
Yeah, a very tough one to call, actually, now that we've seen SK really starting to gain some valuable momentum. I feel like ANR, for the reason that they have got that all-expenses paid trip now under their thumbs, I feel like they're going to be on top of the world. But as Teddy says, you know, will that be something which hinders them or actually goes for them or not? I think they're going to be giving it their all. They'd like to demonstrate a lot of strength because, again, you know, outside the Snapdragon Pro Series, they want to make their mark on the entirety of the EU and MENA region. So I think for that reason, I'm going to go ANR.
See, I don't disagree. I kind of think that SK Gaming might be able to pull something out of the bag here, though, just because, you know, they have much to prove. So much they're already taking down Reply Totem and Foot Esports, who are some of the teams in the highest regard in EMEA. But at the end of the day, they want to be able to show that they take down because they've been deprived of 2 finals now. They haven't done the best except from in this competition, and they need to prove themselves yet again to be able to have better and have that momentum going into future. It's not well for them at the moment, Teddy.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. It was a disastrous start of the season, to be honest, especially if you look at the standards that SK put on themselves and that we have when it comes to them. But they've been making up for it so far today with some phenomenal performances, and I could definitely see them carry that all the way up.
Definitely so. With that said, we're going to have to give a few shout-outs to some of our sponsor. The big helps in getting this production up and running. We give a massive shout to Snapdragon Elite Gaming to start things off, as they really have been a massive helping factor as to how we get this stuff done and how competitions do and supporting the whole mobile scene as a whole, not only Brawl, not only the 4 regions we're seeing throughout Brawl Stars, but also with about 5 other games as well. So a massive thank you to those guys over at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. On top of that as well, Samsung Galaxy has been a massive help for us as they've just been coming time and time again, and we are powered by them. Not only Snap Series, but let's play Samsung, and the Galaxy S23 is a really, really good phone. So if you want to be able to compete at the highest level in Brawl Stars, you need those 120 hertz, and Samsung Galaxy is where you start, Teddy.
Absolutely so. You know, they got you covered at events as well. Everyone gets to play on the same devices, keeping everything fair and competitive, and that is, of course, very important to us.
Well, with that, I'd love to get back to some of these games and talk a little bit more over ANR versus SK Gaming, because, you know, ANR through the upper bracket, they've only had 1 game played today, and that's going to be able to hinder them, and they have been, you know, chilling out for quite. They've pretty much been provided the win by Gaming already, but they're not really going to be as warm as SK Gaming are, and that's why I was kind of siding with SK Gaming just that little bit more as well. A little bit more warmed up, a little bit more to prove at the moment also. Safe Zone going to be the first map up, and we should be getting into the ban any second. Honestly, you know, with these unbreakable walls, it has quite a lot of luck.
Yeah, it really has. Safe Zone now, definitely a much different game, and you got to consider then as to, you know, I mean, we've even seen Sprout have such a great time now in Safe Zone, and that was never the case because ultimately the left and right hand side lanes could really be a big threat to you. But we saw earlier today just like, you know, how well SK played against Reply Totem on this particular map, and who's going to win that coin toss, all importantly so as well. So the long range brawlers definitely high up there with the bans, getting rid of Bell, Brock, and others will go quite a long way now. Ruffs as well doesn't seem to be nearly as much of a viable option, but it could still be up there for either of these 2 teams. Definitely the riskier ideas tend to punish a bit more now, as they did not necessarily do so previously in Safe Zone. So that is still a consideration for teams as well. But as we get into the draft soon, Teddy, we'll be able to find out what each team are thinking and of course, a very important set to try to secure early on.
Yeah, I feel like Safe Zone is one of, if not the map that has had the biggest impact from the unbreakable walls. It's just so different now to play out on that right lane. If you're on the top side, the left one, it's mirrored either way, but it's a lot more challenging because you used to pretty much always lock in some sort of wall break, either free wall break by having something along the lines of a Brock, for example, as or a Griff as an example, or you could go a bit more of a tricky route and go for roughs and eventually get that supply drop, open up those walls, and get going. Nowadays, a wall break is really not as necessary. It can still be useful for those pesky walls in the mid and make sure that you can open things up and prevent, especially being spawn trapped. Spawn trapped when they have access to your safe is quite a bit of a disaster. Can also be useful in case they do end up in the bottom left, top right corners of the map behind those other annoying walls. But for the most part, it's a little bit more optional, which does open up for some more creativity and some brawlers that did start dominating, like Eve, for example, which really didn't necessarily used to be that much of a threat on this map until now, where it's one of the few brawlers that can consistently access that right side and make sure that, you know, it has kind of a much freer access to that area of the map than any other brawler.
Well, if you're just joining the stream, this is the grand final. It's A&R versus SK Gaming. A&R, of course, had a phenomenal day in the upper bracket, knocking down Foot Esports into the lower bracket, the first available opportunity. And SK, of course, knocking down Reply Totem out of the competition in that first instance of the lower bracket. Before then, we saw SK Gaming versus Foot, and Foot sadly did not make the grand final, so A&R have already secured their golden tickets over to DreamHack in Japan. You're seeing the show from the sidelines, but nonetheless, a great opportunity for them. So somewhat of a bit of a show match as we await the picks and bans. This final stage of today, this is the last match for the day. Just waiting to see what the teams will be looking to lock themselves in for as the picks and bans should be coming in. Teams probably taking a little bit of time out, as again, SK have been playing a great deal of matches so far. I just had the one early today, so they're probably feeling pretty confident. But SK will probably want a little bit of a breath to take here as they consider up as to what they're going to be doing. But I'm sure the admins will give SK a little bit of a nudge here, Teddy, and get them moving on swiftly.
Yeah, I mean, if it you know enables them to give it as much as a show as they have so far today, I don't think anyone is going to be complaining, as they've had quite a nice comeback from especially the first day, you know, where they did win against Reply Totem, but Totem playing with their coach role, it was a pretty different story, and it still counted as a loss in a certain way, if that makes any sense. Whereas today, I mean, 2 huge victories already under their belt, and knowing SK Gaming, even though they don't have a whole lot to win at this point, I think the bragging rights are enough of a motivation. And I mean, clearly against Totem and Foot Esports, they certainly were. So I'd expect nothing less from them here coming into this grand final.
Safe Zone, of course, being the first map. After that, Sneaky Fields to Brawl Ball. Goldom Gulch will be the third set as well for Knockout. Drilling Beats will be the fourth set. If you get that far, could be a sweep, who knows. Crystal Arcade, the Gem Grabbers, our fifth and final set. The bans now are in on Safe Zone. It's Grom, Brock, and Shelly being banned by A&R. Very interesting to see a Shelly ban on Safe Zone, but nonetheless, we've seen A&R already doing so today. I think it is intentional. SK Gaming going to be banning out the Bell there, the Max, as well as the Bonnie, drafting first pick with the Eve, which obviously was going to gain a great deal more abilities to maneuver on this particular map. But interesting though, Teddy, is still quite a very bold first pick there from SK.
I like it a lot, dude. I think to me it might be my favorite first pick. It does depend a little bit on the draft and the bans rather, and what is still open or not, but I think it can be a very powerful one, especially for the early stages of the game. Just get free access to that right side, and obviously later on as well, even if you are to go down or to fall back a little bit, you don't need to go through the mid, which can be such a crowded area on this map. Now, you do want to be careful with your hatchlings when you are facing a Penny, because we've seen before how disastrous spawnables can be with those splitting shots. But yeah, Penny and 8-Bit are going to be brought in now by A&R as their first 2 picks. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong with them. 8-Bit is still a major force on this map, and I think this combination is going to be particularly strong because, first of all, Penny would have been such a strong counter against 8-Bit's turret, And on the other hand, it deals so well with Eve that it's really two birds, one stone in this case in favor of ANR.
Yeah, I think 8-bit is honestly quite an under and one that can really cause a stir, especially when you land those extra credits onto the safe with the help of the damage booster. It can just shred through a safe. It's very, very common in North America, but less so in EU and MENA. But nonetheless, I do like where ANR are coming with this one, and the Penny as well can just land that turret safely behind the wall. B, though, as we know for SK, is one that they will often draw themselves towards, and I think for good reason as well. It's definitely one that has the range and the ability to really assassinate your lane or mid very, very early on. So Tick going to come in for SK. Interesting, not necessarily a brawler which you kind of associate immediately with safe zone, but it is one that can bring a great amount of control. And with the safety now of the lane side, with indestructible walls, it does bring a great deal to the table. I think SK have got a pretty decent comp. Let's see how ANR round this off.
Yeah, the Tick to me is a very interesting one. I mean, it's a chance here to kind of, you know, try something out and see if it sticks, but I don't know. I don't remember the last time I've seen a Tick on safe zone, and I mean, to my eyes, it's right next to the Shelly ban, you know? We'll see. The call is a final pick from ANR, which I do like more, a lot more dynamic and able to just, get straight into the action with a nice flying hook. I do like that idea deals decently well with Eve and her hatchlings too. And obviously, if you can manage to, get that flying hook straight into the Tick's face, that can be a very, very deadly situation. Not in favor of that Tick, obviously. But jumping in now, I'm really curious to seeing how that Tick is going to play out. And he's going to be playing it on lane, which, to be fair, makes sense. Because of those unbreakable walls. Still, I'm not overly convinced just yet.
Well, I imagine that left-hand side lane is going to be pretty stale until maybe he wants to make a move, or whether he wants to choose to go for the mid instead, or just allow his teammates to try to win lane or mid and wait for that moment to push through. But either way, the moment is Chaos. He's landing some good taps into Rama, taking him down to just under half HP there. Pops down as well. Honey Molasses and gets the pick up as now Nob goes in. Flying hook in, but that one singular mine at that top right will see his demise. No body block from Rama on the way back in, but it's just that 1% so far in favor of SK.
Some nice taps from IKELS. He's been playing ridiculously well today on that B. Looking to repeat that success in this matchup. So far, 3% in favor of SK. Not a whole lot, but could be enough to be a problem, as Nob is trying to get to that save and is gonna miss the shot both on gear and on that save. So at the end, just not really any value from that push. Rama is gonna fall, and SK Gaming should be nicely positioned here to maybe deal some more damage towards the save. So far, playing very reserved and very safe.
Chaos lands another amplified shot. And the second follow-up onto Rama. He's really struggling against this matchup. And there's a big one onto the safe there from IKELS, considering how little damage has been dealt on both sides. It's quite important. Doesn't land the second amplified shot, though. A lot of the battle is happening in that middle area at the moment. Nob can't really do much until he wants to try to flying hook this on the left-hand side. But that Tick head available to Guille, it's going to be a tough thing to really work around. And Yoshi's just keeping maybe suppressed, so unless they want to make a move, they've got 20 seconds to do so. I really feel like ANR have got to make a bit of a bold move now.
Yeah, they need to get out of their spawn at last, and they're doing that right now. The extra credits, as you mentioned, are huge. Massive damage being dealt, or roll in now as well from Nob, or dash in rather, and that should more than settle it here for ANR. SK Gaming playing patient and safe. Same for ANR, but it seems like for ANR it did pay off quite a bit more, as they were able to get a great final push there to seal the deal.
Yeah, perfect timing, wasn't it, from ANR? They had to go for it, but it also had to be at the right moment, at the right time, and have everyone in synergy to do so, and they did just that. It's kind of one of those things which we didn't really see enough, in my opinion, of last year, with teams that kind of would go up against SK and have those kind of delay strategies be placed upon them. You've got to respond with aggression and show that that is really going to be what survives at the end of the day. But let's see now, as the Tick goes into the mid lane, which is interesting. I think that it probably works a little bit better actually on the left-hand side lane, but nonetheless, Brother's still struggling to do much around it. The slower, sluggish movement is going to pick up and soak up so many of those mines until the damage booster goes down, but he's not actually running plugged in anyway, so he's not going to be able to gain additional speed from it. So definitely a bit of a loophole in the comp for A&R. As SK now go a bit more aggressive this time round. They know that it was not what won, the trades off last time, and I think it's better to get that early damage in now.
It's only 9%. Mebius will be able to tank it with a salty barrel, but from Gear will take him down, and Kills is dealing a bit of damage on that save. Only 1.2k per shot, so nothing too scary either, but we saw in the previous game that both teams were not really able to get a whole lot of damage on save, so every percent here most certainly counts. There's a minute and 15 on the clock. It's still a very slow game, just a little bit of a better start for SK Gaming than in the previous one.
Big flying hook in there from Nob and gets to the right-hand side lane taken care of. Yeah, going to falter as well, and now damage booster goes down, but Yoshi just really quickly locking onto it. In the meanwhile, damage is dealt, and the continuations of the shots coming in from A&R are huge. Maybe it's still the last person standing, and SK are all over the place at the moment. Low HP and not really much to say for it. Maybe it's still going here. Almost got taken down by the actual hatchling itself, and that's a big moment there for A&R. What is still 30 seconds left on the clock, so comeback potential here for SK, but they've got to regroup, they've got to replenish, they've got to start to win these trades.
And now dashing aggressively on the right side, is able to win that lane, but the tick head is going to be a problem, or never mind, he's able to deal with it in just a nick of time as Yoshi and Mebius are dueling it out. Mebius should be able to pick this one up, waiting patiently for the jump, but not quite able to get the follow-up connection. The hatchlings won't even get a chance to spawn, and damage-wise, there's just no shot here for SK Gaming to turn things around with our doubts about the tick here. And to be honest, I mean, it didn't do that poorly, but it just kind of struggled to push forwards past their own side of the map. And A&R, they will be able to close out this opening set and take the lead early on in this match.
Yeah, solid stuff. It was definitely the weaker of the brawlers in the SK Gaming comp, but in terms of the stats, I mean, very much in SK's favor there, let's be honest. I mean, less healing for sure, but double the takedowns of A&R, almost 3 times the damage of A&R, but seemingly not playing enough of the objective. That's the problem realistically here. Like, for them, they've got to reconsider their approach a little bit. A&R went in on the aggressive, and that was what really won things for them. Look at the amount of healing, though, more on the side of A&R. That's really what kind of counted for them. Those moments of sheer aggression just were not able to be defended enough by SK, and a very convincing set, very methodically done from A&R. You cannot deny that. And that is what makes them such a scary team and contender in this final moment.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing as well, right? With the tick, you'll get a lot of damage, but you won't necessarily really close out all that many kills. And in the meantime, your opponents have the chance to heal back up just a little bit and get back to the mix. I don't know, the tick pick was an odd one, definitely an adjustment to those unbreakable walls, but not one that quite seemed to pay out the way SK were expecting to, because they are going to be starting off this series with a 1-set deficit, as Sneaky Fields is going to be up next for Brawl Ball, and that does mean that for our bans, it's going to be a lot of tank counters, as we're kind of used to. As you can already see, A&R banning out Surge, and Surge actually double banned, but also Nida and Poco. Instead of SK, they'll be banning the Ems and the Stu as well. And our first pick is already locked in. That is going to be on the side of A&R, and that's a Spike joining their ranks. And I don't mind it. It used to be a very common first pick just because of how versatile it is and how hard it is to hard counter it. It's not as often a first pick anymore, because usually they're just kind of more, how can I say that, more meta first picks, but it's still pretty decent, and I don't mind it at all. Very similar ideas with Otis, for example, that did take that role out just a little bit. You know, the versatile tank counters, as we've been talking about them for quite a bit. So I really don't mind what I'm seeing so far, Ark.
Yeah, very similar in style, aren't they? Just very strong tank counters, but also have a bit of medium range suppression. I think I prefer the Spike out of the two of them, but certainly some vision gear high up on the cards here. I value the bans here. Double Surge ban, need to ban. Very, very important. Ems as well, I think, could be a very solid first pick actually on Sneaky Fields. Sandy is actually a very, very good call here. Surely running Root Sands on the Sandy side to enable the vision of anyone that might be lurking in the bush. Vision can be so important here. I wouldn't be surprised for that same reason to see a Janet coming through as well for the drop of the base. But definitely more of an SK kind of idea, I would say. Max available, and it is going to come up from A&R. Love it. Love that from A&R. But definitely, it's got to have vision gear applied to it, I feel, just to allow more information shared amongst the team. But Bro's going to come in. We've seen this working very, very well for Foot in the qualifiers for the BSC, and very underrated. Very, very underrated. Unfriendly bushes can show up everyone in the bush, slow them at the same time. So I do feel like A&R have got a very, very dangerous comp. SK are going to have to find something with some serious DPS to be able to shut some of these ideas down.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Rosa can be quite a threat. I mean, imagine, you know, the slow combined with the max speed and a Rosa shield. I can't picture much more terrifying things than that. Rico is going to be the final pick from SK Gaming, so going for a little bit of a comfort pick here. I wouldn't say in particular counter to anyone. It does have high DPS. There are some good opportunities for bounces here, so it's definitely not a bad one. Just maybe not the most high impact pick on paper. Obviously, it will all depend on how IKEOS actually plays it out on that brawler, since we already pretty much know he's a permanently designated Rico for his team. So assuming very much so that it will be him rocking the Rico.
Wow. I mean, I was definitely siding with A&R until I saw that last particular brawler come through, and you know, it's definitely felt like it's been a long time since seeing it, IKLs and the Rico, but we saw it yesterday, you know, on, I believe it was Pit Stop, and it really caused a big, big problem for Foot. And it does seem to be a bit of a win condition almost for SK as they clear up Knob on the right-hand side, leaving maybe it's incredibly low life plant to try to survive on a little bit longer, but SK just don't even want to push the ball through, just going to hold firm in this mid, take their time and keep the pressure on, maybe gain some more utility and some supers to hand as the speed comes in from Ruma. Great timing there on the unfriendly bushes, and it will secure a mid takedown of Guille.
Yeah, but Yoshi, he's just running around and can't quite catch up in time. That's going to be SK with the early goal. 50 seconds in, and A&R on the back foot. Need to be careful about how they assess the situation here. Not playing it very safe. Unfriendly bush swamped again. As Guille does go down, but the mute onto Knob will be enough to secure the kill, and the ball is passed forward, but there's pretty much no one there to catch it anyways. This means that for now, defense is safe, and they still have really good position down in the mid.
Maybe it's got a big task on his hands here, because Guille and IKEOS have both focused their attention onto him. He's flashing super and juking pretty nicely with the fat splatter. Will force him to the left, and there is the takedown. SK are really looking so good at the moment, and A&R don't really have an answer for this, and they've got all the time in the world. The ball safely away, and it is up to A&R to break through, and Run will be the ideal person to do that, but SK know that, trying to deprive him of the let's go, and exactly what Knob really needs to allow his super to shine, but now shoved into that corner, and it's not really able to do much there. They've got to get back this mid control on the side of A&R. They just cannot do anything with this comp back in spawn.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for them to hold on to this defense, as Rama does try to find some way to break through. This Foam maybe is next in line, and was not. It's the last man standing. It's looking more and more likely for SK Gaming to be picking up this first game of Brawl. Much of a chance in this one here for A&R, but maybe with a better start, they can turn things around in game 2.
Yeah, this is a scary comp for A&R, but they just struggle to keep control. And that is what is going to make this comp win ultimately. And if they give SK a singular goal, then SK will sit back. And they've got every right to in this situation here. So much range at their disposal and utility as well to combine with that. It just is a very hard thing for A&R to push back with. The amount of speed, you know, from the speed gears and vision gears and everything's going to keep them, you know, showing up. It's really going to be quite one for A&R in these early moments. Yoshi just AFK? Question mark? Or yeah, I don't know. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Maybe he thought he was in the bush and he just wasn't quite. Or he's avoiding the unfriendly bushes. I don't know. Not entirely sure about the strategy there, but Chaos is certainly tapping, and with only Mebius left alive, well, mid is going to be under SK Gaming's control, settling in very cozily for now, as Chaos is looking for some nice angles. He does end up getting shut down by Rama. Can A&R find some more, as it does feel like so far, for having a Rosa in their team, they've been spending an unhealthy amount of time on their side of the map, but this might be the chance they need, as Chaos is not going to be able to shut down Nob in time, and A&R score.
Great stuff. A&R took a while, but when it happened, it did look convincing, and oh, that's a great stun. Really is there from Yoshi. Suppressing Nob, but now Nob comes back with some feist and lands some shots, gets the takedown before the mute is there from Guille, but Chaos is, oh my word, the cycling, but Mavis comes out on top, and he'll be able to secure himself into the mid, push the ball down a little bit, maybe even put it into the pocket of the root stands. We'll show him up there from Yoshi. Great through there from Mavis. It will almost take Yoshi down, going out of this moment in time, but he does stay on his feet. Robert needs to get the let's go speed. Once his teammates respawn back in, he really does need a bit of support here. ZSK are closing in. There's plenty of time for them to make a comeback here. They just get a few takedowns here and there. And they might be able to push back. But look, what a great unfriendly bush. Double takedown, surely, but Chaos is the problem he needs to be taken care of here.
I love how he went for the run, but it wasn't even really close. At least not, as regard of scoring from that position. However, he did still manage to find some nice value from there for SK Gaming. The pinch can be quite enough just yet to result in a goal for SK. That's what they need if they want to push things to overtime. Chaos was a super, but basically nothing connects onto Rama, and with 5 seconds left, surely they'll be out of time. A&R strike back there in Brawl Ball, as they will take game number 2, and SK need to be on their guard, because A&R is one away from picking up a second set.
Well, I've got to still pose the question of whether A&R can bring back this set simply because of how convincing SK looked in that opening game. And if they go back to that same play style and remind themselves that this comp has got some weaknesses, then it could be tables turning before our very eyes, but it's a good start. Quick swift takedown of Rama. Nob in the right hand side. Just gonna have a little bit of a moment there with Yoshi, flex some pins, but they both know that yeah, I feel like it might be the unfriendly bushes that Yoshi is trying to evade here, and the whole of SK just trying to stay outside. But back then, I think only their gear was touched. That was enough. 3 versus 2. Did not get speed there though, and he's punished for it by Yoshi, and Chaos will use the bounty castle to get back to full HP, and as quickly as that, SK survived the push.
Yeah, big one as well. There's only not now in defense, and he's put to sleep. Oh, Chaos was a little bit of a whiff shot there. I think that would have been in, and he does miss, so Team White does follow. SK playing it really safe. They want to make sure that all 3 players are alive to try to hold on to the mid, but he is playing it very defensively as well, and are able to rebuild this amount of control. Nice skills for SK Gaming. 2-4-1. Mebius throws a super, but whiffs that one just a little bit, and SK now dominate again in the mid.
Yeah, definitely should be 1 goal up there for me for SK. Blunder there for Chaos, but he could redeem himself. He's in a good position for it. Everyone here behind the back lines, but what a great amount of synergy. The speed is there, but Chaos surviving on. Oh my word, it took so many hits, so many punches there from both Nob and also from Rama to be able to suppress him, but survived on tremendously well. And so far, I'll live to fight another day. Just a little bit. 35 seconds now on the clock, and it does feel like a commanding position though for SK to have going into an overtime scenario here. More speed in, and pretty vicious pop from Nob, and everyone from SK is clustered. They're not even worrying about the ball, they just want to get a takedown, but it's not enough. SK continue to stay firm in these bushes, and as long as the clock keeps ticking on, they'll be able to get this ball eventually.
I mean, overtime is going to be a problem here for A&R. The Rosa already been having a terrible time, but actually we're not gonna get to overtime. Akios passes it to Yashi. Yashi slots it in, and SK Gaming will be picking up Brawl Ball just in time to avoid. They've been against their advantage, to be honest, because they had the much better comfort either way. But SK Gaming, they'll get it done before that even happens, and they will even things out one set each as we move on to set number 3.
It was definitely an SK Gaming set for me. As soon as I saw Brawl Ball, I'm thinking this could well go their way, but A&R, it was a nice idea, but I think without the Nita, it does tend to struggle just a little bit. And if you lose control, SK have got that range advantage, and IKaos, I think for me there, was just playing a phenomenal game. He really did. And I mean, with the best brawler for him, isn't it? You know, you got to think about banning Rico sometimes against SK. If IKaos is playing, then, you know, that is definitely a big concern. But the statistics as well, very much in favor of SK. More heals as well and damage to match. Just felt like it was the right time for them to bring things back to make things level. And A&R will have to, look back on this one, consider things a bit more carefully. And you know, SK are really starting to shine at the moment, getting their confidence back, it feels, and looking much more like themselves.
To be honest, I kind of want to praise their ability to make this comp work, because against a Rosa, it's not easy when you only really have one proper tank counter to deal with it. And that was the Otis that did a phenomenal job at getting the mutes perfectly timed to just make sure there's the least value possible off that pick. But the rest as well, IKaos, let's be honest, played phenomenally on Rico as we kind of expect him to. And Yashi also on Sandy, able to find so many great angles to catch his opposition off guard from. Golden Gulch is where we will be heading next, so we'll be moving on to knockout for set number 3. A&R banning out Gus, Max, and Gene. SK Gaming will be banning Brock, Eve, and Janet.
Well, I do feel like the bans here are pretty fitting, let's be honest, and it is going to reduce the brawler pool down quite considerably, having 6 individual bans. Golden Gulch tick its first pick there for SK. Kind of interesting to me. Unsure whether I'd place it as highly as that, but nonetheless, I mean, I don't necessarily feel like it's a bad thing to have some element of control, but Groms, the open, it could be well what A&R are thinking as a response, kind of what I prefer to have, and something that proves to be very much harder to juke when it comes down to those final moments. One big Grom bomb, and it can be something which comes back to bite, but still, a lot of long-range ideas still up for grabs here. But I think the big ones are taking up the equation. The Eve and the Brock for me as well. I think that the SK band's actually kind of a little bit better, actually. Body coming in for A&R. Really do like that particular brawler. We'll struggle a little bit towards the end game, but ideally, if you can get the damage running in the right places, you can get a very easy trade-off with that. Gene could be a big one here for A&R if they want to go for it. They're not going to go for it. Bell going to come in for them, which means that SK got the choice. They could go for it. It would kind of work quite well with the tick, but you have to have a quick, hard-hitting brawler to be able to, you know, enable the swift takedown of the result of Magic Hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about this tech pick, to be completely honest, because I feel like it's a bit of a risky one this early on into the draft. Now, obviously they can kind of close it out nicely with 2 follow-ups now, but they have to keep into account A&R do have a last pick. And yeah, I was going to say they need something to, you know, be careful about maybe a Fang or a Buzz showing up. But the Fang joining their ranks is going to won't limit the options that A&R have for some sort of assassination brawlers. And also, it's a good way of dealing with those brawlers too, to a certain extent. So I don't mind it at all from SK. That is going to be bringing something quite dynamic as well to the mix, as they had for their 3rd and final pick, which is going to be a Piper. So trying to match the vibes of the belt a little bit and go for the more sharpshooter approach there. A&R have 1 pick left.
Okay, well, it's definitely risky for SK. It really is. I mean, they get pushed up upon, then this could go from bad to worse. Piper will be definitely a strong thing to have, but they close the gap for A&R. Could go from bad to worse here. Harold is a good brawler to do just that as well, but can also be susceptible to Fang just a little bit. But this could be an A&R round for me. They keep the control and just evade those tick mines. Fang might not be enough here for SK. Let's see how they fare with it. But I am favoring a little bit more the drafts here for ANR. What are your thoughts, Teddy, on that side?
It's going to be an interesting one, to be completely honest, because I feel like Daryl overall should have a pretty decent matchup against the Fang. I mean, it's why they bring it into the action, and it's going to be kind of matching energies for the later stage of those rounds. But I want to see him practice how they plan on executing all that. It's going to be the poking game early on, usually, and early gadget pop by Mebby. It's not really all that surprising. I find it interesting that he's not going to be playing around the bushes. The extra movement speed from the speed gear is huge, but Akios early on was a kill onto Nob, and Rama will get his super. He goes for a roll, finds one, but not much of a chance to find more than that, as Yashi will take him down, and Mebius won't even really give it a shot as he wants to preserve his super for round 2.
Wow, that was very convincing for SK there. I think that for me, ANR could have been better off just buying a bit more time, really. Wait for overtime. That's where this comp is going to thrive far more than SK's, but big taps from Chaos. Big jump in from Mabius. Now, the position though, and a huge ult waiver there from Chaos. It's going to lead to his demise, the tick head as well. Not great from ANR, just going in like headless chickens, and you can't really do that against a team like SK. They more often than not will have a response. Look at that. What a convincing round. They already take the first game.
That was incredibly fast and incredibly convincing as well. Good stuff from SK Gaming here. Just riding off the momentum from Brawl Ball really nicely, and I like their way of changing up the pace as well. We went from a very slow-paced Brawl Ball set to now, 30 seconds rounds in that game, a 2-0 as well for SK Gaming. Looking convincing. Akios takes a lot of damage, but is able to jump out in time to prevent an early disaster in this first round. As Yashi dashes in, finds one. It's a nice 2-for-1 trade here for SK Gaming, and was only not left alive. SK Gaming should be able to close this one out.
Yeah, ANR just do not learn, do they? You've got to be far more cautious than this against SK, and I mean, this could be one of the fastest sets of the day, let's be honest. This raid, one more round, and this is going to be wrapped up, and what an amazing position to put SK in here. I do still feel like ANR have got the better comp. They're just dying like flies so quickly to not really last into overtime. That's where they do have the advantage. But maybe they are starting to listen, and strategy could be forming. But the super's on all sides of SK, let's be honest here. Then we see one from Mabius now, and it'll be everyone having theirs. Okay, getting tapped up there. Will ricochet between himself and Gie, and now Yoshima looking better. Great roll there from Rama, but he is stunned out, but that makes him still survive. Those double taps, crucial there in that takedown.
That was big for ANR. Keeps them in this set, at least for now, and it's very unlikely that they can turn it around on the side of SK. Bit of an overextension there from the Fang, because he's basically the only one that can deal with the Daryl, especially later on. So if he is eliminated, there's just no shot for SK to still make it work, even if it were a trade, for example. So good decision making there from ANR, and just a flawless pinch that turned things around, at least in this game.
This is much better from ANR, and they are starting to realize that they just got to buy some time, really, and make sure that everyone's ready to go in at the right times. But now SK putting some pressure onto Nob in that bottom left-hand side. Mabius as well, taking a few shots. Rama's holding firm. I do worry here is Chaos tapping. Tick mines are not being dodged nearly as carefully as they should be by Mabius here. The speed and the lack of it on the body side is troublesome. It's not really being allowed to getting shots off to be able to get that super, and nor is Nob. So Yoshi being marked up, those got to be cautious. If he wants to go in here, he's got to have the support of his team and low HP on all sides, because he could be taken down far quickly than he would otherwise prefer. Nob as well. Got to be careful here. Time closing in, and now finally the gas will start to encourage some action.
And Rama is going to be aggressive there against Yashi, but it doesn't quite work out for him. A 2-for-1 trade, which is going to be in favor here of ANR, rather, and that got a little bit close and dangerous, but ANR will close out this game, and now we're all even in this knockout set. Very, very close final fight, but I think you were absolutely right. The later stages are where ANR is going to shine, and they got to stop being so aggressive early on because they didn't even get to the later stages in their first 3 rounds. Round 4 and 5, it seems like they did learn their lesson, and hopefully in the next game, they will too.
Yeah, ANR will take the round. There's still more to come on this particular set, just to confirm the graphics. But yeah, I think that for me, they might be learning. Now. Rama, though, I mean, goes in so aggressive there. I mean, it's 2 versus 1, so they should still win this. But I just don't know whether I like ANR style, I'll be honest, in Knockout. It's definitely entertaining to watch, don't get me wrong. It's just sometimes a little bit 50-50 as to whether some of these bold plays will pay off. And I just don't know whether it's necessarily as calculated as SK's performance here, but it's definitely going to be a matter of time before the gas comes in and Guille's just gonna have to wait for it. Yeah, he's not gonna be able to do it much until then, so it's gonna dive to the gas, not feed anything more. This could be where ANR take actually a set.
I mean, it went from looking amazing for SK with 3 rounds in a row to now ANR with 3 rounds in a row, and this next one may very well be the last one of this set, one that puts ANR one away from being the champions of this season 2.5 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But again, they can't give anything away until the later stages, and the map is going to be a little bit more open now as well, so a couple less angles available to them.
Yeah, for ANR, they do have to buy time quite considerably now because this does not favor them at the moment. In this instance, if Rama wants to go down to the bottom of the map, it would be a good time to consider it because when this gas comes in, he could use some of the coverage, but Chaos has got so much space to maneuver, so much space to land those shots, and it's got to be a concern for ANR. But Yoshi's been deprived super, and that is also something which he needs to earn. And now the mark as well goes against him big time. Maybe this is incredibly low at the bottom of the side though, but the roll in from Rama is good. Yoshi does not win that trade. Maybe jumps in, gets the pick up as well, the help there of Nob, and it's just Guille. ANR will pick up the round and also the set. Huge turnaround stuff from them, and they did finally start to realize that in the later stages they had the advantage. It took a while, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, wow, that was quite the interesting set because SK looked dominant at the early and mid stages of this set, but it is ANR that closes it, and that's what matters, taking the upper hand and momentum wisdom into our 4th set. Stats wise, double the healing for ANR and nearly double the damage for SK. Super wise, it's incredibly even, but ANR seemed to have gotten the kills that mattered and were able to make it work in the end as they started things off quite roughly, to be fair, but they did adjust, and as you said, were able to realize that the later stages are where it's all at for their comp, and once they did just that, they were able to claim victory in this knockout set.
Yeah, awesome stuff, man. They are looking much, much better now. A few question marks in Brawl, but Knockout did seem to get better as time went on. I think that SK could have realistically taken that set, and I mean, it really was very, very close in that final showdown before. Was it Guille, between Guille, one of the other players on the side of ANR? Could have gone either way. I think even if Guille maybe positioned himself just slightly differently, the Tickhead might have done his thing, but we'll see that probably in the replay in just a minute. But definitely very, very close between these two teams. It would be fitting for ANR to win the whole thing. This is the moment there between him and Nob. Yeah, that Tickhead very, very close to knocking Nob into the gas there, but that was a crucial moment. Big turnaround, and from that point on, ANR really did start to turn all the screws. Going into Julian Beatles up next for Hot Zone. Bans already in for ANR will be Sam, Carl, and Squeak on the side of SK. The Crow, the Poco, and the Meg. And I really do like the way that these bans are looking on both sides. We'll open up some ideas, possibly even bringing in some long-range B going to be for ANR. I like it, but SK is surely going to respond here with a Penny pick and something else to add to that. It would be quite fitting for them. Definitely brawlers, which they would like to get their hands on here. Bell could come into the mix as well. Certainly, but I think Penny now got to be snapped up by SK for sure.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Penny, and it does sound very much like something SK would be into. And the B as a first pick for ANR is a decent one. I do feel like, you know, with the closer range angles that you do have on this map, it's not necessarily the easiest. Bell was also one of the brawlers you predicted that is going to be the first pick for SK. Still somewhat expecting the Penny to show up, but it could be also for the later stages of this draft if they desire so. Do have 2 in a row, so something to combine with that Bell. Looking at our bans here as well, it's interesting to see the Sam ban. It is a brawler that can be quite threatening, but I don't feel like this is the map either, where he is unbeatable. However, they did seem to consider him as quite the threat on ENR, and it's going to be Stu instead that will be brought in by SK Gaming. I don't mind it at all, to be honest. You can find some really good value on this map, and obviously the dashes make it really hard for a brawler like B or any other sharpshooter to hit you whilst you're dashing away.
I do like this from SK, I'm not going to lie. Bonnie coming in, that was definitely an SK idea, but now maybe the Penny. Possibly not, though. There's still some ideas, some options are still available. Possibly a Pam could come in. It's definitely could provide some longevity to add to the speed zone as well. It's definitely not off the cards here. But I don't know. I mean, the Bonnie pick, I'm always still on the fence with, but it does tend to work out more often than not. And A&R surely know how to play it to the best of its abilities. B's got some weaknesses for sure, but we're now the indestructible walls, and it's gonna be Pam. I do love that from SK. It could be the comp that brings things over to a 5th and final set for me, to be completely honest. I mean, if A&R don't play this pitch perfect, this could be an SK Gaming set, but I think nonetheless it could be quite close. Janet, I don't necessarily mind. It's not my favorite of the comp. I think the B is definitely the strongest idea from A&R. The Max was available for me, and that could have been more of a A&R kind of pick to gravitate towards, but nonetheless, let's see how it fares. I do like what I'm seeing on both sides. They're pretty, go-to ideas for both teams. Who's going to play it better? That's the key question.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I prefer the comp on the side of SK. We've seen before what can also lead to at times. This execution is always a really big factor as well. The early stages, the slight outrange in mid does favor Nob, but he also got his dash, not quite the follow-up, so he is going to go down, and ENR do kick things off with the lead as Mebius is able to win his left lane. Not really a lane he's supposed to be winning against a Bell this early on, but I'm sure he'll take it, and so far it's a really good start here for ENR. Some nice connections. Mebius is just connecting shot after shot. Even though he is low now, he might still look for the follow-up onto Yashi, and Nob will manage to get him low HP enough to take him and keep him away from the zone so he can heal back up and come back fresh into the mix.
Goes down, Yoshi pushes forwards, and Rubber goes down. Also, it's a team wipe for SK, and that will be enough, surely, to be able to buy some time. Neste pop there for Chaos into the mid. I don't know whether A&R saw it. Going to evade it just in the off chance that there might be one there, but I don't think they would have seen it coming off the respawn. Nob goes super aggressive, but gets punished immediately. And there was a little bit of time spent on the zone. I was surprised actually that A&R will be able to get back into the middle so quickly, in all honesty. But now scoreline starting to look much more reflective of what the action is on the screen, and this is where A&R have got to play it right. They've got to be able to land some of these shots from the side of Mebius and then jump in at just the right time. That might not be the right time, but he does manage to pick off Guille just in between shots. Chaos so low now, and he can pick up that one as well. A&R played that really, really well for me.
Yeah, they take over the lead now, but can they close out this game? Final gadget popped by Rama, and he's able to get a very big kill onto the Pan. It's close to the finish line now, and as Yashi finds an elimination, that means that not only match point is in order, but also tournament point.
Big stuff, huge there from A&R. It really was. I mean, it's not an easy comp to do this too, let's be honest. And it is SK Gaming playing it. True, they've had a bit of a slow start to the year, but nonetheless, A&R could be doing the unthinkable right now. One more game for them, and they will take home all the glory. And what an amazing thing it will be for them to carry to the rest of the year. A team that, let's be honest, deserve to be signed by an organization, no doubt about it. and this would be the perfect thing to add to the list of achievements. So many to basically boast at such an early stage of the year, but this would definitely be a huge pickup for them.
Oh, absolutely. So, and the Origs looking at this will see how much they've proven, not just to themselves, but to the world, what they are capable of. SK Gaming was a half bad start so far. However, Gia taking a lot of damage, he goes down. Healing station also getting a low HP, eventually taken care of. Mebius was a nice pick on the right side. It's burning down, which will delay his reset, but it seems like he's willing to go down there just to create a little bit of extra space. Not sure if that is the right decision to make, but a nice pickup from Nob on the right-hand side, and that means that they do relieve quite a bit of control there from SK Gaming's side of things. And ENR, they do have a pretty amazing situation going at them with a 40% lead now.
Yeah, big from SK. They now start to take control now. Now's the time, realistically, for A&R to push back. They've managed to replenish their health, but they were so low they couldn't do much except give up positioning power. Rama, though, if he goes down here, so low and does great from SK. Yoshi just sees the moment. The healing station will be enough to keep everyone alive. Nob in that corner, like a trap rat there. He just needs to go down more, and a few taps from Gia will keep him suppressed. And I love that strategy. They don't kill him, just keep him low and unable to really do too much. And SK right now are taking the lead, and with it potentially the game if they hold on for just 15% more.
Yeah, they're getting close. And not was a final fight there to try to contest it. The jump in from Mebius is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but I don't think they'll have time as Gia steps in the zone and locks it in. That is going to be just enough to lock in just one more game here and find off that match point. But there's another one coming in just a couple of seconds, and SK Gaming need to make sure they don't repeat the mistakes from their first game and keep it up like they did in the game just before.
Is it going to be A&R that take the glory, or will SK Gaming take this to a fifth and final set? Let's be honest, it'll be pretty obvious to assume that it would go to the fifth and final set, as we've had nothing but all day long. Let's just finish as we started. But so far it's SK that actually have got more time in the zone, but now with that pickup for Yoshi on the left hand side, it will encourage A&R to push forwards. Right there, use of the honey molasses from Robert actually gets a bit taken care of by Chaos as the ricochet shots between that and himself do see to his demise. But healing station now though, and the speed zone combo, the daring thing here for SK, and it should allow them a bit more of potential pushes. Yeah, maybe a slow Nob as well, pretty low into the mid as well. Tough times. Everyone from A&R is forced to retreat here.
And we've seen with this comp of A&R that once they have control, it's hard to dislodge them, but at the same time, they struggle themselves to retake that mid position. Gia still has that healing station standing and another one ready in the pocket in case it were to be destroyed. So it's just going to be that constant influx of HP as the jump in from Mebius is there at last. 1-for-1 trade, make it a 2-for-1 as Nob gets a follow-up onto Yoshi, and it's a big chance here for A&R to get another 15 or 20% until the reinforcements join, but they're still willing to extend their stay in the mid. Nob flying up that healing station finally plays down by Gia, and A&R are getting dangerously close to the finish line. The slow as well that connects onto Gia pretty much keeps him away from the fight. Couple percentages, 5. Nob, can he close it out? 2 more percent. Mebius stepping into the zone, and Mebius is going to be the one that closes it out here for A&R. They will be your Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2.5 champions, and as they locked in their tickets to Tokyo, they also lock in the title as champions here for this season.
I think we wouldn't have it any other way, would we really? A&R have really done themselves justice. Fantastic from them. From start to finish, it really has been a great journey to watch and witness go down. And I mean, you just don't expect it. You do not expect this kind of level of performance from a team that have just kind of all come together with a roster together for the first time this year. arguably the black sheeps of the rosters of their former teammates coming together, but they just look like they've been together for years. Great for them. I'm so happy, honestly. They're going to be able to go to Tokyo as well, and it's been thoroughly deserved. I mean, it's been a long time coming for something like this to occur in the EU MENA region, and I think that no doubt about it, everyone is going to be talking about this team for a good while to come.
Yeah, and honestly, hopefully, they'll be talking about him under a different name, as they might get picked up by an organization. Wishing them all the best with that, and having all this extra exposure from events like exactly what we've been doing here at the Snapdragon Pro Series should hopefully help them achieve just that. And let's be honest, they totally deserve it. They played phenomenally so, and I really feel like they are one of the best teams in the region at the moment. Still, want to see a little bit more consistency. Not that they've been inconsistent, but more in the long term, and see in the long run if they are a team that could be one of the titans of the region. So far in the first 2 months, they've certainly shown to everyone that they are incredibly capable and that they can take down pretty much every single top team. Because let's remember, they have been in the upper bracket of both the second stage and the third stage.
Honestly, it takes so much to topple a team like this. Trav, bringing you back in now, watching from the sidelines. What were your thoughts?
I mean, the A&R are looking scary, man. So scary, not only in this competition, but others as well. And if it wasn't for Esports, I'd be so happy they're going. But honestly, I do feel crushed for Semantic along the way, especially at him, because he thoroughly deserved to be there, especially with his performance with the SK last year. But A&R, if any of the team at Set From Foot, I'd want it to be them, because they really have deserved this after the run they've had through these brackets. Top brackets last week, top bracket this week, straight through, walking through everybody. And I mean, a win against SK Gaming's no small feat, Teddy.
Yeah, certainly. So an incredible journey all around here from A&R. Props to SK as well, for a phenomenal lower bracket run today. Looking just really good through and throughout. But A&R, man, they are the team to beat, it seems, in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And they've had just an unbelievable performance, really. And I could not be proud of those players.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, considering they're such underdog players as well, obviously they're not really an underdog team anymore. These players really weren't the biggest names last year. We've got a few of those members from FA. Kazaki, Alex is obviously a fairly big name, and obviously Rama as well. But those 2 players who have been playing in that game right there, they weren't the biggest of names last year. And this year they've come in and they've just really made a big move on competitive, and I couldn't be more pleased on.
Yeah, exactly so. I mean, if you look at where their kind of like former teammates are now, they surely started the year kind of feeling like a bit down in the dumps, I would imagine, simply because, a lot of those players signed to big organizations, and there they were just kind of all together, coming together as, free agents. But today, they are not that in many of our eyes, are they? Let's be honest. They're looking like a team that are really ready for an organization. And, I mean, looking into the BSC monthly finals as well, this is a team that teams need to fear and be prepared to face, because they have got all the answers up their sleeves.
Definitely so. Well, let's take a little bit of a look at the bracket, refresh all of our minds on what we've seen today, because it has been extremely close all the way through. 3-3-2s, and the final being 3-1 to A&R. We started things off at the top of the day with for Esports versus A&R, and they did manage to win that 3-2. And then SK Gaming versus Reply Totem shortly after that, where SK Gaming managed to take that one 3-2, and then beat for Esports 3-2 in a wonderful, miraculous reverse sweep, getting revenge for what happened to them yesterday, getting reverse swept by Foot Esports. An eye for an eye, you could say, but grand final that we've just seen, A&R 3, SK Gaming 1, and they didn't secure them tickets there. They secured them a little bit earlier on thanks to SK Gaming, but even the SK Gaming had done them a massive gift. They couldn't quite let them win that final and did manage to take that down. So yet again, just a massive congratulations to A&R, and I'm going to be so happy to be seeing them sit there at Tokyo DreamHack, Teddy.
Yeah, they totally deserve it, really. They have played so well throughout the entire process of this season. And out of all the teams, I mean, Foot Esports, they come as a close second just because of their own phenomenal run. But A&R, they were just a little bit more consistent, and they won the final matches that mattered, which secured them this qualification.
I mean, the amount of games that A&R have kind of won coming up to this process, sadly they weren't able to make it to the actual competition of Masters, because at this point it kind of seems like they're a team who definitely deserve to be playing. You know, they've taken down SK Gaming, FUT Esports, Reply Totem yesterday as well, and it kind of just all rounds out to be they are the team in EU to beat at the moment, especially since we've seen, you know, Zeta Division and those guys who won the last monthly finals drop out in prior qualification stages to this, and ANR are the ones who have made it all the way through. I'm sure you are as well, Ark, but you know, I'm pretty sad not to see them actually playing in Tokyo.
Yeah, I think that many are as well. But, you know, as well last week, you know, taking out Navi, taking out Mr. Zostar, taking down One Trick Ponies, but as well, that's a 3-2 scoreline with One Trick Ponies. They were actually in big trouble to go down to that lower bracket. We never saw it occur. So ANR are not only just a well-oiled machine, very mechanically skilled, but they're also a team that are able to, you know, withstand a lot of stress and come out on top, and that speaks volumes to me.
Yeah, well, with that being said, our very own Teddy's going to have a nice little chat with Rama real quick for you guys.
Hey Rama, it's so good to talk to you, man. It's been a minute. Congratulations, first of all, for making it all the way. You're going to Tokyo. How do you feel about it?
Hello, Teddy. Nice to meet you again. Thanks. I mean, I felt I was screaming that I'm going to Japan. Of course, it was a tough week for me, but we did it, and everyone was just happy, and everyone deserved it.
Yeah, certainly so. You guys played amazing. When you guys put up this team together, did you guys expect the sort of results, you know, qualifying for both monthly finals and now winning here the season 2.5? Did you guys expect to do this well with this roster?
Of course, I accepted. When I'm playing, I always want to win. But when I see like how Mavis is playing and know like I could feel that they want to win and they fully deserve. Like they are demons. What else I can say?
Yeah, they certainly are. They play really, really well. I think something that's really exciting as well is that, you know, there are going to be all sorts of regions mixed together at Masters. How do you think Europe and MENA are going to be doing against those regions?
First of all, Tensei and Saito Tampo is playing against, so basically there is no chance in paper, but we'll see. But I think now Europe is pretty tough region. It's very competitive, so basically it will be up the skill of the teams in Worlds and against each other regions.
I see. Another question here. So there's going to be a lot of players and a lot of teams. I'm sure you have a lot of friends that are going to be there in Japan. Who are you the most excited to meet or spend time with?
First of all, I would love to spend with my team, with my new team. I really love them. I really enjoy to play with them. And with the other teams, I would say Totem. I'm the big fan of them from 2021, so I would like to see again. And of course the SK, like how they played and the reverse sweep, the food, that was incredible from them.
Yeah, how did it feel that, you know, you guys didn't quite get the chance yourself to eliminate them? You did beat FUT Esports today, but how did it feel watching the match between SK and FUT Esports? Because ultimately that's what decided the result.
That was incredible, literally. Like it was 2-0, and I would say like SK woke up and they managed to beat them because they wanted.
Yeah, they seemed really hungry for it, and I think you guys were very happy about that as well. A little bit less stress for the final match. Well, I mean, congratulations again, Rama. Super happy for you and the entire team for making it all the way. I'll say goodbye to you for now, but we'll see you guys very soon again in Tokyo. Thank you so much for joining me for the interview.
Thank you, Teddy. I appreciate that, and hello to Mebius, and thanks everyone who supported us and believed in us. Thanks again.
Genuinely, such a wholesome insult. It's really incredible. Those kind kind words that he said about his team, and about Mebius as well, who's someone who's fairly new to the competitive scene in terms of this top level, and who's thriving so heavily at the moment. It's really nice to see him, giving so much love to his team and so much love to Mebius individually. Ark.
Yeah, and I think it really does encapsulate for me the importance of events like this and opportunities like this, because the first thing that he says is like to meet his team. I mean, that's the kind of level that just really provides so much perspective for me, at least. And it's great that we're able to achieve that for them. And it'd be a wondrous thing to follow their journey actually in Japan and kind of see when they do meet, which I assume is probably for the first time as well. So really wholesome stuff, and yeah, great interview to watch.
Yeah, I mean, great interview from Teddy as well as Rama on top of that. But before we go, we've had all of this play out over the wonderful European MENA Brawl. Before we go, we do have to give a few shout outs to some of our sponsors. We'll start off with Monster Energy, because they really have been powering us all the way through. And Ark's thrown it up as well a few times, Teddy's thrown it up all over, and they really have been incredible. When we were in Katowice as well, Ark always mentions this fridge stocked full of Monster, and it keeps us going all day long. So wonderful stuff from them. Really big thank you to Monster for sponsoring the Snapdragon Pro Series, and also DHL as well. We've said this a few times already, but DHL is always a huge partner. They deliver excellence, and excellence is what we need here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, to be able to put these productions on, to be able to let people like Rama, the wholesome guy himself, best interview I've ever seen, to be honest, and all of his teammates fly out. We wouldn't be possible without any of these partners, any of these sponsors, in this competition in general as well. So a big thank you to them. But Teddy, I'll come to you. Closing thoughts on today.
I think it's just an amazing story. As much as I am truly gutted for Foot Esports' sad end to their run, I feel like ANR as well is kind of the sort of teams that this format was built for, because they don't have the most experience in LAN. I think for Mebius it might even be his first one, not as a player, but getting a little bit of experience through that, and the opportunity to travel for esports is something incredible, and I'm so happy for them. And I mean, just seeing the reaction from Rama and all the love and energy that those guys have, really wholesome. And I mean, this is what we do this for,
Yeah, I'll come to you now, Ark. Great words from Teddy. What do you have any closing statements for the day?
Yeah, I just want to say, it's been a pleasure to be by your sides on this one, guys, and a great privilege to be able to watch this all go down and finally get down to who is going to be going to Tokyo. We now know ANR, and I think thoroughly deservingly so. Definitely, I think on paper, Foot had some very clean sets along the way, but that struggle story towards that end and just that convincing performance today, I think that there's no doubt about it that everyone watching agrees that ANR deserved it, and I'm so happy for them.
Definitely so. Huge congratulations to ANR from me as well. With that said, from Ark, from me, from Teddy, down the line, thank you very much for watching. Before we go, though, we do have a quick teaser trailer for what to expect in Tokyo, so see you guys there.
As I feel the weight of the world, I see it, I reach it.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.